rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan. Cause that's what's that? Let's get ready. Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan. Cause that's what's that? Let's get ready. Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan. Cause that's what's that? Let's get ready. Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan. Cause that's what's that? Let's get ready. Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan. Cause that's what's that? Let's get ready. Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talk and real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
We're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? No, just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talk and real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
We're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? No, just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talk and real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
We're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? No, just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talk and real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
We're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? No, just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talk and real
Hey, everybody. Welcome back to the Salt the Streets podcast, the most pro-America, anti-government show you know. the show where we discuss news, government, and culture and how it pertains to you, the individual, and your natural rights of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. I am, of course, that big bird-looking fellow they call Colin, and I am, of course, joined by my co-host, brother-in-arms, the Nero of Neoprene, the original Salt of the Streets himself. I forgot the other title I was going to give you. Shout out Dave Z. Donovan Phillips, thanks for joining, buddy.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Was it Mr. Affable or no? I forget.
It was.
What was it? It was so good.
Appalled.
A man appalled.
A man
That's
appalled.
right.
Yeah.
What are you even saying right now? So, yes, this is 145. We're back in studio. Very exciting. We've got a lot of exciting things to talk about today. Shout out Joseph into chat. Thanks for joining us.
Yeah, episode 145, Saturday, April 8th, 12:04 p.m.
Boom.
Of course, 2023. We're out here, Salt of the Streets. I want to thank everyone, of course, Joseph, again, for being here. Very beginning. We have all kinds of fantastic stuff going on today. Part one, of course, some local stuff we have, which also mirrors national stores. God, this looks good today. Looks fantastic. I'm here for it. You did a fantastic job.
Hey, look at that. Look at that.
Mirrors from national. We have our own state assault weapons ban that's looking like it's coming down.
Oh, they ruined your beer, Joseph.
Oh.
Boo.
We will obviously end up talking about that. I don't know if you end up in Colin's live stream yesterday. I know that he talked about some Dylan Mulvaney, some Bud Light stuff.
Yeah.
Yesterday we'll talk a little bit more. Hello. Hi, honey. About some Dylan Mulvaney. A little bit about homelessness, some stuff like that. And
Yeah, you sent me that podcast this morning. I listened
Yes.
to it, and I was just sitting here getting steamed about it. I was like, yeah, they got their shit together over there.
Yes. Yeah, it's fantastic. Part two, we have some national stories talking to Trump. Obviously, Donald Trump indictment. We're going to be talking about the Nashville shooting, not necessarily so much the shooting itself, but the things that have come from that. The assault weapons ban, some bullshit gun control arguments, some things like that go into it, and then the Restrict Act, obviously, that in regards to like a TikTok ban, something like that. Kevin Garcia, it wouldn't let me comment for some reason. I had to restart the YouTube app. That's weird. That is weird.
They're fucking coming at you, Kevin.
That is true. In part three, we're going to be talking about Ukraine. There's a lot of things that are going on there.
All the things.
Yeah, and then we have something else in part three too, right?
Yeah, Russia, China.
Yeah, we got all kinds of stuff.
It's the fall of the American empire is what I call it.
It's
That's what I call it.
It's going to be dark. And then, of course, in the grab bag part four, we're going to bring it back. We're going to
lift up the spirits.
It's going to be good. It's going to be happy.
There's some wild shit in this one, buddy. I can't wait for everybody to see.
Yeah, no, I'm very excited. We haven't been in studio in over a month.
Yeah.
So it feels fantastic to be
I mean,
here.
I live here, but that's okay.
You have been in studio. We have not been in studio together in
Indeed.
over a month. I
it
feel
has
fantastic.
missed. Your presence here has been missed.
Yes, we did our pieces last month. If you are on the Patreon, if you are not, go there, subscribe. Of course, we have our Instagram, our YouTube, everything at Salt of the Streets. We also have our own personal social media. I am at Salt of the Street on Twitter and at alpaca_Donovan on Instagram. And Colin is at Big Bird Offie on both of those things. You can find all of this at saltofthestreets.com. The first segment is brought to you by, she's here, Lexi Kyle on Twitch. So you can go there. She's streaming all the time. She's doing the things. It's fantastic.
That's right. Roll the ad.
There it is.
Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the den. By the way, I'm Lexi. Fucking adorable. It's a turtle with a tree in there. Aruba, Jamaica. Oh, I wanna take ya. Oh my god! I'm so sorry. Tamales. Tamales are Mexican. I'm Ecuadorian. Come on, back in. I'm so sorry. Beepy bappity boop. Flippity floppity floop. Bermudas, Bahamas. No wait, come pretty mama. Eat it, bitch. Wee wee wee. Right? That's the Kung Fu Hustle?
I don't think so.
Okay. Just erase and delete everything I had just say. I like my Star Wars. I like my stuff. I'm a geek. I am Lexi. I am a variety streamer and also a flight attendant. So I come and I go. And I come again and I go. When I'm here, you'll see me streaming.
And we're back.
Well, there you go. Okay. So let me ask you this, right? We'll just jump right into it. With that, let me ask you this. So
All the drops today.
yeah, we'll get. You said you had like a couple for me, and so we'll get through this. So I was watching. We were doing the stuff for The Last of Us, and so I was watching the gameplay for the second game because I don't have time to play it, but I have all that time in the world to
watch
at
it.
work to watch it. So I watched it. Right. And,
How do you feel about it?
it was fine. The game looks super fun, right? The game looks like it's absolutely a good ass time. It also looks crazy ass hard, so I think it
Yeah.
would take me way longer than 15 hours or whatever it took me to watch it. Way longer than that.
Yeah,
to
I
beat
think it took Carolina longer to play the second one.
Yeah, it would take me a really long time. So it looks like it's a lot of fun. There's definitely a bunch of,
There's stuff.
there's wokey stuff in it and it's whatever, right? But part of it is based around like Ellie being a lesbian, that some people are really upset about it in the game itself. And so my question was, do you think post-apocalypse, because this is this is deep, right? This game is like 30 years now, something like that. Because it was 20 years in the first one, and then I think it's 5 more, so it's 25 years, right? So we've been post-apocalypse 25 years. That's a long time.
We deep in it.
Yes. Do you think that post-apocalypse people still cling to? Let me find exactly how I worded it because I jumped right into it. That people cling to the societal and social norms that they had during pre-apocalypse, or do you think that they're largely cast aside? Because I find it weird that people were still upset about her being a lesbian 25 years after zombies are eating other people. Like, you gotta imagine, even the starkest homosexual, that's whatever. I mean, even if you're super religious, still 25 years, you still believe in God, all that stuff. Are you still really going to be that upset about what other people are doing? Are you really going to care about that type of stuff 25 years after human beings are eating other human beings?
So there's two answers to this. One is a utilitarian answer, which is very cut and dry, and it's you care about it because that means less people are being born, right?
Okay.
But in all reality, no, I think it's much more especially like a 25-year on post-apocalyptic world. No, it's about companionship and compatibility and just being around people that you can vibe with and care about and all that good stuff. I don't think any of the societal presuppositions for how relationship structures would work, I don't think those hold together 25 years into the apocalypse. I think it's just kind of like, no, dude, we ride together, we die together. This is what we're doing. We're trying not to get eaten by zombies.
Yes.
And whatever happens, happens. I got no issues with it whatsoever.
Right. Especially because a lot of that stuff I feel like is a moral standpoint from a lot of times that people are basing off of what are modern day societal norms. And if the society doesn't exist anymore, and so every different town you go to is different, then sometimes societal norms don't even exist anymore. So how do you even base them morally off of something larger than that, unless it's just depending on whatever town you're in.
Yeah, I think a lot of that stuff goes right out the fucking window about 6 months into the game.
Yeah.
And then it's like, no, we're just gonna get to it. We do things the way we want in this little compound, and you do things the way you want in your compound, and
Right.
But everybody's like post-apocalyptic societal makeup is a little different depending on the situation.
Yeah.
I think for Last of Us in particular, it's kind of generalized post-apocalyptic rules. I think it works pretty well the way they do it, at least in the games. So no, I think it's kind of a weird thing that we're putting our current contemporary morals onto into like a make-believe world.
Right.
What are we doing here? Come on.
What
We're
are we talking about?
talking about a place where fucking cordyceps mushrooms have like eaten into people's brains and made them zombies. All right, no, you just do whatever you fucking want. Just make it coherent and put it together. Something they didn't do in the TV show, but that's okay. It's okay. It's okay. We didn't even talk about the finale because of all the plague that was
Right.
going around, but underwhelming.
Turned out not good. Yeah.
I think that one scene where where Joel was going through the makeshift hospital, blowing everybody away.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like that was a pretty like shot by shot remake from what I saw, and it was pretty all right. It was a pretty cool little scene of him just blasting all these people to go get his girl out.
Well, and you can only make that part of the show so long because it's just gameplay. It's just you clearing a hospital, and
Yeah.
so you can only really make that so long.
Yeah.
But
Weird thing was like the length of the finale was like one of the shortest episodes.
yes,
Which I got to tell you, I got a real issue with this the new season Mandalorian's doing this too.
Okay.
Not having like standard length episodes. Some of the episodes are 35 minutes, some of them are 45 minutes, some of them are an hour and 5 minutes. What are we doing here?
Whatever they want.
What are we doing here? Just come on, spread it out a little bit more. Make
weird.
everything 45. What
That
are we
is
doing?
weird.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on with that, but it's strange in the contemporary world of modern TV shows to have a finale be the shortest episode of the season. But hey, whatever, dude.
Fucking fools.
There'll be a season 2, so let's go.
Yeah.
Did you see the controversy? While we're just randomly on the topic about the pay gap, the pay disparity between the two main stars of the show?
No.
Oh yeah,
Between Pedro Pascal and Bella Ramsey.
Yeah, Pedro Pascal got paid something like $100,000 an episode, or it might have been more. I think I have a tweet in the grab bag. Maybe we'll pull that up. But yeah, he got hundreds of thousands per episode, and Bella Ramsey got like 70,000 per episode. And people were just pearl clutching.
He's older and has been acting longer, right?
Shh, no, it doesn't matter. Okay, she's a part of an oppressed class, so she's getting.
Oh, because she's a they them.
She's a they. Well, she's a woman, so
And
the women pay gap. So
and they them. She doesn't conform to. You didn't know that?
I did know that
Pretty
actually.
sure
Yeah,
she's
yeah,
non-binary.
yeah. That's right. That's right.
So
Do we even know the pay gap between men, women, and like others? Because for a while there, we were talking about what was like
More.
76
It has
cents
to
on the
be
dollar,
more.
and it's
yeah, whatever it is, it needs to be more.
we need to go $1.50.
Whatever is missing from women. You said it's
Just
like
front load it,
67.
yeah.
Exactly. Front loaded to the they thems. To anybody who's non-binary, they get what the women don't get. All the dollar.
Yes. Joseph says the moral of any post-apocalyptic reality is people will have to be tribal.
Yes.
Yeah, for sure. I think that was most excellently displayed in Walking Dead. Everybody had like little tribes rolling around. It was always little gangs.
And very different.
Yeah, when you came across each one, it was very, very different and acted different, had different sets of rules and all that stuff. So, fun times. So, I have two. Let me ask you this, right? The first
Okay.
one is kind of a more generalized one, and the other one will
Talk
be...
more about this later, boys.
That's right. And my second one will come in right before we talk about guns, because it is directly pertaining to two-way.
Okay.
The first question I had is, when you think about it in today's pop culture world, is there anybody in particular you think stands as an excellent avatar for spreading the message of liberty and freedom in the pop culture? Because we have on the back end, I mean, every major Hollywood star is out there spouting leftist propaganda. Do we have anybody in the popularized mainstream culture that is sticking up for our values? It's a tough one.
I would have to really think about that.
And that's a problem.
Yeah. No, I would have to really think about that.
Because it's up to like internet personalities right now, in my mind. They're the only
Post
people.
Malone.
Post Malone.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's pretty good at it.
Post Malone. Post Malone's super based.
Yo, that fucking picture of him when he was with what was he with Grand Thumb?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was legit.
Yeah.
Chris Pratt.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah. Chris Pratt.
He's doing big things.
Yeah.
But
And
is it just me
He
or
doesn't give a shit. You know?
No.
Chris Pratt doesn't give a fuck.
yeah, he's not really. I would say this.
He's just also very religious.
Yeah,
You know?
in my experience,
And that's not a bad thing. I just mean that's in addition to.
yeah, because they can tend to go together. If the
Right.
two are the one and the same, then that usually leads. But my major observation about this is whether or not we have people like that or not, they don't proselytize like the leftist propagandists do.
No.
And I think that, I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. I think at this point it's probably a bad thing, because I don't, it's hard to tell. You have to kind of know more about these people. They're not saying these things on the stage at award shows, and if they're even getting invited to award shows, because they're not usually going to win anyways if they go to those. But it always seems to be kind of in the background. And I forget exactly where this question came this week, what inspired this, but it got me thinking about it. I'm like, I don't know all the people that I know that are really outspoken about these things. I mean, the closest I can come would be like a mainstream comedian like Dave Smith. But that's about it. And he's still kind of niche, you know. He's like an alt comic.
And
so,
to add to what you're saying about the award shows and stuff like that, if they do get called to do that, because Chris Pratt is still very mainstream, he still does a lot of stuff, and Post Malone still does performances and stuff, but they're not asked there because of their ideology, where so many other leftist stars and leftist pop culture stars are.
Yeah.
They are put in that center, in the limelight, because of that immutable quality, because of whatever that thing is, that intersectional portion that they take up.
Yep.
That's why they're there. That's why they're being elevated.
Yeah.
But that's not why Chris Pratt is being elevated. They are not asking him. Most Hollywood things are not asking him to come and talk about Jesus, even his religion,
No.
let alone his other views about the government or politics or anything like that. You know,
don't talk about that, Chris.
Yes,
Otherwise,
yeah.
you don't have a your next Guardian of the Galaxy Volume 4 will not be starring you.
And on that spectrum, his religion is probably the most acceptable thing to talk about in Hollywood, because if we, started talking about any of that other shit, they'd be like, no. Now you're a domestic terrorist. We can't have this type of stuff here,
Yeah. I mean, you're out on a farm. You're trying to live a relatively self-sustaining lifestyle by like farming and shit. That's basically domestic terrorism.
I think the only reason people aren't taking pictures and videos of Post Malone all kitted up and saying he's a terrorist is because he's also a rapper. So they're like, oh, he's out there with guns. He's a rapper. That's what they do. That's what they're going to be doing. And that's not. I think that's just the label that people are willing to give him. I don't think he's like hiding behind that or anything.
I doubt it.
No, he has a fucking.
He doesn't strike me as a guy that's going to be like.
I saw
withholding stuff like that.
A video of him that he had a custom technical build, a truck with a mounted machine.
Yes, I saw. It was a little Yoda, right?
Yeah. He had one built.
It was dope as shit.
That's the coolest thing I've ever seen.
Exactly.
So,
I want one.
Yeah.
Plus the 50 cal go with it. That would be pretty sweet too.
So shout out to Chris Pratt and Post Malone for being based.
There you go.
That's really funny.
I'm excited to. I'm actually excited for Guardians 3 coming out. I rewatched the Guardian of the Galaxy movies recently.
I remember you saying that.
They're pretty fire. The first one especially.
I'm out on all these superhero movies now. It's too much for me.
I saw a commercial for one the other day on fucking scrolling through Twitter, and it didn't. I don't know if it's like affiliated with any of the major things, but it's called like Beetle Man. Have you even heard of this? Blue Beetle?
Blue Beetle.
Yeah.
That's a DC one.
Oh, it is DC.
I do know Blue Beetle.
So it's going to crash. It's going to nosedive like everything else DC tries to make in a movie.
The director just got in trouble because he tweeted something about... I don't want to, I'm pretty sure he tweeted something about someone assassinating Donald Trump, and then he deleted the tweet.
Oops.
But obviously it's the internet, so people already saw it.
Screenshot.
I'm pretty sure that's what happened. I'm sure you can Google it.
Probably.
But
I saw that. I don't know much about DC, and I was like, what the fuck? It looks like a DC Spider-Man is what it looks like.
He just wants to be left alone. Live and let live will always be difficult because eventually you have to deal with people who want to make you conform to their ideological will. 100%. That's
Amen.
absolutely true.
And I think that might be a good segue to talk about some guns.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you want to.
Yeah, it's a pretty base thing. I mean, we've seen the national discussions, especially after Nashville,
which we'll talk about in part 2 a little bit more.
Yeah, for calls for an assault weapons ban, and we have one that's looking like it's actually going to happen here. They've been trying for several years now. I'm going to say probably 5 years they've been going for it. Certainly however long Bob Ferguson has been the Attorney General, he's been pushing for it because this is his thing.
It's his baby.
But this one has cleared the Senate committee, and it's gone. I think it's just waiting to go to the floor.
Yes,
in the
which
Senate. So,
I saw a video. There's a guy, I can't remember his name. He always has WK on his jacket, and he does like these little videos standing by a stream in Issaquah somewhere.
Great.
but he did the announcement yesterday, kind of updating that, and he had said essentially that it's going to go to the floor, get voted on. There's no anticipation of it not passing. They have all the votes they need for it to pass, and then it'll go to the governor's desk, in which case it could be signed as early as like in the next couple days.
Because it's already passed the House.
It's got to go back to the House, I guess.
Okay.
But the idea is there's another bill that's coming along too, and so he's probably going to wait. Inslee's probably going to wait for, I think he said till about like the 17th. So another week or so. So both bills will come up, and then they'll do a big thing about it and sign both bills at the same time. But yeah, it looks like, and within the next 2 weeks, probably there will be some form of a ridiculous assault weapons ban in this state.
Yeah, and this one has also to do with like certain parts and stuff as well. So also threaded barrels is another thing that you can't get, and like muzzle brakes is something that you won't be able to purchase anymore. There's like really odd specific items that are covered in this particular assault weapons ban.
Because a muzzle brake makes sense, right?
It's really weird stuff. The magazines are covered in it again as well, is another part of it. So let me see. So while I'm looking for, we can talk about. So that is why I have that gun behind me. Because I'm an everyman like you guys, and I'm a dad with 2 kids.
They call them featureless rifles here in California.
There you go.
Featureless. I mean, that's aptly named. If it's a bare bones naked ass gun, it is definitely featureless.
Yes. There it is. Pew Pew Tactical. That's what it was. I can send
Pew
you
pew.
Yeah. Here, I'll send you this article.
Okay.
I was just trying to find the correct one. So I was saving up to buy a pistol, and I was just kind of putting cash to the side whenever I could, because I didn't necessarily need one. Right? I've showed the other one that I have before, the Glock. I've showed that before. It's a great gun. So I didn't necessarily need one, but I wanted another one, a 9mm, and so I went to buy it. And I was talking to the guy at the gun store about, do you have any uppers? Do you have any, what you got? Do you have any other pre-built? Because I don't really want to like buy one myself right now. And
Pew Pew Tactical, I love it.
excuse me, they did. So I treated myself a little bit, and I picked up this. Oh shit, this is probably illegal as fuck, but I picked up this 12.5. This upper, right? The lower is one that I already had. So we'll just leave that
right there. There we go.
there. The lower is one that I already had, so I just took my rifle upper off of it and I put this new upper on there. It came with like the optic, the bull carrier group, and the charging handle, everything fantastic.
Name brand stuff too.
Oh yeah, all arrow pieces. It's very good. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. Yeah, 12.5. I like it a lot. So
it's so pretty.
And the store that I got it from, they sell cans and stuff also. So that's my next official venture.
Yee. Tax stamp time.
Yeah, unfortunately. There's also like the Form 1s and stuff like that, and I just don't know how I feel about any of that. Finishing up myself, whatever. I'll do one day, but wait till after the bands come. Y'all got to learn what a bat wing grip is.
Bat wing grip. Do you know? I mean, I have to rely on your expertise in the world these days.
Not by that particular term. No, I don't know what a bat wing grip is.
You failed me. You have failed me.
Yeah. So the bill names 60 other specific makes. So ARs and AKs in general, and then also 60 other specific makes and models: FN SCARs, FN PS90s, HK MP5s, 50 cals, Galils, AUGs, all these things. Specific accessories like a telescoping stock, threaded barrel, muzzle brake, a pistol grip are also no-goes. So that's going to mean a vertical grip. Can't have a vertical grip anymore. That same thing that I have.
We used to call them pig sticks, right?
Yeah, so this is like, it's called like a broom handle, right? Like things like that. This is the upper that I took off of that. This is obviously it's safe. We're good here because there's no lower on it. But yeah, this is what I took off there. And so this vertical grip would be not okay anymore. Can't have those things. You have to have like an angled grip or a hand stop. These are the things that you would have to have on there. But also you can't have these anyway, so it doesn't really matter. But
oh my god,
So
So
that's nice.
stupid.
Yeah. Let's see. What else is there? Pistols, shotguns, and accessories. Semi-automatic pistols and shotguns are not outside the scope of the measure, which bans pistols using a detachable magazine and sporting one of the following accessories: threaded barrel, second hand grip, or shroud. And I don't know what a shroud is. Semi-automatic shotguns with folding, telescoping, or thumbhole stocks, grips that protrude conspicuously beneath the action. Right? This is the level of legislating that we're working with. Grips that protrude, quote, conspicuously beneath the action. This is what we're dealing with here. I would love to see a bill introduced that designated anyone who introduces an unconstitutional bill as a treasonous piece of shit.
I support this amendment.
Protruding conspicuously beneath the action, fixed magazine with more than 7 rounds, revolving cylinder, or pistol grip is also prohibited. And then HB 1240 moves past just firearms and into accessories, squashing the use of conversion kits and large capacity magazines, which we already have. So, according to legislators, HB 1240 is a direct response to what they call a public health threat. Pointing to the use of so-called assault weapons in recent mass shootings, authors of the bill said removing firearms that allow assailants to fire a high volume of rounds quickly is necessary to protect its citizens. So
None of that makes sense.
that's why we're doing it
But, hey,
here.
That's what we're doing.
It's going to be great.
We're going to save so many. I mean, if it saves just one life, right?
Yeah.
Or have we
so-
moved past that rhetoric at this point?
Because of the place that we live, it will definitely be signed if it is passed by the Senate, and then it will definitely be challenged in the courts. But I don't know how likely it is that there will be an injunction on it, because the magazine ban that we have, that again is supposed to ban us from having any magazines over 10 rounds. The pistol that I brought here with me today has a magazine in it with 15 rounds.
Grandfather.
I don't know how that works as far as carrying it, because clarification was never given to anybody. We just aren't supposed to have them, even though it's okay. We're not supposed to buy them. It's okay for us to have them. No one ever said whether or not we're allowed to carry them in the law. Of course, all gun laws are infringements. We're going to carry the 15 anyway. It's the same reason that, I have that upper on the lower that we have there. It's the same reason that we did all these things. So, I don't want to get too heavy into it yet, because we're going to talk about it more in part 2. Obviously, this is not a good thing. These are not things that should be happening. These are not meant to protect you. This is only meant to disarm you so that something else can happen in the future. This is meant so they can have more control over you, and you have less control over your life. You have less ability to defend yourself, to protect your family, to protect people around you. It's not good. We were blessed, and I am hesitant to use those words, but that's what I'm going to go with this time, to have that this most recent shooting was ended quickly, and that we had police officers that were there in a very short amount of time, and they ended this in a very short amount of time. We have seen other examples where that's not the case. You cannot, and nor should you, or should you be asked to rely on the state for defense of your life. You are in charge of your life. You have charge to defend yourself and your family and the people that you love and the people around you who abdicate that responsibility. It is up to you. And I believe that everyone should do that. And I believe in you, everyone who's listening to this show. This is against your rights. This is unconstitutional at the very least, regardless of how you feel about how Colin and I view rights, or how I view rights, because I don't want to speak for you, but I know, we're on the same shit. But
We're pretty much there.
This is unconstitutional. This is a violation of your rights. These assault weapons bans. These are nonsense.
Confirm.
Do not comply with this. Continue to do what you're doing. Continue to operate.
The language is fairly clear. I mean, it's shall not be infringed. Shall not be infringed.
Keep banging.
The right of a people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. All these things sound like infringements to me.
Just keep going.
I just, but it's fine. Joe Biden's a Second Amendment supporter.
Yeah.
He's pro 2A. He's a 2A guy if you listen to him. Just really upset that there's so many deer out there sporting Kevlar. I don't know how they're getting it, but they're doing it apparently. Did we talk about the capital gains tax on the last episode?
No,
No?
I don't think so.
The Washington State has, just through the Supreme Court, has just made a decision that the Washington State capital gains tax does not qualify as an income tax because income tax in the state of Washington is unconstitutional according to our state constitution.
Right.
But we are now the only state in the entire union that does not recognize the capital gains tax as an income tax. We're classifying it as an excise tax, which technically doesn't count as a capital gains tax. So we here in the state of Washington make big moves. We are groundbreaking on this front. So if you are making a capital gains in the state of Washington, that counts as an income tax, or doesn't count as an income tax now, even though that is income.
That's precisely what it is.
That's precisely what it is. I would know because I've been getting hit with it for fucking years at this point. But first time in multiple years I haven't been dinged on the capital gains tax.
When we were in Oregon last weekend, the server at the bar that we went to, the Horse Brass.
The Horse Brass.
Right, that's what the bar was called. That guy said there's no sales tax in Oregon. They have state income tax.
Yes.
So that guy told me that if he works full time, 40 hours, he makes less money than if he works 20 hours and just collects as much tips as possible.
Yeah.
Because of the way that the income tax goes.
Yeah.
That he gets fucked that hard.
That's the way it goes down there, man. It's pretty rough. We used to make we had like a family vacation we take every year down in Southern Oregon, or Central Oregon, and every time we go down, we'd always drive down in the old pickup. That was the family truck, and we just load everything up and head down for like a nice week or something down there. But my parents would go to like the feed store when they were down there and load up on like horse staples because there was no sales tax, and then we'd bring that back here so we could save. You know, when you're going to go spend $1,000 on a bunch of like feed and supplements and equipment and all this stuff, I mean, it saves you hundreds of dollars if you buy it without sales tax and then just bring it back. So we used to do that shit all the time.
And that's what he said. He says, so the trick is to work in Washington and to shop in Oregon.
That's right. It'll save you some money, baby.
Yeah. It was pretty cool. The things were just $13. And I was like, nice.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. You don't have to sit there and try to think, like, okay, so if it says this, how much am I really paying?
No.
And of course, everything is 99 cents. So $6.99, $13.99.
They don't really do that shit there.
Just $13?
Yeah, it's all like flat, you know, because they don't want to deal with 1 penny. Who wants to deal with 1 penny? No one wants to deal with 1 penny.
That's true.
So,
I bet you that's just in the places that have sales tax.
Yeah, no, things were just like 50, 25. They were rounded to even. Yeah. So you were just getting quarters back. It was really cool.
What a fucking mind-blowing concept.
It was really nice. Fuck a penny. I don't. Why are we using pennies at all?
I got pennies over here. I don't give a shit about pennies.
Rounded to 5. I don't. What's the difference in 4 cents? Just round it to a 5.
Yeah, we can't nick.
0.
Yeah, let's just nuke the penny and just go with nickels.
We don't need it.
Not that real money is going to be a thing much longer, but hey,
no.
We'll talk about that later. Oh yeah, I can't wait for FedCoin to come into play. Going to be fucking great.
So, all right, let's talk about that really quick. Let's talk about the digital currency.
Oh yeah, we'll do that
because I don't understand it.
Okay.
So I've heard a lot of people, especially this week, very upset about it, and I'm feeling like I'm just not understanding.
Okay.
Right, that's where I'm at now because you and I were talking about it last week, and I was like, this means nothing to me because my money is in the bank anyway. That's how everyone's money is. Like the cash that you have really is valueless because it's not based on anything. It's not based on gold. It's not based on whatever. It's based off of
oil right now, which is
based off of the 0 and 1 that these people have put in the computer anyway.
Yeah.
So I just don't understand. So now I feel like I don't understand. Like I've got to be missing something because people are like, this is the next level of control. If it's all digital currency, then they control everything. They already, in my mind, they already are deciding how much this currency is worth. So
the major next step that's going to take place in July, right? Right now,
I gotta open my mind for this.
Get your third eye open. Let's go. the major thing that's going to be different is right now in the financial institutions, aka the banks and so on and so forth,
that are collapsing.
I mean, there's that. There's, transaction they take time to clear, right?
Yes.
I swipe my debit card somewhere, I stick it in the thing, and I punch my board. I use the touch pass now because I got a fancy new card.
Yep.
That essentially they get a signal. My bank gets a signal to release the money to this other institution's bank, essentially, right? So then that takes time. They, in good faith, will send money over this way, that way, but it takes time for those transactions to clear.
Yes.
The same reason
Because it's different institutions.
Yes, like
Okay.
you have you got $100 in the bank, and you have a $500 check you want to cash.
Yep.
You can't go in and cash that right away. You can get most banks will give you the equivalent of what you already have in your account. That way they can back it up.
Right.
Like in case the check is bad.
Right.
And then it takes time for that stuff to clear, and then within a couple days you have the rest of your money, and then you can withdraw it, so on and so forth. But in July, the Federal Reserve is rolling out a new system called FedNow, which is essentially
This is confirmed now. This is what their intent, or
this is actually from the federalreserve.gov.
Okay.
So this is actually happening.
I love when they do this.
Yeah, I don't. It's pretty terrible.
I just mean I love when they don't lie about shit. You know,
Yeah,
when
yeah, yeah.
They're like,
no,
"Nah,
we're going to do this
yeah,
because
this is what
this
we're
doing. Let's see. Kevin says CBDC, the central bank digital currency, is programmable and can expire. They can tell you what you can and can't buy. When you can and can't buy, you don't spend all your money. 2 weeks later, the money expires, so there will be no more savings. These are all possibilities.
These are all the spheres of
Yes.
a digital currency.
Yes,
Okay.
because right now the money is digital, right? But there's
Right.
still dollars floating around out there. People
Okay.
still have money in various places, and the Federal Reserve doesn't necessarily have direct control over it. So the government, through the Federal Reserve, can't just shut off. They just can't take your money away necessarily because it doesn't belong to them. It belongs to a bank. So it belongs to somebody, right? It's not really your money when you give it to the bank. It's the bank's money. They just keep the ledger going, so on and so forth. So, but what this is going to do is all transactions will be run through the FedNow Federal Reserve System, which is an
Okay.
instantaneous transfer of monies, which, to my understanding at this point, the only way to do that is essentially to be running some kind of digital currency, like that akin to a cryptocurrency, right?
On a blockchain or something like that.
Something like that. But this is not going to be that. This is just going to be
Right.
run through their program. So
Government blockchain.
yeah, so they say the Federal Reserve announced July launch for FedNow service. The Federal Reserve announced that the FedNow service will start opening in July and provide details on preparation for launch. The first week of April, the Federal Reserve will begin the formal certification of participants for the launch of the service. Early adopters will become a customer testing and certification program informed by feedback by the FedNow pilot program to prepare for sending live transactions through the system. Certification encompasses a comprehensive testing curriculum with defined expectations for operational readiness and network expansion, blah, blah, blah. In June, the Federal Reserve and certified participants will conduct a production validation activates to confirm readiness for the July launch. So as of April, they're already starting to get the first institutions start signing on to this program.
So that people can be a testing group can be issued like a debit card essentially.
Yeah.
To be able to use digital currency.
Yeah.
And it will be accepted at different, if it's major institutions.
It'll still be dollars.
Right.
But it'll all just, the way it's all funneled and controlled at that point, it runs directly through this Fed program.
And if the major institutions recognize it, like Visa, Chase, those things.
It'll be the banks themselves.
Right.
JP Morgan Chase, Bank of
Right.
America, Wells Fargo. All those people will be running their financial transactions through this FedNow service. And so, yeah, card companies like Visa, MasterCard, American Express. I don't know exactly if they're run the exact same way, but I'm pretty sure they are. I mean, their money is somewhere, and it's not going to just be, they have it in accounts somewhere. What are you doing, Kat? What are you doing? You need to leave my court alone.
Yeah, so I'm trying to think of what I'm talking about is thinking of the route for different companies accepting this as currency, right? Because not everywhere takes like Bitcoin. Some places will. There's some places you can buy shit with Bitcoin, but not everywhere.
Yeah. This will still be dollars, though. It's just how those transactions are processed won't necessarily. They'll be turning banks into essentially middlemen.
Okay.
Not like right now. You go to the bank, you put your money in there. There's transactions between banks, right? That's how that more or less works.
Yeah.
Right now, the Federal Reserve just essentially puts the money out there and then creates policy for how that stuff is moved around and interest and so on and so forth. This will essentially make them the main. I don't know how you want like a good analogy here, but they're the station. They're the main train station for all transactions going in and out of all these other major institutions. So all this money is going to pass through the Federal Reserve's program.
For everything.
Yes, and this is the actual FedNow program where institutions can sign up and get their things going. And their big thing is these are instant payments, instantly actionable transactions.
So the companies have incentive. Hey, that's enough. Honestly.
Come on.
Honestly.
She's laying there and somebody will come. She'll get into their bubble. He's like, get the fuck out of my bubble. I'm laying down here.
So different companies and businesses have incentive to use this because they don't have to wait 3 days to get your money. If you're going to buy stuff, then they can have it that day.
Yeah, and I'm sure there's other.
Especially a small business.
Oh yeah, yeah. Well, it'll be the bank that you bank with as a small business. Most small businesses use very large banks because they got a lot of programs and stuff like that. But yeah, this is all still dollars.
Yeah.
But
it's hanging me up. But
yeah.
I understand. I'm here. It's a weird deal.
It is a weird deal. This is not necessarily the creation of the central bank digital currency, but it's creating the platform for that to become a thing.
Okay.
I think later down the road, we'll actually be looking at a more cashless society.
This is the precursor to the
you have to have a platform for this stuff to take place before you introduce this kind of stuff. And right now, I mean, you can buy these certain stable coins and shit like that. They're like USD coin and shit like that, which are just crypto versions of a dollar.
Yeah.
So I mean, I don't know how all that stuff's going to shake out.
So this way you're saying this is their version of blockchain. This is their platform for processing all of that shit.
Yeah, except for the fact that instead of actually being a secure blockchain, it's all just going to be a Federal Reserve program
collected by the government.
Yeah,
right.
I mean, they're technically a private company, right?
They also know how you spend all your money.
Yes, and this will make it so that if there are certain transactions that are not allowed for whatever reason, they
like
will
guns.
instantly be able to deny you this transaction as you go to pay for it.
Like guns, because there are already some credit card companies that are like flagging those types of transactions if you try and purchase a gun somewhere.
Yep.
Another reason that I was saying I had saved up for this pistol because I wanted specifically to buy it in cash. I didn't want to buy
cash money
it on a card anymore. I wanted to buy guns in cash from now on. So that's part of why I did it that way.
So basically, you're just like a criminal now. Look at that. You're spending money in cash.
Handgun in cash from a small gun store.
Yeah. And watching what has happened over the past decade to countries in Europe, a lot of them have moved to a cashless society at this point, which is just
Everything
a
on the
various
phone.
way.
Doo-doo-doo.
Phone, card, most places don't even have cards anymore. They're it's fucking QR code or whatever on your phone. You just bloop bloop done. Various ways people are looking at doing handprints now and all sorts of stuff, but
I've seen that.
it's all just biometric type stuff. Yeah, anything to prove. It's essentially just another version of your PIN.
You shouldn't be doing that.
No, you shouldn't be doing that at all. But then again, we've screwed up our our monetary system so systematically at this point. It's going to be rough. This is all going to be rough, and I think this is all just laying the groundwork for trying to prevent a total and utter collapse as we go forward. And the only way they can do that is to centrally control everything. But we'll get deeper into the weeds on that in part 3 when we start talking about the petrodollar
Shouldn't be doing this, guys.
Yeah, it's all bad news. So
Yeah. Should try and trade with people whenever you can.
yeah,
Bartering is cool.
bartering's dope. I
Yeah.
like that. Where do you think that boat out front came from?
Yeah.
You think homie paid cash for that? No. He traded his services for an X amount of time for that boat.
Bartering is cool.
Bartering's dope.
Learn how to do a thing. Do that thing for people.
Yep. And
Get
I
stuff
think
for it.
get skills.
Yeah.
Gain skills. Think of yourself as an RPG character. You know, you have a limitless potential of skills that you can acquire. Start leveling up some of them skills, baby. That's where I'm at. Listen to too many of those video game people lately. Everything I see now is just
Yeah.
in video game.
I want to teach people to read.
Read would be good.
Yeah.
That's
Teaching people to read, that's a good skill.
massive declines in reading levels these days.
I think I was like, weak.
Super weak.
I think I was like 15 or something like that the first time that I considered that there were people who couldn't read, you know? I just didn't I just took it as
It's a weird concept,
thing that
right?
everyone does. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I don't remember in school somehow. But yeah, like people being illiterate, and I was like, "What do you mean?" And they're like they can't read or write, and I was like,
What do you mean?
What do you mean?" Because I just had a difficult time. How do you conduct daily life not knowing how to read or write? Like I don't
Yeah.
understand that because I read so much shit every day. How do you not?
Yeah.
You know.
You read things without even thinking about
You
it. Like,
just yeah.
you know, every time I look up at Spider-Man, I read amazing fantasy. I read reserved parking and Seattle Seahawks fans only.
Right. So some
know?
stuff you just end up knowing what it says. Like you can't actually read. You just know what those things say. You know what a stop sign says, but
Yeah.
you can't read it. You know, like
Yeah, can't comprehend the what is it, like phonics or whatever, the vernacular.
Right.
You can't break down the word and understand what it means by looking at the individual letters.
yeah, it made me super sad.
Yeah, and there's like a not small number of people in America today that are still illiterate, which is a weird thing to think about.
Yeah.
So it's tough. It's a
Especially
tough
because when
thing.
you're a child, like if your parents or whoever is taking care of you knows how to read, it's just a lack of investment of time. You know, because it's just time. You just need exposure to letters and reading and stuff to learn how to do that. That's just
Yeah.
like most of the time. That's just how it works. You know,
Yeah.
so
because your brain's like a sponge when you're a
Yeah.
kid, so you just pick up the right
yeah,
type of things.
it's just a lack of investment of time, which is a very sad thing.
Yeah.
I used to volunteer at a food pantry. The number of people in this country who can't read or write would freak you out if you really knew. Yeah,
That's fucking
that's
wild, man. Hey, no child left behind, baby.
yeah, that's right. I dealt with a lot of homeless, and a majority of them couldn't read or write, and I had to do paperwork for them, which is fucking wild.
Dude. Yeah, you think about like the societal standards more or less that we've set up, especially moving forward, like that rely on pieces of technology and shit like that, like the FedNow thing. I mean, you're going to have some kind of app on a phone, I would imagine, in the near future. In the not so, distant future, in maybe a few years, all transactions will have to be done like on a smartphone or something like that.
Yeah.
Because we'll be moving away from cash. What happens to people that don't have those? What if
Right.
you wanted to go back to a clamshell phone or something like that, or
Get your Obama phone.
get your Obama phone? Yeah, the
how they'll
Obama
do it.
phone. But
That would be great.
how do you even do that if you can't read?
When the federal government starts giving people cell phones because that's how you are like a pit boy, you know, because that's what it's
pit
going to
boy.
end up being. Is everyone's just going to have a
pit
pit boy
boy.
or something wild? Yeah. Just
Can we do like a
whole-
giant steampunk bracelet for it? You
I
know,
think it'll look more like, because of how edgy and technological and cool we are, it's going to look like, you know, in football, the quarterbacks wear that little arm cuff
Yeah.
with all the plays on it. It's going to look like that. It's just going to be a little thing you just slide on, a
Yeah.
little sleeve. We're going to make them. Is how it's going to be. We're
Let's
going to get
go,
the contract,
yeah.
and we're going to make them with some type of new bio mesh material that we cut
Yeah.
out with like a laser wheel.
Let's
And
do
that's
it.
how we're
Laser
gonna
wheel.
Yeah. And it's just going to be a sleeve that everyone wears, but it's going to Bill Gates style microchip into your skin so you can't take it off once you put it on. We got another book going. Let's do this.
Let's
go. So
I love this. Joseph says, will the bolivar equal $1 or $2? So the bolivar is the Venezuelan currency.
Okay.
And so that's like wheelbarrows full of
Right.
cash to go buy a loaf of bread. So will a bolivar be worth $1 or $2? You know, we'll just wait until the crisis hits, and that's when they're going to trigger this thing.
Right. That's how
That's
they'll
really
do
what
it.
it's
They'll
gonna
say
go.
you can either use your phone or you can carry around a wheelbarrow full of cash. What do you really want to do?
Yes.
This is where we're at now. So,
Yeah, and that's the big talk right now is in implementation. All you got to really do is wait for that emergency to come and say, hey, don't worry about it. If you want access to your money, all of your deposits will be guaranteed. You just need to download this app,
Right.
and then you'll have instant access to all of your money.
You can transact however you want.
That's right, because the ledgers of all the banks will just go directly into the FedNow system, and then the Federal Reserve will be the bank.
Fuck these people.
And then all the other banks will just become middlemen that make money and interest and screw everybody else over in the process. So that'll be something to look forward to.
Yeah.
And again, I won't even be 40 by
They'll
the
be
time it hits, probably.
kulaks.
We'll be the kulaks.
They will.
Yeah, they will.
Bankers.
Yeah, you can't be a kulak, man. You know, if you don't look like you're starving, you must be stealing food. So you're a kulak, and you have to go to Siberia. What's our version of Siberia? Canada? Just send them up to Canada. They got so many laws up there at this point now that you're going to end up in jail at some point.
We're gonna.
So we'll just
we're-
deport you to Canada, and then they'll end up in the Canadian jail
We're
system.
going to be in a war with China, and they're going to have to be digging cobalt out of a mine in was Idaho. There's the cobalt.
Idaho
Yeah.
or Utah, or there's like
There you
one or
go.
two places in the country you can do that.
That's where they're going to be doing it. They're going to be cobalt mining
There
in
you go.
Idaho.
Yeah,
If
that's
you're-
that's
yeah.
gonna suck in the wintertime.
It's going to be really cold.
Yeah, it's gonna be
It's
real cold.
Really, really cold there.
It'll be
And
like
very red and cobalty, and it's going to be unfortunate.
it's gonna be super unfortunate. Like in the Siberian concentration camps or the gulags, it was always cold, right?
Yeah.
But we're gonna have 2 seasons because of where these cobalt mines are going to be at. So you're going to get scorchingly destroyed. You're going to get roasted in the summertime,
Yeah.
and then you're going to get frozen in the wintertime. So you can't even adapt to a single temperature to try to survive. You're just going to be fucked.
And that's how they're going to keep flowing people there, is because there's going to be just
It's
constant turnover.
rollover. You know, it'll be good, and then we'll use you to fertilize the trees so that we can cut down on carbon.
That's why they started all these human composting laws, is
Let's
so that
go.
we can be used to it. You know,
And also, I'm kind of okay with being
human
thrown into.
compost.
I'm kind of okay being thrown in underneath a tree or something like
What
that
else do
to
you do with
nourish
it?
the shit.
what else do you do with the human body?
I mean, stick it in a designated piece of land with a bunch of other dead bodies with a rock over you. I don't get that aspect of things, man.
We drove past a cemetery in Portland that was legit like a mile long.
Oh, yeah?
it was insane.
And then what happens?
Why?
People
what?
aren't going to stop dying.
No, it just filled up, and then what?
Yeah. And then how long does it take for you to break down? Well,
Shouldn't be doing that.
yeah, we shouldn't be doing that. No, just
Shouldn't be doing that.
I'm glad at this point I spent a lot of time on the ocean, so I'm like, no, just dump me out there. Just dump me out there, bro.
Let me blow it up and sink, and we'll be good to
It'll
go.
be fine. You know,
Yeah.
if you need to make me a pair of concrete galoshes to make it all go down, do that.
Let's do it.
Let's go.
That's
you
right.
know, make sure it's deep though. That way, all
Out there.
the pressure will. I don't want to float up and then cause nobody else problems.
Right.
I've been there, done that. That's
Let
not a
the
fun
fish-
experience. Yeah,
Let the fish eat me up. You know.
yeah. I want to be eaten by the crabs.
Yeah.
The crabs and the shrimp that you will later on eat.
Turn my skeleton into a reef. You know, let little fish live in my skull as I'm attached down there.
Yeah, you'll have to get the Wolverine treatment, turn all your bones to metal
That would
before that. That way you can branch out. That'd be pretty cool, though.
Yeah.
I am the heart of the reef.
Yeah.
Look at all these fishes living inside of me. Well, that took a turn. I love how this goes. Let's see. Do we want to hit anything else in part 1?
Homelessness is really bad.
Oh, yeah,
Let's
you
just
sent me
talk
that
about it.
fucking
Yeah,
podcast.
We can just kind of talk about it in generalities, because I don't have the numbers down to like go through it or anything. It's really bad, and the
Super
baseline,
bad.
because there was a lot of reporting on it over the last 2 weeks, which is really interesting. There's a lot of it's in Seattle in particular, a lot of bureaucracy that seems to gum up the works. Everybody needs to have their hand in something. Everything needs a permit. One of the examples they gave in this podcast you were talking about that I sent you, it's called Seattle Now. It's a local one. It's done through KUOW, which is our local NPR affiliate. And
The state affiliated media.
yeah, that's right. And they were talking about the street sinks
Street sinks.
Yeah, that they wanted to build, that the city council wanted to build. And so there was a contract for 100 street sinks. And I think they had built 3 of them. And part of the reason is because every single individual street sink location had to have its own permit. Every single one of them. There couldn't be a blanket permit, even though the Seattle City Council is the one who did this. There was also another one for tiny houses that an individual city council member had pledged $2.5 million for it, and then quietly retracted the pledge for the money that he put in, and was still championing all these individual houses that are built, even though he had nothing to do with it at all.
Nope. That's the nature of bureaucracy, because every agency or office in the bureaucracy wants to assert their dominance and their, this is our territory. We handle this stuff.
Right.
And we're backed up for 18 months right now. We're looking at permits and this and that, and approvals. And, the next committee meeting isn't for another 30 days. So we're not going to get to this for, probably 2.5 years at this point. And then, and then we get, what about the public inquiry periods and blah, 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 blah. This is just standardized. Anytime you want to build anything within some kind of municipality where there's a bureaucracy, which is everywhere, just how many levels you have to do. And in the city of Seattle, there's an infinite number of layers of bureaucracy to get through. And so it's so bad, they can't even get their own proposals that the city council wants, champions, and approves. They can't even get those done because the bureaucracy is so tied up and so twisted, which is no surprise. But the concept of public sinks, because this was the first time I ever heard about this when I listened to that.
Sink?
The street sink. What are your thoughts on the validity of a street sink?
It's going to be disgusting.
It's definitely going to be
that's
disgusting.
Cool. It's going to be disgusting. It's going to be absolutely horrific. I think that's fine. It makes sense, I know. And because they said at the very minimum, it really is to just get more access to public water. And I think that's fine. People walking along, filling up their water bottles and shit like that. I think that's great that people can just get water.
Yeah. And if you're homeless, living out on the street, where do you get water from?
I think water bill's crazy anyway. So someone built a structure somewhere, that person happens to own the rights to the water. That's how we've decided that things are going to be done. That's fucking insane. That's insane. I know. So now I pay this company because they happen to build a structure there.
Can I start a water company?
I
don't think so.
That's retarded. That doesn't make any sense to me. This is just a thing that we're still doing, and we don't know how to do it any other way. So that's how we don't choose to do it any other way. So this is how we do it. So no, I think free water for people on the street is a fine idea.
Yeah.
But
it reminded me of ancient Rome. They had public fountains everywhere, right?
Yeah.
And people would go collect their water for the day that way, or if you were one of the people that actually had running water in your house in ancient Rome, which a lot of people did, you could do that. But there was a lot of people that were homeless living on the street in the city of Rome. And one of the ways they kind of got around the sanitation problems was, you had these, because they had aqueducts everywhere running water. So you had water pressure, this and that. So they'd build public fountains for people, and then they'd use that for their bathing water, for drinking water, all that stuff. It kind of reminded me of a really messed up futuristic version of that. But unfortunately, we don't have the deference as a society to make sure these things stay clean.
No.
And so they're going to be fucking disgusting.
No, in a city especially as big and as leftist and disgusting as Seattle only knows how to do things in a bureaucratic fashion. So they don't know by design how to do anything any other way other than to make it take an insanely long amount of time. And they've designed it with red tape and with all these barriers.
Yeah, I like this.
Intentionally. I bet 3M wishes they could get their hands on the tech that made that red tape. It can literally hold up the world.
That's right. Figuratively and literally.
So I think it's cool, the public sync thing. But
There's no way it's going to get done.
It's going to be horrific. I was telling you, I've told you a bunch of times and a million other people about when we were there the last time to go to the aquarium, and the surveyors were saying that their company had paid for a porta potty to put down there, and they had to chain it up because it had been made so disgusting by the homeless that lived around it that the workers couldn't even use the porta potty that their company had paid for. When we were in Oregon, third reference, banged it, did it. I didn't mean to, but this is how we're doing it because it's just
You're a 3-timer.
Well, it's what we did last weekend. So the homeless problem there was horrific. It was the worst I've seen in quite some time. I mean, quite literally every place that had enough room for a tent or a structure, there was a tent or structure. There were multiple different structures, multiple different tents, living areas that had like large bookcases and cabinets made of plastic that you would have in a garage. So they had dry storage outside of these tents and stuff. I mean, it was wild. And it just is, I mean, next to the freeway, right next to the freeway, right? All these overpasses and everything. I mean, they're just right in between two pieces of the freeway. People just sleeping. It's crazy.
That's fucking nuts, man.
It's really crazy. And
Besides, road noise gives you dementia. So that's bad for them.
Legit like Gotham City. I mean, that's how it felt. As we're driving through, and I said, "This is like Gotham City." It's so dirty and disgusting, and also filled with money and art and people doing everyday things there. Right along all of the horror. It was really very interesting to see. When I was down there, and I told you, it's like, I get it. Like, why I'm sitting in the bar, I get it. I get why people live here. This is fun. It's entertaining.
It's cool vibe. It's
like, but I mean, you just walk around a little bit or drive around. You're like, this is horrific. I mean, this is absolutely horrific to look at this, to see that people are living beside you while you're having fun, seeing the beauty of the city, looking at all of this, all the graffiti that's up there, that all is very cool, that gives the city a whole very artistic vibe. And while we're doing that, enjoying it, there are people who are fucking living in a tent right next to it.
Yeah.
How can you enjoy this every day when this is the duality of what you're looking at, Yeah. That's terrible.
Yeah, talk about like, high tier, low tier class right there. I mean, that's
terrible.
That's rough stuff. Did you notice a marketable difference as you crossed from like the southern Washington line into Oregon? Or did it take a while for, like, because Portland and Vancouver are, like, right together,
Vancouver, Battleground.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. And in Battleground in Vancouver, there's, a bunch of Joe Kent signs. There's a bunch of
that's right.
That. Yeah, it's very conservative. And then
you cross the
directly
water.
into Portland, and it's boom. We're like, whoa.
Whoa.
Yeah, I mean, even in Oregon, if you go to, like, Eugene and Junction City are two towns right next to each other. In Junction City, sleeping outside is illegal. So there's no homelessness in Junction City. In Eugene, it's horrific because it's not illegal to sleep outside in Eugene. So all of the people who once lived outside in Junction City now live outside in Eugene. And I experienced that the last time I went to visit my aunt. That I was like, so homelessness is real bad here, huh? And she said, yeah, they just recently like illegalized sleeping outside in Junction City. And so now everybody is here. And that's just how it happens. They just
because you can, an individual city can make homelessness, the visible display of homelessness, illegal.
Yes.
Right. But that doesn't stop somebody from being homeless. It just forces them somewhere else.
Right. And
which it's like that South Park episode where they force all the homeless people out of California out of, forget where it was, but they had that big migration of homelessness come into Colorado.
Yeah.
And then they were like, everybody go to California because they're nice to the homeless over there.
Right.
But yeah, you don't fix the problem essentially by making it illegal. You move people most times. That's like the failure of the generally conservative argument is like you have to make public camping illegal on the streets. That way you can remove these people.
Precisely.
Okay, cool. But where are they going to go? They're going to go someplace where it's not illegal. You're just pushing the problem somewhere else for somebody else to handle, which there's no handling it. I think if we've learned one thing about homelessness in this day and age, you're not fixing anything. You're just, I mean, you might be giving a small fraction of people a alternative to living on the street. But I mean, we're talking in probably the decimals of a percent of people as far as the overall number goes.
Yeah,
And it's just not good.
There's too many people living on the streets to make it illegal to sleep on the streets.
Yeah.
So all they can do is just incentivize people and try and get people to go to shelters. But there's 90 million different reasons that people don't want to go into shelters. Some good, some bad. You know,
Every
neither
shelter
here
has
nor
different
there.
rules.
All different rules. Yeah.
Yeah.
Some places you have to be clean. Some places you can do whatever you want. Some places you can't have a dog, or like you have to be by yourself, or no children, or you have to be a woman, or there's all kinds of different rules like that. And so it complicates. It complicates things, but not to the point that the issue cannot be solved, because they're by design choosing to not solve this problem. They choose to make it worse.
And I don't know if I have it
because the
saved.
red tape that Joseph has talked about, that 3M is desperately seeking the designs for.
I need that patent, baby.
Yeah, because that exists. It takes years for anything to be done, and the people who live in the city then suffer instead, because they're the ones whose property is destroyed and who have no other recourse but to call the police and trespass people who don't give a shit about the laws anyway, because they're sleeping outside. And what's the difference? What's one more ticket when you already don't have any money?
Yeah.
So,
There's I think it's this guy, Jonathan Cho. There's been a marked push lately to start cleaning up some of these camps
yeah.
in Seattle, mixed, obviously with mixed reception.
Right.
But apparently they've been closing down a lot of these makeshift shelters, causing a lot of people to get really
The
pissed off.
encampments.
But again,
Dow Constantine.
you clean some of these things up, but where do these people go? They go somewhere.
They just disperse throughout the city.
Yeah.
And then they're upset, they're mad because they don't have a place that they were staying anymore. They're not home no longer exists.
Yeah.
So a lot of times they're aggressive. They're upset, so they're just walking around. And if they receive some type of negative reaction or disdain, they could fuck somebody up, get upset, have a negative interaction with somebody.
Yeah.
That type of shit happens all the time. Even people who don't have mental illness but are just on drugs do shit that is bad, you know? Because there's a whole deal people upset about. Not everyone living on the street is mentally ill, and not everyone with mental illness is violent, and no one's saying that. People hurt people. People who are upset about shit hurt other people. I mean, these things happen. Human beings hurt other human beings, and if they have other exigent circumstances that are making their life harder, they're more likely statistically to hurt somebody. And no one deserves that.
That's the way it goes.
Especially when they're just trying to run a business or fucking live in a city like an idiot.
I mean, you could see this too. I mean, the two major, this Lumen Field, which is where the Seahawks play, and then
Yes.
it's not Safeco Field anymore, but it's where Mariners play.
It's T-Mobile Park.
T-Mobile Park now. I mean, the encampment was, this particular one he's talking about was just 2 blocks away from it.
Yeah. And it's all right downtown. Like when
It's
you
all
get off the
downtown.
ferry and you're in downtown, you're right in the heart of it. And when you go up to, what is it, like, it's not Lakewood. That's all that I can think of now, though. Where like P.F. Chang's and all of their shopping.
Oh,
is.
yeah.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah,
When
the
you-
big commercial area.
Yes, that's where the worst of it is, and that huge square right there. Where all the games and the fun touristy things are supposed to be, is where people are just sleeping in the middle of the day, absolutely fucking zonked on heroin.
Yep.
That's where those things are happening.
Heroin and fentanyl, baby. Yeah, it's not good. It's not good. And they continue to just throw money at these problems, or promise money and then quietly take their money back because these things aren't happening.
Take the money back from Ukraine and build a motel-style housing unit 6 stories high, unbroken the entire length of the southern border. No birds anywhere. 2 birds anyone?
Oh, I like it. I like it.
Which is an interesting point, because during COVID, there were tons of cities that bought up or rented out hotels and put people in them, and a bunch of homelessness was dealt with, right? Like a lot of the problem was dealt with. And
Gets
then
them off the
COVID
street
was over,
anyways.
and they just kicked them right back out
Bye.
on the street. Like, so you had it. You even had it figured out for a little bit. So you could have done something else, and instead you're like, it's done now.
Done.
Bye.
We fixed it. Nope.
This is government at work, not your government, not this government. That's how government works. That is how
just government.
That is how it will go every time.
Yeah, I feel like it's a good argument for keeping government around, right?
Yeah.
They're so bad at everything they do. What else do we have to lose? Fuck
You
it.
can suffer from their choices forever.
Just like everybody else. That's the most, that's the perfect path to equity. Everybody suffers the tyranny of the government equally.
That's right.
Boom, baby. Then on that note, unless you have anything else, good sir, we'll wrap up this segment.
Yeah, with that, we will call this segment 1 of episode 145 to an end. My name is Donovan.
I'm Colin.
Thank everyone again for being here at the segment. The sponsor for part 1 was Lexi Kyle. We watched the ad already. We did the things. I want to remind you guys again to follow us, like, subscribe, share this with everybody. Comment, do all the things. You can find us individually at Salt of the Street on Twitter and at alpaca_Donovan on Instagram. And Colin is at Big Bird Offie on both of those things. We also have everything, the Instagram, the YouTube, everything at Salt of the Street. You can find all of it at saltofthestreets.com. We will be back in just a few minutes for part 2. Thank you, everybody.
Bye.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets. Salt to the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Oh, just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt to the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt to the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt to the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Oh, just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt to the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt to the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt to the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Oh, just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt to the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt to the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt to the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Oh, just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt to the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt to the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt to the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Oh, just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready. Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan. Cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Hey, another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? No, just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this.
And we're back.
Thank you very much for joining, everybody. Thank you very much for joining us, everybody.
One more time.
No, that's it.
Oh, okay.
No, that's it.
We're not doing threes today?
No,
well,
no.
thank you, everybody, for joining
that's
us.
good.
That's three.
Yes, my name is Donovan.
I'm Colin.
Of course, this is Salt of the Streets, episode 145.
Yeah, we haven't even started drinking yet.
It's a beautiful day. We have some beautiful pale ales that we're going to start flowing here very soon.
Yeah, the pixelated pale. Whoop, there we go. The camera seems to be facing another direction. But
Again from Portland.
it's all messing me around.
Again from a delicious brewery that I went to last weekend that had some food trucks outside. I had some great tacos, some barbacoa tacos, and some chicken.
Barbacoa.
Yes, chicken
Barbacoa.
tacos. It was fantastic.
I'm looking this brewery up.
It's called Level Beers.
There we go.
Yeah.
Level
great.
beer. Huh.
There you go. Of course, I want to remind you to like, subscribe, comment, share this with all your friends, tell everyone about it so we can spread the message of liberty and freedom as far as possible. You can find all this at saltofthestreets.com, including our Instagram and the YouTube, all at Salt of the Streets. And we all have our own personal social media. I am at Salt of the Street on Twitter and at alpaca_Donovan on Instagram. Colin is at Big Bird Offie on both of those things. This is part 2.
This is part 2.
Yes.
Sound like Walter Cronkite. Welcome to part 2. I kind of gave him a little bit of accent there. But
You did.
talk to me about this place a little bit. There appears to be a thing because it's called Level Beer. But
Yeah.
there seems to be some kind of catch with the levels.
It's video game themed. There was something. I
Level
don't-
1 brewery
okay.
and beer garden.
So those are just different spots, I
Oh,
guess.
locations.
So we went to the brewery and the beer garden.
Nice.
And so yeah, it's like a small area inside that had mostly just like stools and stuff like that around the edge and a couple different video games, and then a big outside area that was covered and everything. It was like a greenhouse almost.
Oh, nice.
And with just a ton of tables and stuff like that. And then the 3 trucks outside, they had
3 food trucks? Oh,
they had the
that's
taco
dope.
truck. They had a clam and oyster truck to like get them on the half shell, and then they had like a falafel truck. So,
Falafel?
yeah,
Dude, I haven't had a falafel since I was in New York.
Jordan got herself a lamb falafel, and she's just very happy. She's pleased. So
Yeah, I want a falafel.
no, it's a
real
euro.
bad.
She got a euro.
Euro.
I'm sorry. Yeah.
Still, was it like they shaved the meat off the thing?
No, it was cubes. It was.
Oh,
but
interesting.
It was it was a euro.
Was it in
But
like
it
a
was-
little pita
Yeah,
thing?
yeah, it was.
Yeah.
It was a euro.
I'll say
truck.
because I do want a falafel. It's been a long time. Last time I went to New York, I didn't even get falafel. It's been since I actually lived there.
Damn shame, Colin.
It is a fucking shame. Don't give me this nonsense.
No, it was a good spot though.
It's
and then
weird.
We went to
The hours involved. Like one of them is from 11 to 9, pretty much every day, and then like 3 to 10, and then noon to 10 on the weekends. Noon to 10. That's just weird. Like they have varied hours depending on the location.
That is
like
weird.
drastically varied too. Very strange. But yeah, good beers. What kind of beers? You don't have like just a beer thing?
Interesting.
That is strange. But
Order-
hey, that's pixelated right there. That's what we're drinking.
Yes. Let's open them up.
Let's
See
do
what's
it.
Going here.
Let's get the beer flowing, baby. So we can get the crushing morosity started.
International. The French have found black rock.
That's right.
BRICS is forming a gold-backed currency. BRICS.
Yeah, the BRICS nations.
what?
BRICS. It's the Brazil. Hang on. Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa.
Oh.
BRICS nations. We actually are talking about both of those things. And Ukraine is losing. Slavery is still a thing in China. Other than the slavery in China, which I guess we kind of just go with it, we're going to be talking about all those things in part 3, by the way.
Yeah, I haven't had total time to dig into this Ukraine thing because, of course, the line from the federal government is like, no, these documents show that Ukraine is balling and that, that Russia is struggling and that they're lying about things. But then I saw some other maps from places, images that I have not been able to corroborate, so I don't know, that are saying like, no, they're losing, Russia is swarming in, they're doing this, and I don't know. And I have difficult time trusting any of this because it's all propaganda anyway. The only people who know what the real state of war in Ukraine is the people on the ground. Those are the only people who know where the battle lines are.
Yeah.
Everybody else outside of that is literally fucking making up maps and sending them to other people so they can feel better or worse about whatever the given situation is. So I don't even trust any of that stuff.
Yeah, and we'll get into because I haven't had a chance to
I know
track
people are
down the
dying.
documents.
Yeah.
Like I was looking for them. They were supposedly released on Twitter and Telegram yesterday. And I've seen some pictures of documents, but I don't know what it is. But supposedly, it was leaked. And then there's been mixed messaging around that coming from the feds. But
What do you
we'll get
think
into
of that?
Cheers. Well, we'll see. I like the color. Got a nice smell to it. No, it's tasty. It's good shit. I like that. It's I'm trying to recall the taste of the pale ale from yesterday, and I think we'll have to do a little.
So it's pretty earthy.
It's earthy. I like that. Yeah, it's earthy.
Has some good earth tones, like mossy almost.
Yes, it's not super like bitter with the hops.
Nah.
It's more grounded. I like that.
And they were saying they had just switched out one type of hops for
another one.
For another one.
Does it say?
It doesn't.
Punchy tropical fruit up front, rounded out by a modest bitterness and crisp malt finish.
Yeah.
6.1%. That's I like the little scales of hoppy, malty, bitter, and sour on it.
Yeah.
That's funny. Zero sour. Can confirm that. But hey, that's cool. It's a good pale.
I like it a lot.
You done good, my friend. I'm very proud of your beer skills. They've gone up over the years.
Thank you.
And hey, at least you don't have to drink Bud Light.
Yeah, I used to only like red ales and stuff like that.
Yeah. Yeah, Rich Top Red was like your main joint for a long time, right? Do you remember the first IPA you tried?
No, because I was pretty young. My mom dated a guy who was real into beer. Kind of when craft beer was still relatively new, like there weren't that many.
Like Red Hook was the shit.
Right. And so you couldn't if you went to Safeway, they had a small micro brew section, and that was really. And
That's the way my dad was. He started drinking Red Hook ESB back in the day, and that was the OG of craft beer.
And there used to be a place in Silverdale next to Kings Walk where you could brew your own beer. Like you could make a small batch beer. You would go and design stuff, and you could taste different beers, and they would just let you pick ingredients, and then they would brew a small batch for you, and then you would just go and pick it up, in like 2 months or however long it took, and you got a case of 20-ounce bottles.
That's legit.
Yeah,
that's cool.
And I remember him doing that. I remember trying that beer and really hating it, and he was like, "No, it's great. Like this is exactly
fantastic.
what I thought it was going to be," and hating it. And then some other stuff. I remember the first time I drank Immortal by Elysian. I was like, this is fucking disgusting. It's like, this is absolutely horrific. And now, this is a really great IPA.
That's right. And both of those beer brands we talked about, Red Hook and Elysian. We can't drink those anymore.
Yeah.
Can't do it.
Why?
Because they're owned by Anheuser-Busch.
Oh.
Oh, you missed it too when I came to work yesterday. You were heading out to get gas and stuff like that. Because Case Bowles was there, and went in and said what up, and we were chit chatting and stuff. And he had just started giving drew some shit because he was like, yeah, I had 3 Bud Lights last night, man. I like Bud Light. I'm gonna keep drinking it. So we were all just we were giving him the business, which was a fun time. Yeah, that's a whole thing. If you're interested in the Anheuser-Busch boycott, went through it yesterday on the beer show. You can find it right here on Salt Streets YouTube.
Yeah.
Go ahead and check that out. I think it's the first segment we covered yesterday.
I'm sure we'll talk a little bit more about it later.
I'm sure it'll come up.
Yeah. So let's talk about some really dark shit. So let's go ahead and get into the Nashville shooting, right? We're not going to go too much to the actual shooting itself because I think by this point people kind of know what the story is. They know.
Yeah.
You know, we're not going to go over the timeline or anything like that.
Side note, did you watch the interview? Not really interview, but one of the lead officers, the first one on the scene, gave like a 6-minute long kind of breakdown of his day that day.
Oh, okay. No,
Like he wasn't even supposed to be there. He was just going. He was going to like the headquarters building to do some paperwork type stuff that he had just been kind of putting off and all this stuff, and so he was just kind of heading to a spot to go take care of some like personal work shit when the call came in, and he just happened to be pretty close to the area and responded. And you know, he walked through his whole thing. It was 6 minutes long, and you know, he was very clinical the way he went about it. And
Does the guy with the rifle?
yeah, and he was like, he said there was at one point he realized, he's like, yeah, and this is when I realized I should have equipped, or what do you say? I should have. They use technical terms, but it was like I should have activated my my rifle rated plate vest. But by then it was already too late, and I was already in the hallways. And I was like, shit, jeez, man, don't drink tranny fluid. It's not good for you.
That's what they're calling Bud Light now.
If they aren't, we are now.
What an interesting world we're living in. This whole thing is crazy.
What are your stances on boycotts, my friend?
I don't
You're
care
not
about
into this.
I don't care about the boycotts. It's not. I don't have an issue with boycotts. I think that it's fine, right? The thing that I find interesting about all of this is the rage that's coming with it, because at the very least, if not beforehand, I thought that all of us learned during BLM that none of these companies actually give a fuck about you. They don't care. They don't care what your political beliefs are. They don't align with your political beliefs. They align with whatever's going to make them the most money. And right now, you're a piece of shit if you don't like trans people. So it makes sense for them to align with a trans person. And at the end of the day, right? All the upsetness, all the everything, it's literally working exactly as it was designed, because we're fucking talking about Dylan Mulvaney. It's worked. It's already worked. Even if you stop drinking Bud Light, you stop buying Nike shit, you stop doing all the other, which you made the great point yesterday of like, these people are literally using slave labor to do these things, and you're upset because a person who isn't what you claim that they are, they claim that they are. That's the line now.
That's the line.
That's the line, right? Making things in a nation where people's hair and organs are stolen from them, that doesn't matter. That's totally fine.
That's totally
But when
fine.
a dude who claims to be a girl or whatever, doesn't even matter. When that person is now affiliated with this company, now it's too much, right?
Cross the line.
Now I've had enough. I can't anymore. I just don't care. I don't care about any of these things, and it seems crazy that anybody gets upset about this because they don't care about you.
I mean, I've already planted my flag and said I'm down with child labor, so I can't hold that against Nike anymore.
It just doesn't make any sense to me because, like I said, you're paying him right now. You're making this investment pay off by talking about him.
Yeah, because
that's what
stays
you're
in the news. Yep, stays in the what do you call it, in the zeitgeist.
Yep. So everybody, all the Matt Walshes, everybody who has never drank a Bud Light in their life and never will drink a Bud Light, and are now saying this is absurd that this company would do this. You're not being principled. You're not cool. You're not none of these things. It's not, you're giving them money. You're putting money in his pocket by talking about him. So you're already losing. You're taking winning stance and you're losing. So.
Principled.
They obviously don't know who was buying their beer. They're losing their ass. 100%. That's 100%. I agree. They're making a terrible mistake. I do not disagree at all. And that's precisely my point, is that this is evidence. They don't fucking care about you. Yep. They care about money. And if they think that they can make this trade-off to appeal to a broader audience, and maybe people who don't drink Bud Light will start drinking Bud Light, then that's what they're going to do.
Yeah.
And they don't care. Because they own 90 million different beer companies anyway. So you're not going to drink Bud Light. Maybe you're going to start drinking a microbrew. We own all your favorite microbrews anyway.
Yep.
So
Oh yeah. And I found out that the state beer of Ecuador is called Pilsner. Spelled a little bit different than standard Pilsner.
I've had
but
one of these before.
they
the Czech Pilsner, bro.
they are also owned by Ambev.
I'm telling you.
So that's a whole thing, bro. It's international, like tons like the Kirin Ichiban.
Yeah.
That's a big one. Like if you go to sushi restaurants,
Yeah.
stuff like that, that's owned by Ambev.
They
and
got you by the balls.
they got you by the balls, boys.
It's too late. I don't.
This is what happens.
This is a silly thing
when
to
you
me.
let mega corporations own everything. Everything will become Taco Bell. That's Demolition Man was right. That's the way it is.
And we allow them to entangle themselves with the government. So again, and they're incentivized by the government to do shit like this. I'm sure they're getting tax breaks. They're getting something. You know,
yeah.
Because now they're working with trans person. They're super inclusive and dope and woke, and everyone loves it. I'm sure that
And you gotta
the
remember-
next fucking big government event is going to have a bunch of Bud Lights in a bucket somewhere in the corner because they just did this woke shit and now they can be involved with the federal government.
Wasn't Gronkowski doing these like big like party cruises and stuff sponsored by Bud Light for a long time? That was like a
I don't
huge
know.
deal, I think. But
I
like
would not-
NFL
yeah.
is like massively in bed
Dude,
with like
it's all
these
over the
places. They're
place.
all
They don't care.
it's all incestuous.
Pepsi Cola, all the things. They're
All the things,
yeah,
baby.
It doesn't.
Coca-Cola literally sells their product on every single continent and every single country of the world.
These companies don't care about you.
The world,
They
bro.
do not care about you.
You can go anywhere in the world
No.
and get a Coca-Cola. That's weird.
No, especially because they're a major corporation, so they have seen increases in profits every quarter for the last 9 bajillion years. So if they see a dip for 2 years in a row and then start to go back up, they're not gonna, they probably have that built into the margins anyway when they chose to do this. Like, we're gonna piss a lot of people off doing this.
Yep.
That's fine. They don't care about you.
Yep. And there's still going to be a lot of those people that go out and buy a case of Bud Light just to shoot it.
And you're paying them
You
by
know what I
doing
mean?
it. That's
Exactly.
right. You're paying them by doing this.
You know, have you seen the Kid Rock video?
I have seen, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because I had questions about the Kid Rock video because it looks like they're shooting like fireworks and shit at it too.
He probably put Tannerite in there. Yeah.
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 Like you could see sparks and stuff coming from another angle.
Yeah.
As it's shooting.
You
I'm
just
like,
buy
well, that's weird.
canisters of Tannerite, and he probably put a few in there.
Oh,
you know,
yeah.
So he hits the Tannerite, it blows the things up, so it makes it look.
It was pretty cool.
He's got his MP5 key out there.
Yeah,
It's pretty sick.
Took about 5 seconds to unload that little 9mm magazine.
It is pretty cool. I'm not gonna lie. It's a
Yeah.
pretty sweet gun.
Yeah. And boy, how old is Kid Rock nowadays? He
9
still looks
million.
real good.
Yeah.
You know, he got some heavy crow's feet and stuff like that, but refers to himself as grandpa now.
Yeah, no, at first I saw, that he had made a video, and I was like, I just don't care what Kid Rock has to say about really anything. And then they played part of it on the Secret Podcast. And I was like, all right, let me see this fucking Kid Rock video now.
Oh,
And
I
so
don't think I watched the most recent one.
Yeah, just him shooting. And I was like, all right, let me see this Kid Rock video now. So,
Go here.
All right.
That's
Let's
a
watch
repost
it.
from Benny Johnson.
I like it.
I just watched from stage right. Looks like there's like some fucking bottle rockets or something
Yeah.
shooting in here, but I could be, could be wrong.
Grandpa's feeling a little frisky today. Let me say something to all of you and be as clear and concise as possible.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so someone might hit it with some dragon's breath.
That's what it
You know what I'm
was.
saying? Yeah, I think someone probably shot it with some dragon's breath off
Yeah.
the side there.
Yeah, because there's no real big explosions, but yeah, you
Right.
can watch as they come in from
Yeah, I think
that other side
I
there.
think it's some dragon's breath rounds.
So that's just like they're like
It's an incendiary shotgun round.
oh, okay. Oh yeah, because you could see look at the pattern of that
Yeah.
shot as it comes out
that's
and
some
then
dragon's breath.
splashes across the water. Man. Also, who's doing the secondary shooter? Who's the second shooter?
Right.
We got two shooters in this situation.
Who's the second shooter?
Yeah, who's the second shooter? That's the
Yeah.
mystery of the day. Let me know in the comments who you think is the second shooter.
That's pretty
in
cool.
Kid Rock's video.
I like that.
Well, how morose do we want to start off with here? We're going to talk about guns in Tennessee, right?
In Tennessee in particular?
Well, we'll just using Tennessee as a jumping off point, right?
Yeah. So, brief breakdown: there was a shooting inside of a Christian school.
Mm-hmm.
It appears that the shooter targeted the school. Right? They tried to go to a different one and then went to this one instead. They
Mm-hmm.
attended the school at some point, and so I haven't read the manifesto. I'm not going to read this person's manifesto. I don't
Nobody
care what
has.
this person's-
They haven't released this particular manifesto
don't
yet.
care what this person has to say. They're obviously assuming there's some motivation that they like went to this school, and so maybe they hate the school. There's some whatever. It's a trans person, so there's all kinds of weird stuff about because this is a trans woman, right? This is a person who was born as a male and then transitioned to. Okay,
This is what makes this one extra
because
weird.
they're using her original name.
Yeah,
right?
it depends on where you're reading this from and stuff like this.
It depends
but
what name they use.
Yes.
Because when I was reading, I think ABC last night, they're calling
Yes.
that they're using this person's female name.
Exactly.
So then I was like, okay, so then maybe I just had it mixed with the way that this person transitioned. But
Exactly.
they're dead naming this person now because they're dead. And I'm not like they're dead naming this person, but I'm using their terms that were this person to be alive, you would be dead naming them and you couldn't even do it on Twitter. You'd be taken down because that's against the rules. But now that they're dead, it's okay to dead name them
That's my understanding.
because they're a piece of trash.
Yeah, yeah, I think. I don't know if you listen to Cream Jean-Pierre, she's a brave hero. A lot of these protesters that are going around right now doing this, it's the genocide of trans people and stuff like that are they're holding up 7 fingers as to include the shooter as one of the victims because it's just but yeah, the weird thing about this in particular is it was a biological female
Trans actors holding 7 fingers. Yep.
Yeah, yep. And that was a weird thing because generally speaking, biological women are not school shooters.
It's a dude thing.
It's a testosterone thing, I'm assuming.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Seems to be,
That seems to be the deal here.
Because then there was another foiled one yesterday, right?
Yeah,
Or
it was
2 days
yesterday,
ago,
yeah.
something like that.
Yeah, and that one was really interesting. And there was another one that we can touch on as we go through, where one of I think of the state reps or something like that, their kid, they turned their kid into, this was in Florida, turned their kid into the cops because he had made threatening messages online about shooting up a school or whatever. And then they the mother made a huge deal about how Ron DeSantis was kidnapping her child for posting memes online. And it turns out that you, as the mother, brought your kid into the police station because they were not posting memes online about this. They were doing direct posts and talking about how they were going to go shoot up a school.
I saw a video of parents walking their child into the police station.
Yeah,
I did not know what the fuck it was about.
Yeah.
I'd just be catching pieces of all this, bro.
That's right. Where is it? Too many tabs.
Now, while you're finding that, let me make a brief point about the trans shooter thing, right?
Okay.
In the wake of this shooting at the school, there's a bunch of people, especially on the conservative side, that are like making up a list of the last few shootings that were perpetrated by people who are on this trans spectrum, right? And they're like, this person was trans, this person was trans, this person was trans. Okay, you're not helping. Let me tell you why you're not helping. You're using the tactics of the left, right? All of the times there's been a mass shooting and they take it and like, this person was a white male, this person was a white male, this is a hetero white male issue. You're literally doing the exact same thing. You're literally doing the exact same thing. And not only does it not help the generalized discussion of how do we resolve this issue, it makes you look like a bigoted piece of shit, right? Even if you're not, if this is the connection you're trying to draw, this doesn't help. This doesn't add to anything to be just compiling people into lists, into lines of, well, but what are all these trans shooters? And these people were all white shooters. This doesn't help. Mm-hmm. This doesn't add anything to the situation. And you're just using the tactics you complain about from the left when they do it. Yeah, just shut the fuck up.
I mean, we all know who are responsible for it's the guns, right?
It's the guns anyway. We all know that. No, and it was the same thing when, and we'll get into this a little bit more, I think, but we'll talk about more. Go ahead and get into...
So
this is the woman.
This is the woman. This son of Rebecca Jones, Florida whistleblower arrested in probe of threatening internet post. Do you remember back when there was this whistleblower in Florida who was saying Ron DeSantis was reporting all the wrong data as far as COVID numbers were going out.
Yeah, okay.
This was her, and this was
Okay.
her son. So the 13-year-old son of controversial Florida whistleblower was arrested this week on charges that he made terroristic threats on the internet to shoot up his former school. Son of Rebecca Jones, who lost her job after using her access to health department data to challenge Governor Ron DeSantis' COVID numbers earlier in the pandemic, was arrested Wednesday on charges he made written or electronic threats of a mass shooting or terroristic act. The threat reportedly were made during a series of conversations on Snapchat and Discord, an instant messaging social platform. Beginning around February 1st, they were brought
Everyone
to
get
the
off
attention.
the internet. Everyone fucking get off the internet.
Just go to our Discord.
That's what the goddamn problem
our
is.
Discord.
Everyone's on the fucking internet all the time.
Yes.
Everyone get off the goddamn internet.
Go socialize in person. That's a huge thing. That's a huge aspect of all of this, right? But the video itself, this is the video of. There's a couple videos. One of them walking in to the
Yes.
police station, but this is her and her husband sitting there as her son is brought in to the station or for processing and
they
stuff like
did
that.
this.
They-
And then she said that Ron DeSantis was kidnapping her son.
Mm-hmm.
That's the video I saw.
Yes,
this is
this
the
is the
video.
one
okay,
where they
the
were
people
walking in.
And that's when I was like, why am I seeing this? Why
Mm-hmm.
am I watching this?
Yeah, because they brought their kid in to be arrested.
Because he's saying wild shit.
Yeah.
And then after he was arrested, she said Ron DeSantis kidnapped her son.
Yes, and kind of had a full blown meltdown, and
Why you gotta be
was
such a
instantly
lying ass?
fact checked and this, that, and the other thing. You know,
Fact check.
the best thing to happen to the new Twitter is the community notes section.
Yes.
Which I wondered for a long time. Sydney Watson and Jeremy Hanlon's new show that they do. It's called Community Notes. I was like, what the fuck is that for? Oh wait, that's what those things are called. Which there's a lovely Nancy Pelosi community note that comes up as we'll talk a little later about this. But but yeah, that's the story, and she's a liar. Obviously has a vendetta against Ron DeSantis after coming out as a whistleblower and this, that, and the other thing. So that doesn't surprise me that just tried to use her son's arrest as leverage to try to get points online, and then immediately got smacked down by the full force of the fucking internet.
What an idiot. Mm-hmm. Get your kids off the internet.
Get your kids off the internet, bro.
Everybody get your kids off the internet.
Hide your kids, hide your wife.
Nobody's babies need to be on the internet.
No.
No. So the natural reaction to this was the
Yes.
guns are the problem, right?
Guns are the problem.
Yeah, the biggest. Let's go over some of these arguments really quick because this was kind of the natural reaction. So they are, if you go to our Instagram,
Okay.
the Salt of the Streets one, in the direct messages, Jordan sent it to us.
Okay.
And so, really quick, we're going to go over some of these really horrific arguments that came out and gained prominence during the immediate aftermath of the shooting. Scroll up a little bit. Scroll up. There you go.
This one here.
Yep. So this is a series of these things that we'll take a look at. And that's like one of the middle ones. So if you click to the left,
Oh, here we go.
then it will go to the beginning. There you go. Okay, so this was a post that my wife sent to me actually because she had a bunch of people that she saw that had shared it. So we're going to go over these slides. We're going to talk about them.
So the guns are the problem.
Correct.
Okay.
Because this is what we're hearing, right? This is the message in the immediate
Yeah.
aftermath of this is that the guns are the problem. That there's no
Yeah.
question about this. It's the gun's fault. It's the gun's fault because this person got these guns legally.
Yeah, that
and-
interaction with Thomas Massey and that other rep in the house that
Whatever
day.
his name is.
More guns, more death. More guns, more death.
Right. This is the line, right?
Yeah.
The line is that the problem is here and it's America and it's unique to America specifically because of the amount of guns that we have. And so the only way that we can do this or that we can fix this is by taking people's guns away. I read through some of the comments last night. It was really pretty hilarious.
Yeah, because like we touched on in the first segment, the very, very anti-gun country of Ecuador has just now through essentially executive fiat, told all their citizens they can start carrying guns now because crime is so high.
Right.
So it's definitely the guns.
I shared a piece of a conversation between Andrew Huberman and Lex Friedman earlier this week on our story. And it was Lex Friedman talking about his experience going to Ukraine. He said they did a really interesting social experiment there when the war popped off. He said they gave everybody a gun.
Yeah.
They gave everybody a gun. And he said and crime went to zero. So there's no crime anymore anywhere because people can defend themselves, and the police essentially don't have a job anymore because if they can't involve themselves in something that people don't want them involved in, and people handle their own business. So crime went to zero because everybody has a gun.
And you would think that in a war-torn country like that, that would be prime time for opportunistic crime.
Yes.
Prime time for opportunistic crime. Look at
Wow.
that.
That was fire.
That was a happy little accident.
Dude, if the glove doesn't fit, you must quit. That's
Yo.
that's what that sounds like to me.
I basically got OJ off.
Just Johnny Cochran over here.
But yeah, you'd think in that case, like, half of your country is destroyed by war at this point, and there's some semblance of society going on where there's not total chaos, but at the same time, more than half the country fled. As the war kicked off, you'd think there would be tons of opportunistic crime going on, but maybe not so much if everybody's got a fucking AK in their hand.
And that's not me saying everybody should have a gun all the time, even though I might argue that. That's me saying
That's just what happened.
there is a correlation between people, between not knowing who has a gun and who doesn't, and people who would generally commit crime choosing to not commit certain crimes. There is a connection there. There's definitely a connection.
There has to be some, because there's got to be other aspects too. I don't want to
Yes.
leave those off the table.
Precisely.
Again, you're at war. A lot of people just aren't around.
Also,
They're
the
all
main,
fighting.
the main
and
age group for people who would commit crime, which would be between like 16
Yeah.
and 35 or whatever,
Are out there fighting
either
war.
fighting or fled long ago to escape the fighting.
Yeah.
That's, I mean, again, same deal. On our story, I shared a graph of the population in Ukraine. I mean, there is a gap this fucking big in the middle of that graph because
big gap.
those people aren't there anymore.
Yeah.
They are either dead, dying in a
fled.
war, or completely gone somewhere else.
Yeah.
And the post, it was a really good post that was not only about like, it's crazy this happened, but also we need to fix this because if we don't fix this soon, these people that fled are going to put down roots somewhere. And all
And they're not going to necessarily come back.
and Ukraine as a country is going to fall because they aren't going to be able to replace the adults that are going to die off in the next few years. That they just won't even have the youth base to have enough babies to keep their country afloat. It will just fall down.
Yeah. Yeah, they're going to have their own version of baby boomers, essentially. They're going to
Yes.
have to at that point. But, yeah, we'll have to see what that comes around. That happens a lot in, like, countries that are at war.
Yes.
All your main, childbearing families are torn apart and destroyed because most of those people end up dying.
Right.
It's a huge problem. I mean, we saw that in Japan after World War II and, everywhere. But let's go through these here.
Yes, these arguments, like I said, my wife saw multiple people that she knows that she follows share different slides from this specific post, and that's why she sent this one to us.
Okay.
So
There
this
is
page is called So Informed, just so that you know. That's what the page is
so
called.
informed right now.
And so this one says the guns are the problem. There have been 129 mass shootings in the United States so far in 2023. It has been said millions of times, and yet it must continue to be said until our legislators actually listen to the people of this country and do something about the preventable gun violence. The guns are the problem. There is an interesting thing that we do in choosing how we report mass shootings.
Yes.
Right? It's like anybody over 2 or 3, and it changes depending on who is reporting on the given mass shooting.
Yeah. Because states have different aspects of it, and then the FBI has their different classifications of it.
And the problem with broad strokes conversations about such a complicated and intricate issues is when you say mass shooting, that doesn't differentiate between something like what we saw in Nashville and some type of gang or drug fueled shooting that happens in a city somewhere.
Yes.
These are very different things, and they aren't going to be solved by the same issue
Yep.
or by the same solution, right?
Yeah.
So that's the issue with covering it in this type of broad stroke, and that's why it is an issue to discuss this with such emotion and debasement and not any type of fact or logical reasoning, because the issue is just, at the end of the day, the guns are the problem.
Yeah.
That's not a logical response. That's an emotional response to an admittedly very emotional issue and a very emotional event that happened, right? I'm not discounting that. We've talked about it a lot of times before. I have 2 children. I'm not I'm not completely immune from this argument of sympathy, right? And nor are you, because we've discussed the same thing. But you can't discuss this or try and solve this from an emotional standpoint.
Yeah.
Bilbo,
Bilbo's here.
happy to see you, buddy. You're just in time.
I would be very curious to actually break down that number and try to say, okay, how many of those came from Gangland Chicago? How many came from L.A.? How many came from other,
Detroit.
rough inner city violence? Because usually when these gang shootouts go down, 2 or 3 people get killed, and or get caught in the crossfire
Right.
and add to that list. And so, how many of those are included in this? How many of them actually have been a mass shooting in a public place that we associate with like a school shooting?
And how many people who committed these crimes were taken off the streets afterwards?
And how many of these crimes were committed with guns that were acquired illegally?
Right.
I would venture to guess most.
Yeah.
There's the old adage still remains true. You can pass as much gun control law as you want, but the bad guys will always still find ways to have guns.
People who illegally purchased a firearm, even if you remove anybody's ability to purchase a firearm in a store, people who didn't buy it in a store will still find a way to not buy it in a store.
Yes.
That's still how it's going to be.
And if you were to if you had a magic wand, Harry Potter style, and we're like, boom, all the guns in the United States of America disappear, it would take a weekend for people to, illicit individuals that need guns to use in their crimes and their gang wars and stuff like that. It would take a weekend for them to order their fucking 3D printers off of Amazon and then be back out with home manufactured firearms within days.
Unquestionably.
Like, done. I have a lovely post for you in the grab bag with some really sweet home manufactured firearms.
Yeah, you can't stop the signal. It's already out there. The design's already out there. The know-how has already exists.
Yep.
You can't stop the signal. It's way too late for that.
Way too late. Can't put the genie back in the bottle.
No.
So, yeah, lots and lots of flaws in this one. That blanket statistic of 129 mass shootings in the United States so far in 2023 means literally nothing if you're trying to say that legal firearms are the problem.
Right. If the theory that more guns equals more safety were even remotely true, then the U.S. would be the safest country in the entire world. We are not. The U.S. is home to 120.5 guns per 100 individuals. We are the only country in the entire world that is home to more guns than there are people living in the country, and we are 25 times more likely to be killed in a gun homicide than individuals in peer countries. Okay, if nobody has a gun, it's really hard to shoot somebody. Mm-hmm. So, of course, if no one has a gun, then you're not very likely to be killed by somebody else with a firearm if they don't have them, right?
Yeah.
There also doesn't address how many of the people are killed intentionally with vehicles or with knives. Or with blunt objects.
Go to the UK, and you see a lot of mass stabbing events.
Yes.
There was one in Vancouver, Canada,
within the last few weeks. Yeah.
And multiple people died.
Yes.
What the point I was going to make? Shit. The biggest areas in which gun violence are the highest percentage of homicides are the states and cities that have the strictest gun laws. It's not a hard stat to find.
Right.
The inner cities generally have the highest concentration of gun control laws, and they also have the highest levels of gun violence.
And it's another issue, again, of speaking in generalities. That in generalized gun homicide, that is almost definitely true. But that, again, doesn't separate the crime-fueled shootings that happen. If you're talking about random occurrences of being killed, it's probably not that much higher than somewhere else around the globe, because people aren't randomly killed here unless they're very often, unless it's a stray bullet in someone else's crime. Mm-hmm. Like, it's infrequent that there are random slayings in the United States.
Yeah. And they're getting more common, committed by criminals who have illegally owned firearms, if you will. There's that viral video that was making its rounds a few weeks ago of this guy that was standing on a street in New York City, walked up to this homeless guy sitting on the street, fumbled with a gun for over a minute, reloaded, had a jam, blah, 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 and then just, boom,
shot him
dropped
in the head.
him.
Yes.
Like those kind of things happen. A lot of the spontaneous homicides we're seeing these days aren't with guns yet, but most of them are like throwing people in front of traffic or doing like the fucking knockout game or whatever, where they just run up and fucking punch somebody in the face, and then they,
Yes.
you could kill people very easily like that. But that's not to get the two stats, I guess, mixed up.
Yes.
But more guns.
And Joseph has a great point. The places with the highest amount of gun regulations also have the highest amount of violent crime.
Yeah.
In the United States, there's a direct correlation between those two things.
Yep. It's a good thing Chicago's got a new mayor who's not going to do anything about that.
Yeah.
The U.S. is home to less than 5% of the world's population, yet holds 46% of the world's civilian-owned guns.
The U.S. has an estimated
Fucking life goals.
393 million firearms in civilian possession. This is only an estimate because there is currently no database that tracks whether people own guns or not.
You're goddamn right.
Yes,
There's not.
Nor should there be, right? Okay. Again, we're also the only country in the world in which the founding documents indicate and directly say that you have an unfettered ability to own a firearm to defend yourself.
Yes.
We're the only country in the world where that happens. So if nowhere else do you have a right, right? Not a made up one, not like this is my right to fucking have an abortion or to any of this type of stuff, right? Then I don't even really want to say that, because if that's your right, then that's your right. It's not up to me to decide for you what your right is. But, right, as far as they're designated in this country and legally recognized, we're the only place where it's written down
Yes.
that you have the right to own a firearm. So no fucking shit. Of course we have more guns. It's the only place we're allowed to have more guns.
That's right.
motherfucker.
It's
Of
the only
course we
place.
do. You stupid if you didn't. If you think gun control works, you're either willfully ignorant or lying.
Or a tyrant.
Yes.
Probably both.
I think, you know what, I try sometimes to put myself back in the mindset of that I used to
the
be
old
in,
days?
prior,
Yeah. Why would you ever need an AR-15?
And I think you just don't know. You just don't.
You don't know until you know.
You just don't think about. So part of it is being too optimistic, right? At that point, it's too optimistic at the idea that if something happens, the police will take care of me, the government will take care of me, the military will take care of me. That's their job, right? So
Maybe combined with a little bit of like people are generally good and don't want to just hurt people.
Yes, when you don't know that they won't take care of you, that's supposed to be their job, but when things really fall apart and you really need them, they won't take care of you.
Yes.
They won't be there. They won't exist to take care of you. The military, if the world falls apart, if things really pop off, they're going to take care of the really, quote unquote, the important people at the center. That's what their job is.
Designated survivor.
It's not to come and take care of you.
No.
It's not at all to come and take care of you. It's to make sure that you, in your desperation to survive, do not try and kill the people that they are trying to protect.
Yes.
That's what their job is. And when you don't think about that, you don't think about why you would ever need that. It's easy to dismiss that because you think it's someone else's job to protect me. So why do I need to do it? It's someone else's job.
Yeah.
It's someone else's job. It's an abdication of that responsibility because you don't think you have to take that upon yourself.
Yeah. Or you've never had an experience at which your ability to protect yourself was ever in question because you didn't have the means to do so.
Yes.
And you felt powerless and helpless.
And that's what it took for us. Was even just a small thing where it was not violent. It was just, I did not have control of this situation at all. I don't have a way to control this situation because there's more than one person and they're bigger than me. I can't control this situation. So it's being in a situation like that was enough for us to get a pistol, to at least recognize I do have to protect myself. I have to be able to do that because there isn't always going to be someone right there, and I'm not always going to be able to call because sometimes it's going to happen right now and I'm not going to know about it. You know.
Yep.
So it is a place of ignorance. I don't necessarily know that it's willful, and I'm not trying to totally disagree with you, Joseph. I am just saying because I've lived in that mindset. And I wasn't trying to be ignorant. I truly didn't know. I lived in a life sheltered enough and I'll say privileged enough that I had never been in true danger like that I couldn't handle. And so I never knew, you know? at that point, if you've been in a situation like that and you still are making that argument, no one needs to know to defend themselves. No one needs to be able to defend themselves. You're definitely willfully ignorant because you've experienced a situation where you should have been able to defend yourself and you couldn't. And now you're advocating for people to not be able to defend themselves. And that is not only willfully ignorant, it's morally wrong and it's repugnant.
Repugnant. I like it. I like it. I like it. Good stuff.
Thank you. Alpha brain flowing.
Alpha brain is flowing. You heading out, baby? All right. Have a great workout.
Bye.
Be safe. Next slide, please. Gun violence is the #1 cause of death for children under 18. More than 1,300 children under the age of 18 have been injured or killed by gun violence in 2023.
This is a severe disconnect between the Republican lawmaker narrative of protecting children in this country and the sheer lack of motivation or will to actually protect children from the single most dangerous threat to their lives, gun violence. GOP party members have taken in millions of dollars in donations from the gun lobby industry while simultaneously blocking efforts to pass any meaningful gun control legislation. The blood of every child killed by gun violence in this country is on their hands. So I've had a really difficult time with this particular statistic, right?
Because it's wrong.
And that's what I've heard. And I've not been able to find those numbers myself. I've just been able to find different articles about these numbers and why this is correct. And so everything that I found was, yes, gun violence is the #1 cause of death for children in America. And so it's my understanding that this is not correct.
Yes.
Right? And especially when the age of 18 is included. And so I cannot confirm or deny 100% for myself right now that is incorrect. But my understanding is that it is incorrect and manipulated data because of the ages and the way that it's kind of jiggered around.
Yes, when they say 18, that changes the dynamic completely.
Right, 18 and 19, because in the bigger one, 19 is included, and it's like 1,600, something like that. And to which I'm like, why is 18 and 19 included in this at all? Because they're not children anymore.
Yeah, exactly. So the information below is from the CDC. Accidents, unintentional injuries are by far the leading cause of death among children and teens. 0 to 1, development, genetical conditions that are present at birth, conditions due to premature birth, accidents. 1 to 4, accidents, developmental or genetic conditions. Again, homicide at 1 to 4. That's a weird one. Accidents, cancer between 5 to 9, developmental genetic diseases. 10 to 14, accidents, suicide, cancer. So that's not a very good statistic either because it just says homicide in 1 to 4.
Right.
And that's a lot of people killing their own kids for multiple reasons, mostly, so that's not a very good statistic there. But generally speaking, no, the most common cause of death is for children. If you want to break it out to, 17, 18 years old, you're beginning to factor in gang violence, other violent crime, stuff like that. So you're throwing the statistic off.
It's going to greatly inflate these statistics, and that's why, I had a huge issue with that. Even if we are talking just to 18, kids who are 16, 17, 18 are out there fucking gangbanging. And I'm not trying to, that's the reality. Those are the people that are doing that shit, that are the Kia boys that are out here fucking stealing people's cars and shit like that. They're also strapped. Those dudes are also
and they're
strapped.
Fucking 13 years old.
That shit is happening.
Yes.
And those things matter. If you are
trying to make an actual
the
argument,
likelihood that you are going to die because of gun violence, I don't know that you should be included in this statistic.
Word.
If you're living a traditional childhood in which maybe your parent has a gun or some shit like that, I don't think this is not correct. This is not an accurate portrayal of the general childhood experience.
Yeah. And I'll say this too, if there's childhood suicide by gun, I would argue that the vast majority of those things would fall to the parent that owns the gun that is not securely keeping those things locked up. That's a parent problem, not a generalized gun violence problem.
1,000,000%. There are kind of levels of shit that you have to deal with, when your kid is 1, or an infant, and they can't crawl. There's kind of a different level of shit you need to take care of when your shit is 16
Yeah.
and they know how to do things and remember codes and fucking look over your shoulder and like do weird
Yes.
shit. You know, there's a whole different
Kids are fucking
level of
sneaky.
that's what I'm saying. There's a
Yeah.
whole different level of stuff that needs to go into it. You know, we have a stop box, the thing where it's at this point he's not strong
His
enough.
little hands
and his
aren't big
hands
enough.
are too small, right?
Yeah.
When he's fucking 10, this is not good enough anymore. This thing needs to be upgraded to a different device that's a little more safe.
Yeah.
You know,
Bilbo out here dropping fucking heavy stats.
yes, yeah. Oh, we'll
Turkey
get there,
disarms its
Bilbo.
citizens. Oh yeah, murdered them. Oh Jesus.
Yeah,
there we
I
go.
wasn't coming hot with numbers like this, but
Those are hot.
this underlines the general argument that I'm prepared to make.
Generally speaking, the overall point Bilbo is making in the chat is that the largest perpetrators of gun violence are governments that
Yes.
decide to use force on their own people.
Yeah, let's go to the next
Next slide. 50% of the country does not even require a license to carry a gun. Our elected officials are allowing people to carry loaded, concealed handguns in public without qualifying for and obtaining a license, undergoing background checks, or receiving any kind of firearms training. Multiple breakdown on this one. Yes, as it were, the overall level of freedom and liberty as it pertains to the U.S. citizens being allowed to fully enact their Second Amendment right is the highest level it's ever been in history.
Yes.
And the vast majority of, or not the vast, but like I believe it's a plurality now of states have
Yes, constitutional carry.
constitutional carry. No license required for acquiring
carry the gun.
or carrying concealed.
Right.
At-
If you
at
want
all.
to buy a gun, right, the other level why this is wrong, if you want to buy a gun, you still have to do a fucking background check.
Mm-hmm.
So the people who are carrying guns, if they've purchased their gun legally, have still undergone a background check.
Yes.
As everyone is required if they're going to buy one in a store.
Period.
Right?
Period.
So
Full stop. That's how it goes. You
that's
want a
not
gun?
true.
You do a background check. Period.
The deeper, again, liberty level of it, fucking all gun laws are infringements. You
Yes.
shouldn't have to tell anybody what you're doing, anyone. It's no one's business how you choose to defend yourself or your family, the people around you. It's no one else's business, right?
Yep.
We just I just was watching a video the other day. I don't remember who it was, but they were talking about the guy in the mall who took the 55-yard shot at the would-be shooter.
Yeah.
Fuck that guy, right? He's a piece of shit because he carried, right? He shouldn't be doing that. It's wrong that
It was
he
a
wants to do
gun-free
that.
zone.
Okay, he took a 55-yard shot and saved everybody's fucking life in that mall.
Yep.
The guy's a goddamn hero. You know, this is why you do it. And it's no one else's business how he wants to conduct himself.
Yeah.
I do.
The only legitimate argument in gun control is 100% confiscation. Because, which again doesn't even actually make sense because home manufacturing firearms exists and you can't put that genie back in the bottle. It's
too late.
But if you're talking about controlling guns, there's no way to possibly do that,
No.
period. Just, there's no way. But yeah, background checks, obviously that's wrong. And receiving any kind of firearms training is also, I mean, that's mixed because some places you can, some places you can't. But also, there's unofficial training that fellow gun enthusiasts give their friends and family
Yeah.
when they're trying to come in. There's family training that you learn from your mom or dad or your brother as you're growing up.
There's also bad training that people pay for.
And
Unsafe
there's-
shit that people will teach you because they want money from you.
Yes,
So,
and the state-sponsored government training programs are
nonsense.
certified, if you will, are generally just websites thrown together to meet the requirements so you can click through and get a thing done.
yeah, mine was certified. The thing to get my AR-15, it took me 5 seconds. It was online. It was free, and it taught me the 4 basic rules of firearm ownership, which is all the shit that your parents teach you the first time that you buy a gun.
Mm-hmm.
Don't put your finger on the trigger. Safe storage. Those are the things. I
If
mean,
you know what a gun is, they're common sense.
it's nonsense.
You want to talk about common sense gun laws? How about just the common sense? If you know what this is, you don't point at anybody you don't want to kill. You keep it locked up safely. You don't shoot at anything you don't intend to kill. You don't point it down. I mean, I forget the exact wording of all these, obviously, but just
yes.
treat it like the tool that it is.
And the last part, how are we made any safer when this is our reality? The reality is that places that have gun-free zones see the most gun violence because people who are there think that they can't carry guns. That's why these things happen.
Yep. Next slide. The majority of Americans want to see common sense gun control implemented in this country. A February 2023 Gallup poll found that 63% of Americans are dissatisfied with the current gun control laws and policies in place, the highest it's ever been on record. A 2020 survey found that about 2 in 10 adults in the U.S. have either been personally impacted by or have someone close to them who has been impacted by gun violence. The U.S. is in a constant state of crisis due to gun violence.
Polls are nonsense.
Yeah, we should trust the polls, right?
Right, because as Colin just said, there's a plurality of the country that has asked their representation, their state representation, to pass constitutional carry. That is a thing that happened. It did not happen because no one wanted it to happen. It is not rogue Republican legislators that somehow got their agenda through to allow for constitutional carry in their states.
It's the fascists that are in charge. It's the fascists.
Yes, they're fascists, so they want to give everyone the right and the ability to carry a gun wherever they are all of the time. That makes total fucking sense, right?
Yeah.
The polls are nonsense. We know that. You can't trust any of these polls at all. Gallup also does one of the biggest and apparently most legitimate polls for the presidential race. We saw how these things turned out. It's absolute nonsense.
What are your thoughts on if senator seats and representative seats were handed out like jury duty on the citizens of the United States? Yeah, I forget what the word is for that. It's like
It's like a rotation.
Yeah, there's like a word for it. I'm not going to remember what it is, but yeah, it's like you get a summons to go to Congress for fucking 8 weeks, and then you're put up in a place, you stay there, you're in there to vote on fucking bills, and then you go home. That would be an interesting thing. They talked about that a little bit on Timcast at some point recently. Might have been that Vivek Ramaswamy.
There would probably be a higher generalized level of
interest
of interest, people being informed, because you could be called up at any point in time, so you better have at least something, even if you don't know about all the things, you know what you care about, and you know about that, so that when you show up there, you're like, I don't know about that and I don't know about that, but this is what I care about, and this is what I'm here to talk about, because it's my time now, bitch.
That's right. I know what affects me and my community on the ground. You want me to vote for how much money to Ukraine? Yeah. Go fuck yourself. We're not doing that.
You just have to hope there are other people serving at that time that also fuck with your same topic, whatever your concern is, that are down with the same shit.
You know what I think the best outcome of that situation would be? Nothing would ever get done. Yeah. Because nobody would be able to agree on anything. Right. And I am here for that. Yeah. Let's fucking go. Next slide, please.
Yeah, also people being impacted by gun violence. I know my uncle shot himself within the last 5 years. This doesn't, and that's not me like, who gives a shit? That's me saying that doesn't and shouldn't impact someone else's ability to own a firearm or defend themselves. Even if it turns me off from that and I don't want to carry, I don't want to do that, I don't ever want to be around a gun again. That should not dictate how you, Colin, choose or have the ability to defend yourself. No. The fact that I'm uncomfortable with that. That was a choice that my uncle made that was a horrific and very sad choice. That doesn't inform anybody else's life, and it shouldn't affect your ability to choose.
Yep. I fully agree with that.
This was the one that she sent to me. So this was the first one that I saw. And this is the one that best underlines all of those fucking dope stats that Bilbo just spit for us.
Yes.
Don't let Second Amendment worshippers fool you. Gun control can and does stop gun violence. When mass shootings have occurred in other major countries, their governments moved quickly to tackle the issue. The U.S. is simply an abject failure in this area. New Zealand, the United Kingdom, Australia, and Canada have proven that governments can take action to implement gun control, and in doing so, the rates of gun violence will decrease. In other words, the idea that gun control will lead to less gun violence isn't some progressive fantasy. It's been proven effective elsewhere in the world. Okay. Let me start here. There's the overall very obvious point that I made earlier. Of course, if no one has a gun except for criminals, it's really fucking hard for people to get shot all of the time. Really hard. Just on a general logical point. Of course, if there are no guns, it's really hard to shoot other people, right? So there's that. The second part, these list of people or these countries that we saw here, do you also remember that in Canada last year when they stole people's money out of their bank accounts?
Yeah.
Do you remember when that happened? Mm-hmm. And, right around that same time is when Justin Trudeau said, you don't have a right to defend yourself with a gun in Canada. The leader of the country said that, told you, decided if you live in Canada, you don't get to do that here. It doesn't work like that. You're a human being. He's a human being. He's not better than you because he's the fucking president, because he's the prime minister. He's not better than you. He holds a particular office for a set period of time, and eventually he won't anymore. And then what? Are you still going to listen to him? Are you still going to do what he says because at one point he was the prime minister? Do you listen to George Bush? Do you listen to Barack Obama because they were the president at one point in time? Should they be telling you what you should do? Is this really what we think? Do you remember during COVID in Australia where they took people out of their houses and they locked them in camps? Do you remember when they were there and they couldn't do anything about it? They tried to leave and the police told them no. They told them that they would put them in jail if they left, an actual jail, not the one that they had rigged up with
Not
the canopies.
just the camp.
Yeah, a real jail. That happened. I'm not making that up. This isn't a story. This isn't 1984, right? This isn't the book that we read last month. This isn't the March Book Club book.
Hashtag SOS Book Club.
This is reality. That actually happened. Do you remember in China and Hong Kong when they changed the laws and took those people's rights away and they didn't even already have the right for a firearm? They couldn't defend themselves? They have less rights now. They're under the Chinese regime of Xi Jinping now because they had no recourse.
Yep.
This is all reality. Do you remember when we were in history class and we learned all of these numbers that Bilbo spit out for us here? Do you remember these things? That's all reality. That's all real. All of that happened in part because those people couldn't defend themselves because they didn't have the ability. Do you know what will never happen here? Those things. Because we'll never let it happen. We can't let it happen. It's incumbent upon us. It's our responsibility. As Joseph said earlier, because we're Americans, because we live here, it is incumbent upon you. It is your responsibility to defend yourself. It's your responsibility to know how to defend yourself. It's your responsibility to arm yourself and to be prepared to defend your rights, my rights, Colin's rights, everyone's rights. That's your job.
That's the true meaning of what a militia is supposed to do.
That's your job being here.
Yep.
That's your responsibility. If you choose to abdicate that, that's fine. Get the fuck out of the way then. You don't get to dictate for me how I'm going to do it. I'm doing my job. I'm keeping up my end of the bargain. I want to live here. I want to be free. I want to die free. That's why I own this. That's why it's about to be banned. And that's why I'm willing to come here on this show and say, build your rifles how you want. The federal government, the state government doesn't get to tell you what to do. They don't get to dictate your rights to you. They don't get to tell you how to defend yourself. We don't do that here. This is fucking America. I don't care if we don't believe in the government. We don't believe in any of that shit. It doesn't matter. The essence of America, of what it believes, what it means to be here, to have roots here, to have family that are from here, is freedom. We own this. You live free, you die free. This is our country. These are our rights. You have the right to defend yourself. No one gets to tell you. It's just another man. It's just another human being. They don't get to tell you. No one tells you. Just build them how you want. Do you see this? This is 12 and a half inches. Okay, clip this. Anybody you want. FBI, anything you want. This is 12 and a half inches. This is stock on it. Build how you want. These people are fascists. They don't dictate your life to you. They don't tell you. You tell them. That's how this works.
Say it louder for the motherfuckers in the back. In Japan, it's incredibly cumbersome to own a firearm.
Yeah,
You
it's generally near impossible.
Yeah, you generally have to be like a certified hunter for the country to do that, which even hunting is very, very hard to do in Japan. But that didn't stop somebody from manufacturing a firearm and killing the former prime minister and probably most influential political leader, assassinating him on the
Right in
streets.
the fucking streets.
Didn't stop that.
Right in the fucking streets.
Didn't stop that.
You know why? Because why would anybody ever hurt somebody? It's fucking Japan. Nobody can't shoot nobody here.
That's right.
Unless you build a pipe gun in your house like it's Fallout 4.
There's a really, really, really good Japanese movie called, I think it's called, oh shit, what's it called? Fuck. It's like Defend the Block or something like that, about this kind of roaming gang of misfits in Japan that they have this plan to essentially take over a gas station for a night. And because it's like you go in and you pump gas and then they hand you money and stuff like that. And then you go back inside. And so they kind of kidnap the owner, lock him up in there. And then they're like running the gas station all night, taking money. And another gang comes in to mess with them. And it turns into this giant fucking street fight thing. And they all have like 2x4s with nails and pipes and shit. And then they just fight each other for the whole movie. It's pretty fantastic. But you don't need guns to commit violence. And even if you're in a country with no guns, people are still going to get killed in violent crime. So like all that really does is hamper the innocent civilians' ability to defend their own life and the lives of the people around them.
Which no one has the right to do.
Nope. How many of these are there, by the way?
I think we're getting close to the end
Okay.
because this one is just a thing that they're saying now.
No longer willing to listen to the "it's my Second Amendment right" argument while body bags containing children are piled up in this country. Children who were in school trying to learn, in a grocery store, at a park, at a fair, at the movies. Children who were, simply trying to grow up in the country that places more value on the amendment to the Constitution written in 1791 than it does the lives of citizens. Take action and demand that our lawmakers make passing common sense gun control laws a priority.
Go to the next one. Because that's not an argument. That's just a thing they said. Look at
Contact your elected officials and ask them what they are doing to keep you and your loved ones safe from gun violence in this country. Wow. Contact info, join or donate to the groups that are fighting to end gun violence. Gays Against Guns, Community Justice Action Fund, Brady, Giffords, Every Town for Gun Safety, March for Our Lives.
some of the biggest liars and gun control advocates in this country.
Yeah. Because the Giffords Foundation was founded by
Gabby
Giffords, who was shot at a political rally by a complete other psychopath.
Yeah, every town is, and Giffords is also why we have the magazine bans. Those all come from Gabbert's things because that guy had to stop and reload, and they're like, that's the only reason anybody had the opportunity to shoot him is because he had to stop and reload. That's the only reason anybody could have shot him is because he had to stop to reload. That's right. Also, if 9 people are shooting you at one time, one dude can only shoot one person at one time.
There you go. There you go.
That's that. I know you don't like that. I know you don't like that math. I know it's not good. There's 9 people all willing to shoot a person. One person can only shoot one person at one time. If 9 people shoot one person, someone is going to die for sure. At least one person is going to die, and it might be one of the 9 people, but it's almost definitely going to be the one guy.
That's some, 2 + 2 = 5 math right there.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah. 9 bullets is more than 1.
Okay, so we've gone through these ridiculous arguments, right?
Yeah, don't let these people fucking lie. You guys aren't going to let them, but now we've given you some very spirited and honest and maybe a little bit emotional arguments to defeat some of this nonsense that you hear when it comes in the immediate aftermath.
So let's add another layer to this.
I love it.
And I'd like to pick your brain on this. So this is the secondary, let me ask you this question I had earlier today.
All right.
So hit the drop.
With that, let me ask you this. Whoever wrote that can get the fuck out of my country.
That's right.
I love it so much.
So gender dysphoria, is commonly referred to as a mental illness of some kind, according to the DSM, correct?
Yep.
They may have changed that recently, but
I think in the 5 it's not, but the 4 it was.
Yeah, the current argument is that it quite possibly is of some kind, right?
Yeah.
Some form of mental illness. Should mental illness bar you from fulfilling your Second Amendment right? And I have a video to go along with this, so we will play this, and I would like to get your take on it. This is Ben Shapiro making a statement and Blair White responding. Blair White, if we all don't know, is a transgender individual, so somebody that would be deemed to have a mental illness according to Ben Shapiro's argument.
Perfectly fine with banning people who suffer from gender dysphoria from purchasing weapons. That seems to me a pretty significant symptom of an
Wait a minute. Why is my audio not working? There we go.
Perfectly fine with banning people who suffer from gender dysphoria from purchasing weapons. That seems to me a pretty significant symptom of an underlying mental malaise that could theoretically be a problem in terms of owning firearms. But I don't think the left believes the same thing.
Really interesting. So Ben Shapiro, who has, throughout his career opposed red flag laws and has supposedly been so pro 2A. I want to say also, as someone who is truly pro 2A, if you are pro 2A and you put a but after that sentence, you're not pro 2A. And I don't know what kind of conservative is going to fix his mouth, Ben Shapiro, to be on camera saying, yes, the government should decide who is mentally ill enough to not own a gun. Yeah, because that'll never be abused. I'm sure it could never be a slippery slope into believing that being a conservative is a mental illness, or that voting for Trump is a mental illness, right? Or that believing in God is a mental illness, right? All those things on the right that are demonized by people on the left and communists. All of those things can be deemed a mental illness by a government that is given the power to do that. So I don't know if you really want that smoke, Ben.
So I think on the face, it's a pretty good argument. And at least, obviously, it's blah, whatever, blah, blah, blah. But the same way that Ben Shapiro claims that a trans woman cannot claim that they're a woman, you can't prove that God exists. So all this shit that you're doing because you're saying that God is watching you, you can't prove that exists. And if we're going off of if you can't prove it, then it's not real and you're hallucinating. What is your whole fucking life when you don't touch the TV on Saturdays? You're fucking hallucinating. And I'm not making that argument now, but if this is what we're gonna say, if that's the argument for barring trans people. So I saw the same type of arguments coming from a lot of conservative people in the wake of this last shooting. It's like, we obviously trans people shouldn't be allowed to buy guns anymore, and all these gun shop owners should take it upon themselves to deny them, guns when they go in there. That's a bad fucking call. That's a bad fucking call. Everybody who owns a business can choose to do what they want. If you're going to choose to not sell a trans person a firearm because you think they have a higher likelihood of committing a shooting, that's a bad fucking call. That's an uninformed argument, and it's a bad goddamn call.
That seems like grounds for a lawsuit, to be perfectly honest, too.
I don't think that's a good idea. And I think it's the same when I was talking about making lists of the people of the trans shooters. It's the same thing. It's the same thing. When the shootings happen and it's a white guy who's living in his basement. Do you remember when we came up with the term fucking incel? This is the same fucking thing, right? An incel is not any more of a thing than you think that a trans woman is, right? That's a name that we give to a person who you think is fucked up in the head, okay? These are the same thing, right? And I mean, at this point, we're treating incels with therapy and stuff like that. I mean, they're more aligned to the same thing. And I'm not equating them, blah, 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 trans people are real. It's not any of that shit, right? But I'm talking about the way that we talk about them in the lexicon of the general way that we're talking about. You're saying that incels are mentally ill because they're seeing all this type of shit and they're whatever. Conservatives are claiming the same thing about the trannies. This is not a good call. This is not a good way to go about this, and to make this argument is not based.
Yes.
To start, it's not fucking based at all. It's definitely not cool.
Ben Shapiro not based?
Yeah,
no,
not at all. It's not in the spirit of equality of gun ownership.
No,
it's not. It's not good. I don't think that that's a good idea at all.
Yep. It's a better idea, I think, as Joseph says, to this is America, arm everyone.
Yeah,
I think that's a better argument.
Strapped.
Let's fucking go. Well, good. I'm glad you had a good take on that video. I just thought that was funny. When Blair White is calling out Ben Shapiro for saying some ignorant shit like that,
that's great.
That was great. That was great. Because, yeah, Blair White is a 2A absolutist and got some very base takes on guns. Huge fan.
I don't really listen to her shit.
Oh, yeah. She's interesting. Her content's not for everybody.
Yeah.
But, every now and again you'll see a nice video hit the algorithm. I'm like, that sounds interesting. I'm going to listen to that.
I know that her and Malice kick it like
all the time.
Yeah.
They're like homies.
I saw Michael Malice post a picture the other day of the two of them in a bathroom. They're both in the same bathroom, and he said, "Which bathroom?"
Oh, that's good. I watched a live stream from Michael Malice yesterday. It's very good.
I love him.
It's been a while since he did that, but it was good. He basically just sits there and vamps for about 5 minutes till everybody gets in, and then just answers super chat questions for an hour. But mostly this one was based around the new book, The White Pill, which I purchased on audiobook. I haven't listened to it yet.
That would be a proper fanboy moment for you, I think, if I happened upon Michael Malice.
Oh
I don't know that I would know what to do with myself.
I'd probably lose my shit.
Yeah, and I think like most people, I would be very composed for it. But that's wild. Like that dude's famous. It's like it's a crazy experience. But there are a few people that I think I would be really like geeked about. But I think if I came up on Michael Malice, I would really lose my shit a little bit. Yeah.
Like, bro, you opened my eyes over into the world of anarchy.
Yes.
You've kind of fucked me up for life on that. So I appreciate that, buddy.
You've actually genuinely impacted my life in a serious way.
Yeah.
And I don't really know how to,
Yeah. Thanks.
Would have a hard time not like gushing about it, because you don't want to do that. You meet a famous person, they don't want you to do that. They would like want it to be chill. But I don't know that I could just be like, thank you, and then like walk away. Like I don't think that I could handle that, I think I would end up saying way too much stuff.
Yeah, I'd be like, I can't. I just gotta.
Yeah.
That's cool. He's over there. I'm not gonna say. I'm just gonna keep walking.
Right.
I'd be like, dude, I saw Michael Malice today.
Right. Might just have to not talk to him at all. Yeah.
Oh, that's so funny. Oh. Is there a particular influencer, I guess, just to use the term loosely, that you would most want to kick it with? Off the top of your head, don't think too hard about it.
Influencer, just like a person that I watch on the internet a lot.
Yeah. I mean, it's loose. You fill in whatever you think you want.
Internet person.
Yeah. Or author or whatever.
Man. I think I would like enjoy kicking it with, like Garantham. Like that would be a lot of fun to be on like the range for a day. I think would be a ton of fun.
Yeah.
But I also think it would be too much almost to hang out with like Mark Norman or anyone like that. I don't know I could keep up with that. That's a level of drinking that I don't know that I'm prepared to commit to.
That's so because I'm like, I'd hang out with Bertie Bert.
Yeah,
that'd be fucking fucking Christ dog.
Maybe
that'd be
Segura.
wild.
I think I might kick it with Tyler. That would be a very chill, very relaxed. Like we would just end up getting food. We would just eat dinner, and that would be a very chill experience.
Yeah.
I think I would be into that.
That would be fun. That would be fun.
And then to go to something afterwards, to I don't know, a cigar room or something. And just have a couple beers, hang out a little bit.
That's a
Theo Vaughn.
Theo.
Oh shit!
Fuck, that'd be dope.
Yes,
that would be super dope.
Because he doesn't get too wild, but it would be retarded hilarious.
Yeah.
I mean, absolutely side-splitting hilarious.
Yeah. I think I need to break this down more to be like, okay, so fill in an influencer or a personality of some kind that and it would be dinner, bar, cigar lounge.
Yeah, okay.
Who would you rather have dinner with? Who would you like go into a bar and be like, oh, fucking homie sits down next to you?
Yeah,
or,
hang out okay, but don't try to keep up. Yeah.
Exactly. Or hang out in the cigar lounge just fucking kicking it. Because that's when shit gets philosophical. The weed might come out. Nobody really knows. It's a cigar lounge. There's smoke flying. Conversations are happening.
Yeah.
That'd be. We need to think about that one. We need to think about that
I
one.
think probably Gillis, because Gillis is part of the thing I was just thinking about this the other day that I appreciate about him is just the stuff that he's into and how that influences the comedy and stuff, the historical background and those type of like, I really appreciate those things. Sports a ton,
It's obviously an evolving concept, Kevin. Give me a fucking break here. Colin went from don't think about it too much to let me break this down.
Yeah. I think I would really enjoy that,
Yeah.
Because that would still be pretty. You could talk about a lot of stuff and still keep it pretty light.
Mm-hmm.
It would hang out with someone like Joe Rogan once you got over the initial wildness. It's just really heavy. I think the level of conversation is not a casual kicking it type of thing. Not that he's not capable of just hanging out because he's a regular person. I'm sure he is, but also if I'm hanging out with Joe Rogan, I almost want to talk about some wild, deep stuff.
Yeah, I like Joe Rogan's not even on my list, to be perfectly honest.
Yeah.
Like I see him in like other things on occasion, and he always kind of feels like I feel like he doesn't necessarily want to be there, or he's kind of short with some people and stuff like this. Like the man is so busy, he's just doing the things that he does.
Yeah.
And if you're in the circle of his world of what he's doing, you kick it, you do all these things. I'm like, I don't know if he'd be the best hang.
Right.
Unless if we sat down to do like a podcast, that would be fantastic type of thing where you're there to have a conversation with him. But like if I ran into him in the wild, I'm like, I don't know if I'd really kick it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Just because it would be awkward.
Right.
I think.
I think Gillis. I think Gillis would be.
Yeah, Shane Gillis would be fucking money. Yeah. So they start talking about Trump moms and shit, or Fox News moms.
Yeah.
Like word. Funny how most of these people are all comedians.
Yes.
Right. That's where the mind goes. Because they seem like fun fucking people.
Yeah, I've seen some hot ones and stuff like that. Some of those regular celebrities seem pretty cool.
Yeah. Anna Kendrick. Yes, please.
Yeah.
Dinner with Anna Kendrick. No, cigar lounge with Anna Kendrick.
Yeah.
We're hanging out.
Yeah.
We're smoking some weed. Shit's getting real deep.
Big fat blunt.
Yeah. And honestly, I'm thinking drinks at the bar with Dave Rubin. I feel like he'd be a really fun guy to hang out with and get some drinks in and just fucking fuck around. That'd be great. What about Peter Zia? No, dude. I don't want it like my whole world crushed to be like, the world's ending, but don't worry.
Kill myself at the end.
I'm like, fuck no, dude. Hard fucking no. It would be mind bending, yeah, but then I would just curl up in the fetal position and cry. Not into that. Not into that at all.
No.
Oh, all right. Enough fucking around. Let's get it together here. Let's get it together. I switched from my things. So now
So let's talk about some other little things that I heard about.
Okay.
One of them is the trans rights or else shirt, right? And so this is kind of a gateway trans rights or else t-shirts.
Oh, okay.
So this is kind of a gateway into some other stuff that we could talk about, some bigger things, right? The t-shirts is another one of these don't do this is a bad idea thing, right? Sharing the images of people in these shirts. Dude, it's the 2A people. We're wearing shirts that are saying, fucking Molon the Bay and like all this type of stuff. Like this is the same thing. These shirts are the same thing.
Yeah.
They're the exact same thing. So trying to show these people in images of these things when you are wearing plate carriers with, Blackbeard's flag and all this shit. This is the same fucking thing. It's not helpful. It doesn't add anything and it doesn't make you look good by trying to make these arguments of these people are obviously dangerous. Look at the clothes that they're wearing when they're holding these guns. That's not a good argument.
It was, what's that group that was marching during like BLM that were all strapped?
It's the John Brown Gun Club.
It was John Brown Gun Club.
And so they have chapters all over the place. And
Similar type of situation, I thought there. It's like you're not making. I'm like, word, that looks good.
Yes. So that's something else that I want to talk about because there are some people, and I'll send you these tweets. I have the link, so I'll just send you the link.
And so proud of you. You're sending me tweets now.
Yeah, because Andy No was covering it.
Oh yeah.
And his stuff was that some of these groups, some of these people in the John Brown Gun Club were saying that this shooting was a false flag. This one at the
Christian school.
And
it's never a good jump immediately.
So one of these guys is from the John Brown Gun Club, and before his account got suspended, or maybe I went to his shit. I went somewhere, but his I was like, what the fuck is that? That really scared the shit out of me. One of these guys, the Elm Fork John Brown Gun Club. So go ahead and click on their page. It's like on the right hand side, the 3 pages that it recommends, the bottom one. Yeah. Because it says in there,
I gotta pee.
We are helping marginalized communities in organizing community defense against white supremacist fascism, guns, training, backup account. And it said somewhere...
Oh, it's a backup account. Look at that. They've already been pulled down.
Yeah, and it said somewhere, not a militia. And I'm trying to remember. Maybe it was on the original account or something. But I read somewhere they specified not a militia. Like, we aren't a militia. Mm-hmm. So I'm trying to understand what's the difference between an organization for community defense and a militia.
Nothing.
Because
technically.
That sounds like it's the same thing to me.
Yeah, I'm just trying not to get on the FBI watch list. That's what that says. That goes, no. We're on the right side of this, guys. We're not one of those. We're fighting white supremacy. We all know militias are white supremacists, so we can't use that same language. That's what that says to me.
The militia is you and I. We are the militia.
Indeed.
As it always has been since the founding of the country. We are the militia.
Yes.
I don't remember the exact quote because it's in old English. It's a little bit fucked up, but it's like who is the militia if not you and I? It's like something like that.
Works.
It's we are the militia. These people are very silly, and you're correct. They're trying to not be put on some type of list that they're quite obviously on. One of these images
you got this.
That they shared, the Elm Fork John Brown Gun Club, was a quote tweet of the security camera footage from the Nashville shooting, and it's the shooter kind of walking through one of the hallways, and they said this person moves like a cop, which, first of all, if you've seen the images, they don't. That person, the shooter, did not move like a cop. They move like an idiot who wants to look cool when they're going through when they're going through a building. They're not cool, and they don't look cool, and they don't look official. And this guy, I wish I could find when it said not a militia, but
it might be on there. It might be on their main account.
Yeah, that's all right. It doesn't matter. But These are the same thing. A militia and this thing they're calling a community defense group is the exact same thing. If you're out and you're in a plate
100%.
carrier and you're carrying firearms, you're a militia. I don't know. You don't have to have a name and be organized to have a militia. Me and my friends don't have a name. We don't have a name for our group. Not even the John Brown Gun Club. We're just dudes, like guys that I can call if I need help.
That's right.
That's it. That's a militia. It doesn't need to be organized any more than I know dudes. That's all. You know, any more organization than that is sometimes a bad idea. A militia will be armed and ready when we are needed. Right. And that's what it sounds like fucking John Brown Gun Club are. It's armed and ready when they're needed. So that's what I don't understand is how are you not a militia, bitch?
Sorry, bitch, you are.
You might not like it, and some other people might not like it either. They might not want to call you one. I don't know what else we would call you. Because a community defense group is a silly sounding name. That sounds like the
PC,
guardian
bro.
angels. That's like people who walk around and don't carry guns. You're ready to shoot somebody, right?
Or carry whistles.
Yeah, you're a militia, dog. You're getting down. That's okay. That's all right.
It's all right. It's all right. You know, do the big boys call themselves a militia?
You have dumb patches, right? You have a patch on your kit that says "ouch pouch." So you're a militia. You have dumb stuff. You're wearing a concealed inside the waistband holster, and you have your shirt tucked behind it so people know you're carrying. You're an idiot, but you're doing it.
That's
you
right.
know?
Masked up, baby.
So
be ready.
you're smart enough to have a tourniquet. I mean,
Yeah.
you're doing it. So it's all right. Just accept it, bro. You're a
Is
militia.
that a Marine patch? I mean, is that a Marine T-shirt he's wearing? It looks kind of like a
I don't know.
symbolism of a Marine.
I don't know.
Don't know.
But this guy's a member of the Washington chapter.
Oh, there's no fucking surprise there. Ah, there it is. We found it.
There it is. It was on their main page, not a militia. What's the difference, I ask you? Occupied Comanche land. Also, they're making sure that they say that they're unoccupied land.
Oh, well, you know, there's that.
Yeah. Begin every day recognizing you don't own the land that you live on. Okay.
Recognize your privilege, all right?
Yeah. So
Or else John Brown gonna come for you.
So there's that.
John Brown was a murderer, correct?
I don't know, actually. I think we did talk about it during like Black Lives Matter,
I'm
but
pretty
I don't...
sure he murdered slave owners. That
Yeah.
was like his whole thing. He'd go up to him and just blow him away, and then
There you
became
go.
a fugitive, and so on and so forth.
So there was also a bunch of talks of hate speech.
Hate
From
speech.
conservatives saying that, you know, this is hate speech because they're like, we're being targeted now as Christians. There was a lot of like lefty reversism that happened with the conservatives when this happened. That they're like, we're the victims now.
Yes.
And we're going to own that.
Yeah.
Even though we've been shitting on victimhood agenda and mentality for the last however long.
Yeah.
Now that it's come around, we're prepared to make these same arguments. So
It's not working.
it was, but it was all wound up.
I was like, "What are you doing?"
So,
Yes,
and I found that to be very odd.
it never ceases to surprise me anymore when something happens and the outrage culture on the right takes over, and then the bad takes come.
It's like they can't help it.
No, and it's this, like you said before, it's the same problem that like comes from like the leftists. It's the same issue. It's just like this is their issue, so now it's their turn to be offended by that. And I don't know, like I've heard arguments either way, like it's you got to use their own tactics against them. You know, you have to speak in their language so you can get convertees to understand it. I don't necessarily think any of those things are correct. I don't necessarily know the answer at that point, but I don't think there's anything wrong with having principles and then falling back to your principles to give takes on whatever is happening. I think the minute you sacrifice your principles to get a emotional take, you're doing wrong already.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, look at Ben Shapiro talking about trying to say mental illness should stop you from owning a gun. Like that's you obviously don't have a principled stance on the Second Amendment, like you say you do, because that is an unprincipled point.
Right.
You know, it's the language is very clear. We've talked about it multiple times. You yourself have talked about it multiple times. Shall not be infringed. You have stood on that hill multiple times before, but now that you find something that you agree with in other ways, you're like, well, we'll look past first principles on this one. and then we're going to go deeper into this one because they don't deserve their Second Amendment rights, but
Right.
well, we do.
Even now, you have to check that you're not like addicted to weed or any other illicit substances,
Yeah.
so that you can buy a gun.
Yep. Throw Hunter Biden in jail.
Yeah, straight to jail.
Straight to jail. Straight to jail.
Yeah.
I'm not one for locking people in boxes, but don't throw out guns in a dumpster.
Yeah.
That should be like a criminal crime right there because you're abusing the gun. Don't get rid of the gun.
Them shits are expensive.
Exactly. I mean, there's needy people out there. Don't throw it away, Hunter. Give it to me. I'll take it.
Just bought a pistol
I'll pay the
last week.
$45 for the transfer, whatever
Yeah.
it costs. Let's go, buddy. Don't be throwing that shit in a dumpster.
I just bought a pistol last week. They're not cheap, dog.
Not even a little bit.
They're not cheap.
So I think what's really interesting about this whole thing, I think
Assault
this is the
weapons
wrong
ban.
one.
Excuse me.
Ooh, do you want to hear our illustrious Alejandro Mayorkas take on what an assault rifle is?
He has plenty of your money.
Since we're, he has plenty of your money. Amen. Since we're in the spirit of 2A and assault weapons.
Mayorkas, huh?
Yeah, this the world's biggest piece of shit. Got another great clip of him for the grab bag with,
He really
with
is
Ted
a piece
Cruz.
of trash.
Secretary, do you agree with the president that we should ban?
Oh, I should probably switch the bad producer. Bad producer. There we go. Now you guys can see what we're doing. I'll just blow this up.
Secretary, do you agree with the president that we should ban the private
Is
ownership?
his tie brown?
Is it brown and blue or is it golden? I don't know, man. It's probably like.
Why don't I'm trying to make
I
sure
don't
it's
know.
not red? Is what like.
Oh, it
what
is.
I'm- that
Check.
it's
It is
actually
not
brown.
Yeah, it appears to be
Okay.
brown. It might be some kind of like brassy looking
Okay.
thing, but it's a bad choice. I'll say
Sometimes
that
I
much.
can't tell, and that's
Yeah,
the one
yeah,
that
yeah.
I'm like, that might be red. I don't know.
That's right.
Trying
I
to
was
make
giving you
sure.
shit for a minute. I was like,
Yeah.
wait,
I'm trying to make
motherfucker may
sure.
not know.
Because brown and blue is a weird choice. Like that's why I want
Yeah.
to know is because that's an odd choice.
Yeah,
Brown and blue.
I think the brownish color is just from like lighting effect. I think it's
just
probably
washed out.
Yeah.
Assault weapons in America.
Senator, I do.
What is an assault weapon?
This is my new favorite thing, by the way. Is
They never know.
when there's like we need to ban this, we need to ban that. Just go, what is this?
They never
and they
know.
go, well, it's Matt Walsh started
it's-
something with that.
Then isn't it? It's something. I don't want to keep saying interesting and shocking and whatever, but it's something
Fascinating.
that if you ask the most basic fucking question, they can't answer it.
Yeah.
They are unable to. You say, no. I just
wanna know.
before we continue, I want to know what we're talking about
Yeah.
so we can have an accurate discussion. I'm just trying to define the terms. What is this?
Yep.
They don't fucking know. They do not know what to do. And
No.
that is so crazy.
Well, watch his reaction. And he knows he's got him dead to rights too. He's like, look at that shitting grin
And
on
these
his
conservatives,
face.
you ask them what is a baby? They're like, dog. As soon as it's together, that's a baby.
That's right.
They know.
They know what they-
know for
that's
sure.
right.
Like this is what I'm talking about.
It is, for example, an AK-47.
Can you give me a definition other than just pointing to a specific weapon? Would
that was a
there
good
be
try.
other
Example
weapons
was try. That was a good try.
besides an AK-47 you would ban?
There very well are. And I remember when I was a federal prosecutor in the Central District of California from September 25th, 1989 to, I believe it was April 2001.
Fuck up.
And I thank you for your
all of
service.
I thank you for your service. I love Kennedy, dude. He's so funny.
But if you
all
could
of the
answer
law
my
enforcement, the vast majority of law enforcement officers, leaders with whom I worked, were greatly in support of the assault weapons
Mr.
ban.
Chairman, you know
because of-
why we get so frustrated with you? Because you won't give straight answers.
I think I just did.
No, you didn't.
I think I just did.
What is an assault weapon? Well, back when I was a prosecutor, all the cops that I worked with agreed with the assault weapons ban.
Yeah.
That was your answer to the question.
And
so,
then you're willing to say, I think I just did give a straight answer. You're
so
trash.
AK-47s are assault rifles or assault weapons, and a bunch of cops you worked with agreed with the assault weapons ban. None of those things answer what is an assault weapon. So I had to show you that. It's classic.
They don't know.
let's
They
see.
do. They really don't know.
They do not. we are not going to get to the Restrict Act today. I can feel it in my bones.
I don't think it's going anywhere.
No, I don't think it is either. I think it's enough of this has gone on. I did want to point out, just because we've been on gun violence, transgenderism.
This was a wild one.
This was
a
wild
one.
because this right after the shooting took place, within days at this point, people are asking questions. You know, they're pushing for an assault weapons ban, and they're pushing for gun control, and the shit in Tennessee's popping off. And you'd assume that the White House would have public statements of remorse for these kids that got killed or something like this, but the general tenor of
Biden's out there doing stand-up.
yeah, we saw that. That was a rough time. But this is generally the tenor of what's been coming out from the White House at this point.
More than 50% of transgender youth in the U.S., which is estimated to be more than 150,000 kids, live in states in which transgender youth have lost access to or at risk of losing access to gender-affirming care. Look, this is awful news. Let's be very clear about that. LGBTQI plus kids are...
She didn't even know. She got to check.
Yeah, she forgot the A, by the way.
She doesn't even know.
And if you're in Canada, you got to put the 2 S in front, too.
Resilient.
Bitch.
They are fierce. They fight back. They're not going anywhere. And we have their back. This administration has their back.
This is the message from the White House. This was from a couple days ago. Within a week and a half of this shooting taking place. General tenor is relatively important, I feel. Especially when we're talking about these types of things. That's Trump indictment stuff.
Yeah, I mean,
is
what
that
are
the
you
only one I
doing
really
right
have?
now, man?
Oh, fuck. Boo! Are they all gone? Maybe they're in another tab. We'll be right back to the computer screen in a second.
We'll be right back.
We'll be right back
Not
with
here,
that. This is pathetic and infuriating. Can confirm.
That's really bad. Yeah, that's really bad.
And there's lots of other takes like that. That's Afghanistan. Kirby. Son of a bitch.
Yeah, he said some wild stuff too, huh?
Oh, yeah. We're going to love that stuff.
These guys are all pieces of shit. You know that?
All of them.
Yeah. It's not unique to this administration, but this one's just really bad.
Yes.
It's a lot of real bad stuff.
State affiliated media. God, where did I put this thing? Grab bag stuff. You're getting a slight preview. I thought I had a bunch more. Okay, so maybe I don't. No. Nope. You don't get to see that.
All right.
You don't get to see that. We're getting there. That's for a couple more beers from now.
I love it.
Let me just do a quick search because I thought I had a gang of these. This would be Kamala Harris. Yeah, that's a little out of context for Tennessee.
Okay.
After the gun control fucking insurrection down there. The Biden administration has made it there.
I'm still parsing that one out too. I'm still trying to understand that.
That's a rough deal, dude.
Because there were some ruckus with the police, right?
Here's that tweet I was talking about in part one. The HBO actress from Last of Us, Pedro Pascal got paid $600,000 per episode, and Bella Ramsey only got paid $70,000.
I would be interested to know how many hours on screen they have between the two of them. Not on the show, I mean in their careers.
Oh, yeah. I think there would be a drastic difference.
Yeah.
Well, I guess maybe I don't have a lot of these things. I thought I had a bunch more. But my bookmarks list is very long this week. Okay, so we saw that one. Should be around here if they're there. Sometimes you bookmark things and they just surprisingly disappear.
They don't actually bookmark?
Yeah. Getting close. We'll know if they're there in the next. Oh, yeah, there's all the boycotts of the beers.
My God. People are funny.
Oh, yeah, that's that cop making that point there. Okay, no, we're moving on.
Dude, he did did operate in there, that's for sure.
Oh, that's the NPR clip. Nope. 34 felony charges. No, for fuck's sakes, Cream Jean-Pierre. You talk so much that I lose your shit.
Yeah.
And I think we officially tapped that one out. National Guard seizure automatic weapons. Here, let's listen to this one. This is about gun control. I don't remember this one, but I think it's. I think it's. I think
The
it's
last
good.
presidential campaign, one of the Democratic contenders said that what he would do is come for AR-15s. Does the president support not just banning the sale and manufacture of semi-automatic weapons, but further than that, confiscation?
Let me just be very clear. What we're talking about, AR-15s, these assault weapons ban, they are weapons of war, and they should not be on the streets across the country in our communities. They should not be in schools.
That's not
they should
the right
not be
answer.
In grocery stores. They should not be in churches. That's what the president believes.
That's what the president believes. Shouldn't be. You shouldn't be on the streets. They're weapons of war.
As a response to what do you think about confiscation?
That says
you say they shouldn't be on the streets.
That's right.
That's not the right answer.
No, that means. I mean, soft yes. We believe in confiscation. I can't say that, but what I can say is I don't believe they should be anywhere.
Do you know? Do you know how many people will die? Do you have? I mean,
so many. It'd be pretty rough. But you know, there'd be people like you and me, and most of the actual 2A community, not the NRA community or the gun lobbyist community. There'd be actual 2A supporters and 2A absolutists that would be like, yeah, I lost him in a boating accident. Sorry.
I would sooner send my wife and children to another home, ensure my life insurance is paid, and then board up my fucking doors than turn them over to any bootlicking pig motherfucker that wants to come to my house and try and take it.
That's right. Moulin Lob? Lob? Shit.
Moulin LeBay.
LeBay. There we go. I don't speak Latin. Yep. So, good times. Good times.
Good luck.
Yeah. Yeah, good luck taking those motherfuckers. It'll never happen. There's no fucking way that would ever happen.
They know precisely the facts that I have just stated. An innumerable amount of people will die. They couldn't even begin to estimate the losses that they would incur if they tried to just start going door to door, because they would have to just we just need to go through anybody who has a transaction at a gun store that is large enough that it is reasonable to assume that it is a firearm, or anybody who has a firearm registered to them. These are the things that we will do.
Yeah.
And they will just go to everybody's house and say, we happen to have a list of things that say that you own a firearm, and we need to, the same way they did with the triggers, same way with things,
Yep.
And we would just see how seriously they wanted to take that,
Yeah, because no amount of cover-up from the corporate press could actually cover that up. Not with social media anymore.
That's not worth it. I would live stream it.
Yeah, this is why they are so focused on gun control and don't necessarily push gun confiscation, because nobody wants any part of the fallout of that. They don't. They want everybody to willingly be convinced to hand over their firearms, but there's never a point at which confiscation will happen unless we've turned it. I mean, there'd be plenty of other worse things that would go down before that was attempted, and we'd already be in the shit, and then they probably wouldn't have the manpower or organizational infrastructure to make that happen anyways.
No.
So I don't think I ain't losing any sleep over that.
I don't think this will happen. Be prepared for the worst, is what I would say.
Yep. Better to have it and not need it, right?
Have a gas mask. Have some type of air filter for your face that will last you at least a short period of time, is something that I would say.
There you go.
I got a basement,
Got a basement. Yeah.
Gotta be able to breathe when the canisters come rolling down the steps.
Yeah. For a hot minute.
At least give yourself some time.
Yeah.
Go out like a fucking warrior.
Well, like most.
Don't roll over and die. Die free. Go out like a warrior.
Go out like a warrior, baby. And I think we should go out like a warrior for this segment.
I like that.
Yeah, let's do it.
We'll come back. We'll talk about Trump. We'll talk about Ukraine, and
we'll just continue the secondhand morosity.
This was really good, guys. I think we made a lot of good progress here today. Did a lot of really good things.
It was kind of a struggle session, but that's fine.
A lot of really positive notes here.
Amen.
So, with that, we will be back in just a few minutes for part 3 of episode 145 of Salt of the Streets. My name is Donovan.
I am indeed that big bird-looking fellow they call Colin.
We have been having a great time. Make sure that you like this, share with your friends, comment, subscribe, do all the things. The sponsor for this segment, I don't know that I ever picked one from the beginning. Location Skate Shop. It's fantastic. It's a great store. Go there, buy a skateboard if you're in town. I am at Salt of the Street on Twitter, at alpaca_Donovan on Instagram. Colin is at Big Bird Offie on both those things. You can find all this at saltofthestreets.com, including our Instagram and YouTube, which are also at Salt of the Streets.
Boom.
We love you guys. We'll be back in just a few minutes. Thank you very much.
We're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
We're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
We're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets. Everyday Normal Person's podcast. Salt of the streets. Salt of the streets. Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
We're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets. to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
We're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Hey, another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Persons podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
We're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Hey, another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Persons podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
We're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Hey, another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Persons podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
We're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Hey, another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Persons podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Action.
Thank you very much for joining us again, everybody. This is part 3 of episode 145 of Salt of the Streets. My name is Donovan.
I'm Colin.
We are happy as hell to still have you guys here. Make sure that you like, subscribe, comment, and share this video with your friends. This segment is sponsored by Swell Blended. I have not seen the man in some time because I am growing out my illustrious locks.
Indeed.
But I have to soon because I do need at least a trim. I need a something. I need to be cleaned up.
Yeah, get some layers going on, maybe.
Some something.
Some something.
Yeah, some something.
Hair
So-
grows faster at a certain point when you cut the edges, the ends off or something, right?
Yeah, but I don't have any split ends, so I don't have like a reason. I don't need to.
I don't get split ends. Look at my immaculate
have
hair.
really healthy hair. Yeah, I don't need to trim it, and that's because that's the last time I went. I was like, maybe just trim off the the ends if you need to. He was like, I don't really see any split ends, so you don't really need to worry about it. It's just if your hair is dry, and my hair is not dry.
No, it's luxurious.
Yeah, I washed it today, so today's a very good day.
A lot of volume going on today.
Yeah, precisely. I have my Snooky Poof. I have
Snooky
my little,
Poof. The snook.
I have the headband in. You guys can't really see it.
Oh,
but
that's
it's
right.
there. So I don't know that I brought a headband or like a hair tie with me, but I am at the official. I've reached my goal.
Oh, wow.
I am here. Yeah. The ponytail's
Yeah,
mad
turn around
thick.
on that. Holy shit.
Yep, the ponytail's mad thick.
I remember when it was a
And-
little rat tail.
And when I do this, it falls to the sides, just like I was talking about. So this
Let's
I've-
get some revolutionary fucking braids going
I'm
on.
here.
I got to get you a tri-corner hat, so you can do that.
Jordan hit me with a small braid last week. I think I had like 3 twists in it, and that's what I was talking about.
Yeah.
So
You've reached peak revolutionary hair.
here,
You did it.
just call me Mel Gibbs. You know what I'm saying, good, right here.
I couldn't do it.
Couldn't do it.
Not gonna do that one.
You got another beer going on.
It's
We
a
have
big baby.
It's called Another Pail Bites the Dust.
Yes.
This is from a local brewery. This is from
Indeed.
Rainy Days. No cool
That's right.
can, just a regular label.
I don't support Anheuser-Busch. I support local breweries.
Yeah, these ones are fine. What do you think of the other pale ale? The other pale was pretty good.
It was good.
I like that one.
I was a big fan. Big fan.
Yeah.
Wait,
Yeah, I like that one.
I think I had an epiphany last time we were at the fucking soccer field. I always thought Bodie's Alpha was a double IPA.
And it's just a single?
It's just a single. And the Lucille, the green can, is actually like 0.4% more ABV. And it
Really?
also is not a double. It's just a single IPA.
I really like. They have a Johnny Utah Pale.
Yeah.
And I like that one.
I
a
like
lot.
Johnny Utah.
Yeah. I wish
It's like
they
a
don't-
blue and yellow can, I think.
Yeah, they don't have any pails there at the soccer facility.
Unfortunately. Yeah, they're super P&W IPAs.
Yeah.
IPAs for the win.
The double, they have the Ride the Spiral there. You don't even have. You get all these Silver City beers. You don't have fucking Sonic Rain. You get all these Silver City beers. You don't have.
But
Sonic
no
Rain.
Sonic Rain.
Sonic Rain's definitely one of their best beers.
It
Unquestionably.
There's that fucking Nordic Angel or whatever they
That one's
make.
fire.
That one's stupid good too. I
Yeah.
like that a lot. Yep. I'm excited to hear
This
what you
one's
think
clear.
about that.
That's
yeah.
a super clear pale.
It's got a nice crisp to it.
Yeah, that's nice.
Producer's not doing his fucking job.
Yeah. No quick producers know we have a review preview recording today.
That's
So
right.
it'll be out next week, I would assume. Those ones are usually pretty quick edits. From what
Yeah.
I understand. Soon enough, I'll be editing my own review previews.
my gosh.
How the fuck do you guys feel about that? Next weekend, because I was like, yeah, we'll do it on Sunday, but Sunday is Easter. So next weekend, construction will officially begin on Studio 2.0.
Woo!
In, well, like 4.0, because this studio's moved so many times. But
Yeah.
so the next studio.
What are you talking about, bro? We've never changed location.
Yeah, the next studio will officially begin construction here very soon, next week.
Yeah,
So
exciting times.
be great. We'll have a whole new setup, a whole new place,
Yep.
a whole new setting. It'll be great.
Yeah, and this studio is going to change a little bit as well.
It's going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah, we're going to downsize this studio.
I think for the thing we're going to do with Spencer, I think we should make that not an episode, but like a side thing.
A special.
You know? Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that will be the best way to handle something like that. It will still be good content, but I don't want to replace an episode with that, you know?
Yeah, maybe we could do that like on an off weekend at the house or something.
Yeah.
It won't be as difficult to do off weekend stuff necessarily because we'll be at your place.
Right.
And so it'll be much easier.
And it'll be shorter too. That will be, 2-3 hours. Like that will be a much shorter endeavor. So nothing. We've been just bullshitting, Joseph. We haven't even gotten into anything yet. We're talking about a new studio comes in the next few months. It'll be a whole,
Yeah.
I'm just about to try this new pail.
And
So-
also had to start a fire for dinner. I'm here for that. Are we barbecuing?
us.
Are we barbecuing?
Yeah.
What are we doing?
Tell us about your dinner. What are you making and how are you preparing?
Because I'm very interested in the fact that there's fire
Well, and
involved.
Joseph's always slanging when he's here. He had
Always.
the bird ends like a few weeks ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's always doing something. Poor man's bird ends. He's like, oh, I'm just chopping up fucking tri-tips or whatever.
Yeah. Fucking pitmaster official of Salt and Streets over here.
Oh, all right.
What do you think about that? It's a little different.
Okay.
Very crisp.
It reminds me of, it's very savory.
Like a turkey dinner.
Yes.
Whoa.
Yes. Like mashed potatoes.
Oh. I've never heard a beer equivocated to a mashed potatoes before.
It reminds me.
Cooking steaks directly on coals tonight. Directly on coals.
Damn, Joseph.
That sounds legit.
Dude, it had the undernotes are mad savory. They're like
Yeah.
like spices, like cooking spices, like parsley or something. You know,
That's an herb, but
yeah,
we're getting there.
Whatever spices, it's all fucking.
Once it's dried and pulverized, we call it a spice. Cooking steak directly on the coals. I'm thinking that you should take some pictures, Joseph, and hit hashtag Salt and Streets on those.
Send them to us.
Do it. We know you be on Instagram, bitch.
Yeah, we'll repost them, put them on your story, and tag
Yeah.
us, and we'll share them. So we're gonna be talking about Donald Trump. Is what we're going to start with, right? We got this whole indictment thing going on.
Yeah,
I'm
and
still
the
not,
downfall of the American empire.
Yeah, I'm still not totally clear on some of this stuff. It's very complicated. It's a very convoluted arguments that are going on here, legally speaking.
I'm so excited to break this
so-
all down.
Yeah, so I read a Vox article last night.
Oh, I'm sorry.
The one where they're like, oh no, he might not actually go to jail.
Yeah.
That's,
Probably not.
That's the one that I read. And that one just provided a little more solid context because some of these pundits, for lack of a better term, the Crowders and the Tim Pools know this shit better than I do. And so they're just kind of throwing the information around and not like, and remember we learn, and it's not, they don't have to, but it's because these aren't things that I pay attention to all the time. Because I don't give a shit that much about Donald Trump. So when they're like, and Michael Cohen testified this, and this letter came out, and this statement from Stormy Daniels, and these things, like, we know all these things. And I'm like, I don't know about any of that stuff. And so I hear about that, and I don't disbelieve them, but it just confuses me further because whatever part of my brain, the retarded part, still is like, then why is this happening if we already have this information? Like, if there's already two different letters that certify for Michael Cohen that he's saying these payments weren't from Donald Trump for this thing. And Stormy Daniels has this statement that says this event didn't happen in the way that it's being described. Like, how is this happening now? If we already have these pieces of information, that's where I start to get very confused.
Well, I'm so glad you asked, Donovan, because I can help fill in the blanks for you here.
I'm very much the everyman in this situation.
I like it. So,
except I'm not just like, put him in jail.
Put him in jail. Lock him up.
Most people are just like, it's fine. Just put him in jail.
Put him in jail.
I'm so confused.
Yeah. Don't ask me what he did, but he's bad man.
That's right.
Orange man bad. Lock him up. Throw away the key.
Definitely orange.
So this whole case that Alvin Bragg, DA of New York, is bringing revolves around business transactions.
Yes.
And essentially mislabeling transactions. They should go in column B and they went in column A.
Okay.
Particular in this case, the particular payments made to Michael Cohen were written off as essentially standard legal expenses, right?
Instead of reimbursements.
No.
Okay.
And Alvin Bragg's argument is that those should have been filed as election expenses, campaign expenses.
Right.
Because the argument of the court at this point, or his argument before the court, is that these were campaign expenses because the payments to Michael Cohen to reimburse him for the money he paid for Stormy Daniels to shut up should have been a campaign expense because it would have done damage to the campaign if this had come out.
In the 2016 presidential campaign.
Yes, in the 2016 presidential campaign.
And this is, not to get too far ahead, but this is the unspoken second crime that Alvin Bragg is alleging, right?
We are assuming.
That's what we have to assume.
Yes.
Is that there's a campaign finance thing. And that's where it gets further confusing because it's like, that's actually a federal crime.
That the federal government refused to prosecute at the time when it was brought up. Because the court case was brought up and they refused to do that.
That
because
seems to be what he's referencing to turn these, what should be misdemeanor charges, into felony charges.
Yes. And because they become felonious when these crimes were perpetrated to cover up an additional crime.
Which would be the campaign finance stuff.
What would be the campaign. That's the logical conclusion anybody that tries to think about this can get to. Unfortunately, in Alvin Bragg's statement after the indictment of Trump, he said blatantly that I don't have to disclose what the other crime was,
because
the underlying crime, because the law doesn't require me to do so. So
he's a
ideally,
real goon, huh?
He's a real piece of shit, this guy.
Real fucking knucklehead goon, okay.
Yeah, and so he is assuming that he has a case with this underlying crime, which he has not been charged for in any capacity whatsoever. So,
in fact, been declined to be charged for.
By the feds. But if there is some kind of state crime, it's not in this indictment.
There's also a question of statute of limitations, right?
Yes.
The statute of limitation is somewhere between 5 and 7, depending on how it's interpreted, but these happened in 2016, so regardless, we're outside of... Unless
it is in, and it's weird because it's like he has to be in state for that time to, like, the clock starts and stops when you're in state and out of state.
Yeah.
And so that's part of the argument there. But also, if they are a felonious crime instead of just a misdemeanor, the statute of limitations changes.
There's also one more twist here. The statute of limitations for the felony version of the false records crime is 5 years, while the statute of limitations for the misdemeanor version is only 2 years.
Mm-hmm.
Trump's final payment to Cohen occurred in December 2017, which was more than 5 years ago. So regardless, it's outside of the statute of limitations.
Yes.
For this,
well,
but they're still charging him with 34 felonies.
Yes, and each one of the payments has essentially, I believe, three or four the charges on top of it. Each one of the charges supposedly comes with up to 4 years, and so they're saying that he's looking at up to 100 and some odd years.
136 is the number that I heard.
Not how any of this stuff works.
He'll never do a day in jail.
No, none of this stuff is going to work.
Never do even one night in jail.
And
they didn't even take his fucking picture, dude.
I mean, they might have, but they're not releasing it.
They're not releasing it.
I'm assuming that standard processing, he got fingerprinted and got a picture taken, but he's never going to be Those will not be released.
Imagine a T-shirt with Donald Trump's mugshot on it.
I'm surprised nobody's like AI generated that shit yet and put it out, because that, if you want to be rich,
the images, I'm pretty sure we talked about it last episode, but the movie poster images of him like Donald Trump escaped New York,
bro,
like him with the rifle and stuff.
Those were some
of the best shit I've ever seen.
So good,
absolutely incredible. Him punching cops and stuff like that, dude. That's hilarious.
Another year from now, we're gonna be able to make a legit movie
that's
AI generated that is Donald Trump escapes New York.
That's comedy, bro. I love that so much.
Comedy.
Yeah, him with the rifle with some of with like the lean on him. I mean,
yeah,
that's
dude,
some
that
of the
was
best
like
shit I ever saw. My God,
the 6 fingers on the left hand.
Oh, I love it so much.
So good. I'm kind of surprised they made him right-handed, just because. How does AI know whether to make somebody left-handed or right-handed?
Just because most people are right-handed.
It could be. That sounds discriminatory in my mind. But yeah, essentially that's the crux of it. He got indicted, and the next court date he has isn't until December. So that's where we're at right now. Nothing essentially has to happen until December 8th, I believe.
And they're talking about potential trial right in the heat of
primary season.
Primaries.
Yeah, but I mean, the next court date wouldn't be the beginning of the trial either.
Right.
That's, and I don't know the outcome of this, honestly, because I don't have enough.
He could very well get a continuance the next time he shows up.
Yeah.
Come back in 6 months. I don't know what to do yet.
Yeah, he definitely could. So, I mean, the New York City, the Manhattan court system is not exactly a pillar of efficiency.
You're telling me that it doesn't work flawlessly?
Well, it's not quick.
Hold on.
It's not quick. We'll put it that way.
The FBI paid millions to cover up for Democrats, including a Hunter Biden laptop. So how should we respond to this bullshit show trial? Okay, so also I have another question, right?
Yes.
Because Hillary Clinton, shout out Russell Brand, the Steele dossier, right? So Hillary Clinton and the Clinton Foundation settled with the federal government for over $100,000 because they used campaign finances to pay for the Steele dossier, which they used and then fueled the entire Russiagate everything. How is that not the same thing as this?
Oh, that's why the feds refused to prosecute, because this was nothing in comparison. The most apt analogy to this situation is when, if you remember, John Edwards was running for president.
Okay.
I believe that was during the McCain run,
okay.
I think. And he, while his wife was dying of cancer, he had an affair and a love child with their photographer.
Boss.
And so he had paid her a bunch of money in campaign finance stuff.
Boss. Absolute fucking champion idiot.
He's a fucking idiot.
Absolute champion idiot.
But no, the reason why the feds didn't prosecute him on this was because they're like, you can't prove the motivation that this was it directly affected his campaign like that, especially after the fucking what was his name, Greg Bush or whatever, that grabbed him by the pussy tape that came out, the Access Hollywood tape. Billy Bush.
Yeah.
That did not exactly hurt his campaign.
Yeah, that was wild too.
And I mean,
what a time to be alive.
What a fucking time to be alive, baby.
To be alive.
Yeah. The first time in history a former president has been indicted, gone through the system, and unfortunately,
because Grant was arrested, right? Ulysses S. Grant was arrested one time.
Yeah, for
like being shithoused, right?
He was drunk driving. Yeah, he was driving a fucking horse and buggy like too fast and too dangerous or whatever. So he got arrested one time.
Boss.
Yeah. But yeah, in this case,
I freed the slaves. I'm driving out here. I freed those motherfuckers.
Stop me, bitch. Yeah, go. You go from essentially helping to win the Civil War to becoming president. Not a bad resume, if you ask me. But the really big aspect of this whole case, right, is as ridiculous as it is, if the case hasn't been thrown out yet, which I don't understand how that happens.
How it wasn't dismissed.
And how we have no confirmation of an underlying crime, because he's never been charged with another crime. So I don't know where this is happening. The state of New York is not charging him with an underlying crime.
Right.
It's not in this particular indictment. He hasn't been indicted for anything other than this. So
why is this happening?
I think it's because it's Manhattan. That's what I think. I think this is the way the justice system works, right? The justice system works on a jury of your peers, if you will, correct?
Supposedly.
Supposedly. Well, it also, you get charged in a particular district, and you are put on trial in the area of which you committed the crime, unless you can successfully request a change of venue, because you will not get a fair trial. But again, that's up to the judge's discretion. So I don't know if they're going to be able to get a change of venue. If you move this thing to Staten Island is not the rest of New York City. You move this thing to Staten Island, this thing is over, and we're done, and we're moving on.
Staten Island be loving Trump.
Yeah, but we won't. If there's going to be any movement in the case, I don't think it will be until December during the next hearing. So we'll see. But as of right now, that's just it. They didn't put a gag order on him, so he could still talk. He got a little bit of he got a stern talking to by the judge for the meme he posted with the baseball bat and Alvin Bragg and shit like that. And he said, if there's any more of this kind of stuff, we're going to consider it like an incitement to violence. So I would recommend watching what you do on social media and what you say. But other than that, I'm not going to put a gag order on the case, and we'll see you December. Let's go.
Donald Trump is wild. He's a wild
weird dude,
guy.
yeah. And he immediately went from there to Mar-a-Lago. Did you watch the Mar-a-Lago speech?
No, I did not. No, I forgot to.
It was.
I heard a bunch of clips of it.
Yeah, it was interesting. I mean, it was relatively short. It wasn't too bad. I recommend everybody watch the Timcast IRL from that night.
That's what yes.
Because they do a pretty good job just letting him talk and kind of giving light commentary over top of that.
The judge is a Trump hater, and his daughter works for Kamala Harris. So I heard this too.
Yeah, his daughter
is also true.
I believe worked for Kamala Harris at one point. But yeah, I mean, it's Manhattan. Everybody fucking hates Trump in Manhattan.
Right.
That's the way it works.
So everybody got their hands in something.
Yeah.
It's not necessarily signs of like a huge collusion ring because his daughter worked for Kamala Harris because of the place they work, because of the place they live.
Yeah, this is Manhattan, bro. I mean, the only people that love Trump are like the working class people that make up part of New York City, but most of them don't live in Manhattan anymore because you can't afford to live there if you're working class anymore.
In your defense, Joseph, it doesn't mean there isn't one. I'm just saying it doesn't necessarily mean there is a conspiracy just because his daughter works for Kamala Harris.
Yeah.
But it doesn't necessarily mean there isn't one.
I think it reiterates the unfair venue he will be tried in.
Like Indiana or something like that, then maybe you'd be like, well, that's really weird.
Yeah.
That's awfully suspicious.
Yeah,
that's happen to work for Kamala Harris.
Recuse. But yeah, if this thing doesn't, at the end of the day, if this trial continues and it actually goes to court and there is an actual trial held, there is no doubt in my mind that the way the justice system works, he will be found guilty of these things because jury of your peers, they're you try to get a fair jury in Manhattan for Trump,
for Donald Trump,
good fucking luck. It doesn't exist. But I guarantee you there will be people in that jury selection that will lie through their teeth just so they have an opportunity to put away former President Orangeface. So I don't have a lot of, and if that happens, good fucking luck. I don't know where we go from there at that point. That's bad news at this point. We're already in bad news territory though. When we're locking up former presidents or trying to lock up former presidents with some blatantly bullshit charges here, I don't know what we're doing. I mean, we've
not good.
Remember the Georgia case when Crazy Rat Chick came out and was like doing a bunch of weird shit on TV, getting interviews?
Yes.
We haven't had an indictment in that case yet. So
even though she was like, we're gonna do something.
Yeah.
Something's happening.
But even if like a grand jury recommends indictment, doesn't mean the district attorney will turn around and actually put forth an indictment.
Right.
Something that Alvin Bragg probably should have done here is that we're not going to win this case, so let's get the fuck out. But I don't know what else is going on in that situation. None of this really makes sense other than the fact that when you look at the case, you look at the people involved, you go, these people just fucking hate him. This is the opposite of lock her up. This is lock him up for whatever fucking reason. I saw a lot of man on the street interviews from the protesters out in front of the courthouse. And as per usual, it's kind of like, you know, what is an assault weapon? You go around and people are being asked, like, so why should Trump be arrested? And they're like, well, because he's bad. All right, what did he do? He's like, he did a bunch. He's a racist, man. He's fuck this guy.
Racist, man.
You know,
put him in jail. He's a racist.
These people don't understand. They don't care. They have there's no logic in what's happening here. This is all just emotionally charged ignorance leading the way.
He says shit that I find morally objectionable. Put him in jail.
Put him in jail. And
awesome.
Yeah, I made the mistake the other day. Piers Morgan. You know who Piers Morgan is, right?
I do know.
He did a full-length interview with the actress formerly known as, still known as Stormy Daniels. It's her legal name.
That's her legal name?
That's her legal name. Stormy Daniels, formerly Stephanie Clifford.
Oh, I was going to say she had another name, right?
Yeah. But I made the mistake. I got about halfway through it, and I was like, I cannot with this fucking void of a human. Dude, it is rough.
Yeah,
it was a rough interview. And
what did she have to say?
Basically, she's trying to distance herself a little bit from all of this and be like, well, I don't really know.
It's probably bigger than she expected that it would be. You
a little
dumb
bit.
bitch.
A little
Should've
bit.
kept your goddamn mouth shut.
Yeah. So, you know, but as far as like substantive conversation, there was none to be had. She had a lot to say about women empowerment and not being judged for being a porn star or a stripper, and that's where, you know, most of the intelligent women she knows come from. And I say, well, yeah, it's because that's the only industry you're in, so of course that's going to be the people you surround yourself with. So
guarantee there are some very smart women who also get paid to have sex. Guarantee there are smarter women who don't get paid to have sex.
Word.
I guarantee it.
Guarantee you.
Yeah, you'll like the way you look. I guarantee it. I fucking guarantee that's not true.
You'll like the way you look.
Yeah, Jesus Christ.
So that's
so funny.
That's the thing. Like, all the things that don't make sense in your head literally don't make sense. None of this really makes sense at all.
You guys are just doing wild stuff. Huh?
We have...
You guys are all acting like knuckleheads.
We got a bunch of knuckleheads out here.
Bunch of fucking knuckleheads. Jesus Christ, these guys.
Yeah. Like, there's other cases that are going on. We got Washington, D.C. case with the documents. The documents. That's still undergoing. Trump, he kind of talked a little bit about that in his post-indictment speech. And he said, you know, they were negotiating in good faith. They did everything that was asked of them of the archives, and this is just another Trump hater coming after him. He said, let's not ask about Joe Biden and the documents being in the Corvette and all this stuff, which I'm just going to say, we know about the documents in the garage next to the Corvette.
Yep.
Somehow or other, the narrative on the right has turned into the documents were in the Corvette.
In the Corvette.
And I'm going, wait. I'm like, what? But that's the going narrative at that point on the right.
Driving these documents off the Chappaquiddick Bridge.
The Chappaquiddick. That's where the one guy tried to kill that one chick, right?
That's
left her in the car to die.
Left the woman to die.
Yeah, and she did die, right?
He left her to die.
There you go. There's good old Ted Kennedy for you.
She drowned to death in the car.
And he got away just fine. And a storied career after that.
Yeah, and then went and took a nap and did other shit.
He's a busy man.
It's really dark. The
busy
man.
Story
is really dark.
Busy man. There's a movie about that, right?
It's a very good movie.
Starring that one dude.
Yep. The guy.
The guy. Yeah, the guy. Okay, cool.
The guy's in it. It's a good movie.
Is it Josh Brolin?
No.
Looks like Josh Brolin.
Yeah.
Okay. You know me and the name of actors, bro.
Yeah.
We talk about movies all day. I still don't know any of the actors.
Jake Gyllenhaal either.
Are you sure?
I guarantee it.
And who's the Jake Gyllenhaal looking like? Tobey Maguire?
Yeah.
Yeah, there we go. The two of them, they're basically the same person.
You always say that, yes.
Yeah, we got Washington, D.C. case, and then we got the Georgia case with the perfect phone call of the... You know, I need you to find me 10,000 votes or 11,000 votes or whatever it was.
Donald Trump is just living his best life out here.
That's right. He's just kicking it. So, and it makes me wonder, out of all the cases that are going right now, why is this the one they're like,
what do you think
we got him.
Really, what do you think it's like to be Donald Trump?
Do
you think he's worried about this stuff, or do you think that he's just rocking and rolling?
No, he's chilling. He's like, I'm not going to live that much longer. I'll get through this. It's not a big fucking deal. I'm here for it. I get lots of attention.
He's just not worried
I'm
about
hanging
it.
out in my fucking palace on this golf course. People that live there fucking love me. You know, my family's out there turning and burning. They're out there defending my name. You know, I got these 2 sons, Eric and Don Jr. They're out there fucking going on podcasts, you know, talking me up. Everything's cool. Down with the system. I got more money than I could ever fucking need to worry about. I'm a super important businessman. I'm always fucking hustling. I'm always taking work. You know, I got this fucking hot ass dime piece wife who probably hates my fucking guts, but I got a cool kid coming out of it. You know, growing up, Baron's getting tall. That's like the big thing now. He's getting real fucking tall. Yeah, I mean, he's got a book written about him. He's got multiple books written about him. And the dude is ensconced in history forever.
Yeah.
Dude, it's legit as fuck to be T-Dog millionaire. Legit. You built a lot of fucking buildings that got your name on all over the fucking globe.
Right.
It's cool as tits to be Donald Trump, bro. I got this big ass fucking plane that's got my name on it. I can fly
Just
anywhere I
loving
want
life
and
out
stay at
here.
my resort over here, stay at my resort over here.
Wow.
I'm making fucking deals with anybody that's got money to give me. Banks love me because I fucking... Even if I appreciate my values of my properties, they're going to give me as much money as I ask because they know they're going to make money off the deals we do. It's legit, bro. So that's what it's like to be Donald Trump. He don't give 2 fucks. He's living his best life right now.
What a life, Donald Trump.
Yeah. Yep. And he can rally. He's got a ton of followers that are like down with the fucking government, bro. The government's coming after you. And a lot of it is true. A lot of that shit is true.
So you think they know this? They're gonna. Well, I asked you this other day, right? Is it like, is it too 5D chess to think that the Democrats know that this is gonna bolster support behind Donald Trump? So they're gonna, So they're gonna run up these charges against him to try and get him to be the candidate because in 2024 because they still think that they can beat him. Because I think if that's what they're thinking is that's very ignorant. It's very ignorant, very uninformed because this is not 2020 anymore.
Well, let's do this. I will say that I don't think that's necessarily a plan. I think their plan is to try to prevent him from running if they can. And then worst case scenario of that, yes, it martyrs him and it gives him the 35% in the GOP primary that'll be needed to get him to be the candidate. And in the general election, we have midterm numbers to look at. The Trump-backed candidates didn't do so well. Our numbers are, this is the way we want to do it. I don't think it's 5D chess. I think it's kind of like, I mean, if this motherfucker wants to go to town and charge his ass, then all we're going to do is benefit because if we have to run against him, we beat him in the midterms when he wasn't even on the ballot. When he was on the ballot last time, we beat him then. I don't think it's an issue. I think we got this.
And they're just hoping he's too distracted with a court case to effectively run for president in 2024.
I think even if he was...
Because he's not going to go to jail. He's not going to jail.
He's not going to jail. I think if, in their minds, I think even if he gets out there and campaigns, he still can't win because the general electorate, the swing voters, if you will, are still not going to vote for him because they don't like the message, you know, being stuck on the fucking 2020 they stole it from you like narrative,
right?
Put a lot of fucking people off him. A lot of like swing voters or something like that. They may not vote for Joe Biden, but they're definitely not going to vote for Trump, you know, or the Trump-backed candidate like Carrie Lake, who's just going to sit there and say they stole this, they stole it, they stole it. It's not a winning narrative, and so I think they have a lot of trust in the number of people that are diehards to make him the primary candidate to know the general won't vote for him.
Then the Democrats have to think that this case, this narrative is at least convincing.
Mm-hmm.
Because if it's not, then all of the swing voters they're counting on turning on Trump will actually support him because they'll see that these are just nonsense charges coming against him. And that seems so silly to think this is a good case. Like, I don't...
Well, how many people do you think actually
understand the intricacies of what's happening?
Like, probably not a lot.
Right.
Most people aren't going to...
And you're only going to try if you care about Trump Because if you don't care about Trump, then he's an asshole, and if you don't think he's an asshole, then you're not part of the group, and you fucking.
That's right. Yeah, I mean, how many? What's the biggest
man?
What's the biggest voting block of people out there right now? The most swayable. It's suburban white women, and the suburban white women also drive all the vast majority of the wokeness in the world. I mean, they are on that tilt. The fucking suburban wine moms. They're not. I don't want to. Okay, so I'm going to use a pejorative just to illustrate a point. Just to illustrate a point. I mean, these are the people that will watch The View and take it as fucking, fact. Like that group of people.
Real news.
The people that are like, well, I read the New York Times and the Washington Post, so I am very well informed. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Guns kill people.
The people who share stuff like that we went over earlier, and they're like, I'm informed as fuck.
Or who will get that on their feed and be
so
like,
informed,
I
like
need
the page
to,
says.
so.informed, baby. And they're like, well, I'm going to sit here and type out a fucking long-ass comment on my Instagram for my followers to watch.
Yeah.
That's like the biggest voting block out there right now, and they ain't voting for Trump.
There's someone that we know that's very activated about the expulsion of the representatives in Tennessee. And how
I'm activated about that.
Well,
I'm like, woo!
On the opposite side of you, someone that we know who has a certain color of hair, who's very upset about this particular thing and very activated, and we should all be furious about this. And
I thought we were expelling insurrectionists.
And apparently it's not like that. And this is another one. It's like this, that I'm like, I don't really understand this whole thing because. I don't know. My understanding.
I say we lock him up for 2 years and don't ask any questions, and we'll wait to put him on trial for trespass.
Because my understanding from the dailies is that this was a peaceful protest. That there was nothing insurrection-y that happened.
Yeah.
So should we move to that? We'll talk about Tennessee a little bit.
Yeah, why not?
The Donald Trump thing, I think we have wrapped up here.
Yeah.
I don't
know how much longer I can say the same thing on that one. It's all bad news. So the news of it all.
Timcast.
Timcast.com. Become a member. It's pretty sweet. 2 Tennessee Democrats expelled from State House of Representatives after leading anti-gun protests on chamber floor.
Okay.
This comes complete with some videos. Thank you, Timcast. I like the way you do news.
Nice.
This was written by Cassandra McDonald, a.k.a. formerly Cassandra Fairbanks, the monkey chick. She got a bunch of monkeys in her house. They're adorable. She's got an amazing Twitter feed because it's a bunch of monkey pictures doing monkey
stuff. Did she get married or something?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. To somebody I'm assuming is not Tom McDonald.
Good for her.
Justin Jones and Justin Pearson have were removed after a vote in the Republican-controlled House.
And that's those two gentlemen up there?
Indeed. Those are the two gentlemen there. This guy, he has made some amazing speeches. He is an orator akin to Martin Luther King Jr.
Really?
He pontificates on high almost like a pastor does. And I believe he might be a pastor, a former pastor like that. But he was an activist. I think both these guys were activists that turned into representatives. But a third Democrat...
Going to go corrupt like AOC, you idiots.
Not anymore. They're not in there no more. Jones was removed with a vote of 75-25, and Pearson was sacked with a vote of 69-26.
Because we're in the UK now.
Apparently. We spell color with a U. A third Democrat, Representative Gloria Johnson, was also up for the vote to be expelled, but survived by one vote. The final tally for her was 65-30, but needed 66 votes for expulsion because they need that... The two-thirds majority. Republican Representative Andrew Farmer, Gina Bulso, and Buddy Halsey had agreed in their resolutions that the leftist politicians broke decorum and engaged in disorderly behavior by leading a protest last Thursday, which involved activists storming the state capitol. You can see here from the video. Seems a little violent to me.
You're saying they incited this?
This was outside. I don't know if this is before or after they got into the chamber. Because I believe this was a protest. Because there's a bathroom over here. I think one of the representatives tried to use the bathrooms.
Trying to keep people out of here.
Yeah. So, a non-violent protest, obviously. Troopers created a barricade, and they were just trying to hold off what was going on. I don't think really anything else happens here, but let's see. The lawmakers had used a bullhorn to lead protesters that had taken over galleries in the anti-gun chants, or
So
in anti-gun
they're up
chants.
in the top.
They were up in the top, and then they came into the chamber.
Okay.
They
went
went
top
into the
and
chamber.
Came back in the bottom.
If we recall, if we'll keep our parallels to January 6th here.
Yeah.
They are interrupting an official proceeding because they are in session at this point.
Right.
And I don't know if this is a video. It's not a video. Fuck.
Just like there were some disorderlies at Jan 6. There were some rioters. There was some chaos.
There was some chaos.
There was also
Insurrectionists,
some
I
people
believe.
walking around with police in their hands. There was also some people that were kind of chilling. There were some people taking shits, doing some really irresponsible stuff.
Indeed.
There's some people just being generalized knuckleheads just walking around the Capitol also.
But yes, here's a picture of that Representative Justin
Protect
Jones.
kids, not guns.
And, he grabbed a bullhorn, and while session is in progress.
Even though there's a microphone there.
And joined in the chants, yes. Let's see. The representatives, the resolutions state that the trio did knowingly and intentionally bring disorder and dishonor to the House of Representatives through their individual collective actions.
Because at this point, he's talking to the people up at the top, not the people serving with him on the floor.
Yes, he is. He is now standing up to lead the protest.
Yeah, that's not good.
No, that's not good. You're a representative in session at the legislature.
And so you are in fact interrupting an official proceeding.
Yeah,
that is a thing. There's no question about that.
Yeah, 100%. Let's see.
Which is what a bunch of these people in Jan 6 got charged with, mind you. Trespassing and interrupting official proceting.
Hence making it a felony.
That's what they got charged with.
Indeed.
That's for real. That's what they went to jail for.
It was just a picture of what this disorder is looking like.
Because like the QAnon shaman, remember? He didn't hit nobody.
He didn't hit nobody.
Not assault. Never assaulted anybody.
Nope. So it's just, obviously you can hear.
In on the chamber.
Yeah, this is just chaos at this point. Just chaos. Boom. Person.
I have to pee so bad.
Well, you better go pee. Look at that. Look at that. I fucking win. I win this round. Pearson claimed that Johnson had was spared because of racism. Because at this point, if we recall the top of the article, these are the three representatives in question. Only the two African-American representatives were expelled, and she was spared by one vote. Quote, "You cannot ignore the racial dynamic of what happened today. Two young black lawmakers get expelled, and the one white woman doesn't vote, or does not. That's a statement in and of itself," Pearson told the reporters after the vote. Johnson had threatened a lawsuit if she was expelled and has vowed to, quote, "fight this." Quote, we're going to push back, and we're going to fight this because it's unprecedented and utterly ridiculous, Johnson told reporters. President Joe Biden weighed in on the move, saying it was, quote, "shocking, undemocratic, and without precedent." So there's that. We'll make sure Donovan, I'm sure he has lots of words to do that, but we'll just get through the rest of the article. The Tennessean report notes that the expelled lawmaker is not actually without precedent. Just last year, the Tennessean expelled Senator Katrina Robinson after she was convicted of federal wire fraud charges. Quote, "The last time the House expelled a sitting lawmaker was in 2016 when the chamber voted 70-2 to remove Representative John Durham R. Franklin, Republican of Franklin, from the House for alleged sexual misconduct. At the time, it was the first expulsion since 1980, and only the second since the Civil War. One of the things about this, Donovan, I had to make sure you knew if you did not. The surviving member of the three, essentially, where it was, Said, you cannot ignore the racial dynamic of what happened today. 2 young black lawmakers got expelled, and 1 white woman does not. That's a statement in and of itself, Pearson told the reporters after the vote. Joe Biden felt it was necessary, along with Kareem
Get the
Jean-Pierre,
fuck out of here.
to say that 3 kids and 3 officials gunned down in yet another mass shooting. And what are GOP officials focused on? Punishing lawmakers who joined thousands of peaceful protesters calling for action. It's shocking, undemocratic, and without precedent. So obviously it's racist because of these 2. And Joe Biden said it's undemocratic, even though they literally voted on it.
Use democratic processes to kick these people out.
So there's that. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the same. That same person I was talking about that we know said the same thing. It's undemocratic.
It's definitely undemocratic.
This is literally what you asked for. When you asked for a democracy, this is what you asked for voting for shit.
And
a bunch of people voted and they kicked him out.
This is why I don't like democracy.
You don't think it's fair? You don't think majority rule is fair, you goddamn jackass?
Oh, man. And
idiots, dude.
Yes. And we remember there was that clip of, here we go.
This is Kamala Harris.
This is Kamala Harris, who has gone down to Tennessee now.
She's the worst.
To talk about how outrageous all of this is. And this were some of her remarks from that day. So she's proselytizing and
get it, Kamala,
in fantastic fashion. Today, this comes from her Twitter. Today I stood with people, students in Tennessee and the Tennessee 3.
The Tennessee 3?
That's right, the Tennessee 3.
Oh my God.
That wouldn't be silenced, and their demands for gun reform must be heard in Congress and in state legislatures around the nation. Leaders must have the courage to act. Obviously, she's not talking about the shooting that took place, correct? Joe Biden got on a conference call with the Tennessee 3, if you will. Plus, it looks like another guy. Earlier, I spoke with Representative Jones, Pearson, and Johnson to thank them for their leadership and courage in the face of blatant disregard of our nation's democratic values. Our country needs to take action on gun violence. To do that, we need more voices like theirs speaking out.
As they're democratically expelled from their own jobs, like a bunch of jackasses.
Like a bunch of jackasses. Oh, and then where's my KJP? Where's my KJP? I know she's here for me somewhere. I pulled it up earlier, and I was like, oh, no, that's the Tennessee thing. So, yeah, you got the White House now coming out in official capacity talking about how they're not talking about the shooting. They're not talking about the shooter. They're talking about the legislative process that took place to expel certain members that led a protest to disrupt a legislative session, to knowingly and willingly break the rules of the House that they ran for office to get into, because this is just more important. But we're not going to talk about why we're having the discussion on guns at this point. We're not going to even bring that up, but we're going to sit here and pontificate on high about the democratic process that took place to give me an outcome I didn't like. We did have KJB talking about this earlier, right? I was like, yeah, this is not the right one because she's talking about Tennessee. Motherfucker. This is just not a good day for my bookmarks, man. Some shit went wild, and I don't know why. But regardless.
It's haywire.
Oh, it's the NPR one. That was what the fuck that was.
Oh.
Duh. Misfires. So, yeah, that's what's going on down in Tennessee, man. And the parallels to Jan 6 are not they're not hard to make. I mean, you got people that barged in, they're doing a protest. A bunch of people were peaceful, and then a small gang of folks were being violent. I'm assuming they were arrested. I would sure hope so, if you're pushing back against cops or whatever and stopping this. And then the 3 legislators that essentially turned their back on the legislative session, holding their hands, talking in the bullhorns, doing that whole thing, they got expelled for breaking the rules of the House. Something, I mean, that seems... I know decorum rules and all this shit in the House, they're all kind of ridiculous, but at the end of the day, this is the institution you signed into, that you put money, you took money from people
right
in your community to run for this job, and then you get there and decide, I don't need to follow the rules because current thing matters too much. I get to break the rules and then not have any consequences because just gun violence it's just too much
afterwards.
Yes. So that's Tennessee. That's what happened there.
Yeah, it's rough business down there in the South, eh?
Tough shit, bro. Tough shit. And then it feel like if you're one of those people in the community that knew some of the staff that was killed, or if you're God forbid, one of the parents that got killed by the trans shooter, and then the White House comes out essentially just never mentioning your kids, never mentioning anything that happened, and you're more focused on the problems that happened in the legislature from the White House. That's like a big fuck you to them.
Yeah.
So I don't know if that's Trump country, but I'm assuming if you're sending your kids to a private Christian school, you're probably not a Biden voter.
Right.
So I don't think it really matters at the end of the day to them.
Biden loves Jesus.
Biden loves Jesus. He's a Catholic. I
He's
forgot.
a Catholic.
He loves Jesus and abortion.
You know
What's
that.
up? I'm a Catholic. I love Jesus and abortion. Wait a minute.
He cares about all life.
What are you talking about? Except for babies.
Especially babies.
Except for babies in the womb.
Just only born ones.
What is a baby, Donovan? That is the question. Ask one of these motherfuckers. Okay, so we hit Stormy Downs. We hit Tennessee.
You want to talk about Ukraine?
Oh, yeah.
We're in part 3.
Yeah, let's go. Let's broaden our international wings now. Let's do it.
But we're in part 3 now.
Yeah, it is time.
Some Ukraine updates.
It's time officially to bring the end of world discussions to the table. Let's fucking do it. I think I actually have the right tabs up. Maybe.
There you go.
Nope,
so
Restrict Act.
Earlier this week, $2.6 billion more in additional military aid.
And if you disagree with that, you're a fascist.
Yes.
Or you hate. Yeah, no, you're a fascist who loves Putin.
That's right.
That's right.
Of course, further stressing our monetary system and depleting our defense capabilities, because it's been like almost a year since we had warnings from our own defense officials that are saying that we're not going to be able to defend ourselves.
Oh, we don't need to talk about that.
This is, of course, the federal government continuing to abdicate its only actual responsibility, which is to keep you safe. They can't actually do that anymore. Finland has officially joined NATO.
Check.
Effectively doubling the NATO border that we have with Russia.
I have a map.
Effectively doing the one thing Russia has actually effectively said.
Actually
said, this is what I'm upset about.
Yeah. So
And
there's Finland.
The justifications for...
Look at that border. Look at that border.
For how this isn't an escalation on our part is really pretty hilarious.
So let's go down the line here, right? Bordering Russia, we have Norway, which gets a little funky but comes around. Norway,
yep,
NATO member. Finland, new NATO member. Estonia, NATO member. Latvia, NATO member. Lithuania, NATO member. Belarus, on the Russian side. Poland, NATO member. Moldova, NATO member. Romania, NATO member. Hungary, NATO member. The only one that isn't is fucking Ukraine. So that's it. All the borders are now drawn. The line is drawn up and down now. Russia no longer, except maybe to the south with Uzbekistan and Turkmenistan. And, but they're probably more in the realm of the Russian influence, sphere of influence than anything else. But that literally just leaves Ukraine at this point. Because they've already essentially taken over Georgia. That happened during the Obama administration. I believe it was during Obama's administration. And then they've taken over Crimea, which comes over from Georgia, which happened during Obama as well.
Tail end.
So that literally just leaves Ukraine as the only non-NATO country that is bordering Russia. But if the president of the UN has anything to say about it, which he does, well, let's listen in his own words.
NATO's position is that Ukraine will become a member of
Yes.
NATO's position is that Ukraine will become a member of the alliance.
Great.
And that position has not changed. But we know that there are at least two things we need to address to make that possible. One is that we need to ensure that Ukraine prevails as a sovereign independent nation of course, any meaningful discussion about Ukraine as a member of the alliance has to be based on that Ukraine is a democratic, independent nation in Europe, and that's exactly what is now challenged or threatened by the.
Why is he doing
Russian
that with his
invasion.
hands?
You know, he's got a funny European accent, bro. I don't know what those people get up to, but you know, everybody, you know, Italians got this thing. Maybe wherever he's from has this. I don't know.
Because he turned away from the
It's
podium
like,
to do it.
Because
It
otherwise
was
you gotta
weird.
smack his hands. You know, we can't do that.
Right. That
He's
was
got to get
really
low and be like,
weird.
"Hey, this is what we're doing."
That
here.
was really weird.
So NATO's official stance is no, Ukraine's going to be a part of NATO, but we got to make sure Russia don't take over.
God
so
damn.
that definitely adds to escalation, I believe. So there's that. So welcome Finland, and also we're looking for, you know, Sweden is still hanging out there. They have a NATO application that hasn't been ratified by Turkey yet. Turkey's always kind of the odd man out on this one because they have such close ties to Russia, but they're the only ones right now that they're holding out on approving Sweden. But at the end of the day, Sweden will side with NATO if there's any ever kind of action whatsoever, and it's probably just a matter of time until Turkey allows them in. But again, they're not bordering Russia, so that would be a minor escalation in comparison to Finland now being accepted into it, which was a whole deal. But there's that. Damn, now I gotta pee. You got me started. So how do you feel about this?
I have a what does this have to do with freedom and liberty? That's pretty good for this. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'll
just because it's
be sad to miss part of it.
it's dark. I'll wait if you want. I
Okay.
deliver it at the end. But no, it's like I think I'll just continue on what I was saying before. I mean, just continued unchecked monetary support for the war in Ukraine is like I said, abdicating the government's only actual responsibility, which is supposed to be to defend you. And it's getting us closer and closer to war, and they're refusing to seek peace. We saw when Boris Johnson was still the Prime Minister of the UK. He went over there, and it's confirmed now that he told Volodymyr Zelensky that he didn't want him to accept, but that Boris Johnson did not, and NATO did not want Volodymyr Zelensky to accept a peace deal with the Russians. They did not want that. So we're declining peace as we sit, and we're continuing to drive more and closer to war. So these are bad choices, and they're willing to do it because they're never going to suffer. They're so deeply intertwined with the military-industrial complex. It's just going to continue on this way. They'll keep making money until the country doesn't exist anymore.
Mm-hmm. So what does this have to do with freedom and liberty?
Oh, well, damn, I should have sent this to you. We weren't prepared for this.
Oh, yes, that's right. Well, we could do that after, because I have a lovely little thing about Ukraine.
Yeah, I got two of them. I got one for the other ones too.
So this came out just the other day. New York Times, right, was one of the only people that were actually reporting on this. But the Ukraine war plans leak prompts Pentagon investigation. Classified documents detailing secret American and NATO plans have appeared on Twitter and Telegram. First off the bat, I haven't been able to find anything that I can say were the leaked files. The only thing I've seen were some various pictures of documents that may or may not be these things. The new narrative essentially at this point where these plans were doctored, some of the numbers were changed, and it's probably either anti-Ukraine or pro-Russia group that did the leak. Now, the reason I think that's bullshit is because the Pentagon is investigating who leaked the goddamn documents. So from the New York Times again, classified war documents detailing secret American and NATO plans for building up the Ukrainian military ahead of a planned offensive against Russian troops were posted this week on social media channels. Senior Biden administration officials say the Pentagon is investigating who may have been behind the leak of the documents, which appeared on Twitter and on Telegram, a platform with more than 500 million users that is widely available in Russia. Military analysts say the documents appear to have been modified in certain parts from their original format, overstating American estimates of Ukrainian war dead and underestimating estimates of Russian troops killed. The modifications could point to any number of disinformation by Moscow, the analyst said, but the disclosures in the original documents, which appear as photographs of charts of anticipated weapons deliveries, troops, and battalion strengths and other plans, represent a significant breach of American intelligence in the efforts to aid Ukraine. Biden officials were working to get them deleted, but had not, as of Thursday evening, succeeded. Quote, we are aware of the reports of social media posts and the department is reviewing the matter, said Sabrina Singh, the deputy secretary at the Pentagon. The documents do not provide specific battle plans like how, when, and where Ukraine intends to launch its offensive, which American officials say is likely coming in the next month or so. And because the documents were 5 weeks old, they offer a snapshot in time, the American-Ukrainian view as of March 1st of what Ukrainian troops might need for the campaign. So they're saying essentially that this is probably some kind of misinformation, and even though these documents were leaked, the numbers were wrong, so the information was altered. And this is all old news because it's dated March 1st.
I don't trust any of these fucking people.
Fuck no. I don't trust any of that shit. If there's somebody there's probably somebody at the Pentagon that is not liking what is going on and is on the front lines of the propaganda, because if they see this report, they know the reality of the situation on the ground, and it's not being reported in full or in, like maybe even partial truths. They probably want to make sure the American people have a chance to get their eyes on the actual situation there, because maybe we don't want to bankrupt our fucking country while this is all going down.
Yeah.
Or the thing that really strikes me is that we were done as pictures of these documents, supposedly.
Right.
Which is
not
not
upload
so
to
that's
the actual documents.
Exactly. So that right there, like how that means that somebody just uploaded pictures. So that tells you that this is way easier for this to be Russian disinformation. I don't buy that for a fucking second. I would say if there were like, electronic documents would be much easier to fake than change the numbers. And that's what it is. That's the big concern here, is that they change the numbers, and that's why this is disinformation. Or maybe it's just telling the truth you don't want us to know. That rationally, logically thinking individuals can look at the two populations of these two nations of Russia and Ukraine. Half the population fled the fucking Ukraine to begin with when this whole thing started. And a year into this conflict, they might be running out of fucking people. When Russia, who has historically just had this strategy of throwing men and women at the fucking lines of battle, millions of people deep, like they have since time immemorial,
right?
Might not have that issue. It's like if it's a war of attrition, Ukraine fucking loses.
Yeah,
because they don't have as many people,
just by numbers.
Period, and like not by a little bit.
Right. The amount of people that fled Ukraine too.
This is why they were telling people you couldn't leave the country.
Right.
When they were like, well, I'm a trans. They're like, well, fucking here's your rifle. Get on the front line.
I'm a trans.
That was a whole deal. But yeah, that's the major Ukraine news at that point. I don't know why I'm not being able to zoom in. Why can't I zoom in, Donovan?
I don't know.
Did we just do this last time? Can you see that?
Good.
Okay, there you go. So yeah, anything to add on top of that?
Yeah. Yeah, this is an example, in my opinion, of the military-industrial complex in full swing. Billions of our tax dollars continue to flow to defense companies while we struggle to pay our bills. Every day and every additional dollar sent to Ukraine without audit is a reminder of how little the oligarchs think of us. They will drive our country and lives into the ground while making a profit, and when our sons and daughters begin to die in another foreign conflict, they will rest easy knowing they have one less unhappy VA customer to hear complaints from.
Ooh, that's dark. You said it was dark. You were fucking right. That was dark. One less unhappy VA customer to complain about. Damn, Gina. That's rough. Hey, thankfully for us, the Ukraine-Russia conflict isn't our only thorn in our side as far as the downfall of the American empire goes. Because China's out there doing what China does. The CCP out here sowing discontent, making
Peace
fucking
deals.
Peace deals. Actually, before we get into that, I want to keep my YouTube running on my phone. But obviously, it adds. There's a thing with the battery that happens.
It's dying.
So I'm gonna plug it in. Don't mind me, there, show ducks. There we go. We're plugged in. We're plugged in. Good. All right. Phone lives over there now. Okay. So.
Guide me through China. What do you got on China?
It's like almost where do we even start at this point? The biggest issue that's coming from the rise of China, I guess we'll just colloquially call it at this point, is the fall of the petrodollar. I could almost give two shits if we were losing diplomatic prowess on the world stage because we're not we're not threatening two nations anymore with our military prowess and putting bases on your foreign lands and destroying your entire country if you threaten to go off the petrodollar. But as a result of this, at this point now, China has risen to the point they're making deals with lifelong enemies. They're making deals with other nations to not use the petrodollar anymore. And if there is one thing that gives our current currency any kind of power, it is on the global stage, or even for us here at home. We're not backed by the dollar anymore. We're backed by essentially the military might of the U.S. government because we stand guard over the world's oil fields and we have a gun to the head of the oil-producing nations, aka those in OPEC that control the price of oil. And if we are no longer holding that gun to their heads anymore, they kind of can tell us to go fuck off and do what they want, and then our dollar loses value. So we'll start with that here. China-Brazil strike deal to ditch dollar for trade. Brazil being a member of the BRICS nations, like we discussed earlier.
Okay, yes.
This is a new, it's not really that new anymore, but it's an up-and-coming economic bloc of nations, right? Essentially, it's a bunch of Eastern nations. It's Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa, BRICS, BRICS,
Okay.
BRICS. And it's starting to kind of expand out. It's probably going to include Saudi Arabia and Iran here pretty soon. But China and Brazil have reached a deal to trade in their own currencies, ditching the U.S. dollar as an intermediary, the Brazilian government said Wednesday. Beijing's latest salvo against the almighty greenback. The deal will enable China to the top rival to U.S. economic hegemony and Brazil, the biggest economy in Latin America, to conduct their massive trade and financial transactions directly, exchanging yuan for, I think it's the reais, which is the Brazilian currency.
Okay.
And vice versa, instead of going through the dollar, which is how things have worked until now. Everybody had to use the dollar as the middleman at this point. If you want to do international trade, particularly in oil, you had to take your nation's currency and then exchange it for dollars and then put that up for sale. And then the nation that bought it would take their money, change it into U.S. dollars, and then buy it. And then Brazil would send the U.S. dollars to China, who would take the U.S. dollars in return for the oil. Now it's just like, we'll just do our own thing. That's fine. And this is happening between not just Brazil and China. That was only one of their big deals.
Why were we doing it that way?
Because
we were making them do it that way?
Because after World War II, when essentially oil was king, we were the only nation that was not essentially destroyed around the world. And we were like, well, hey, we're here. We have the military might. We have the economic power. Everything goes to the dollar now because everybody's economy is collapsed. Everybody's all fucked up. So this is what we do.
We'll keep everyone stable.
Yes. And so that's why, like, the dollar has emerged as the world's reserve currency, is because everybody had to do deals in dollars at some point. That's why, if you were to ask me, when Iraq said they were going to go to a gold standard, Saddam had to go. When Libya said they were going to go to a gold standard, try to make some kind of standard African currency, Gaddafi got fucking penetrated with a knife of the butt.
Yep.
I mean, this is what happens historically to nations that have decided they don't want to deal with the petrodollar anymore. But America is no longer the power it used to be. We have not projected strength like we used to be. And so this is the kind of outfall from that kind of stepping away from the world stage, if you will. Let's see. What else? Oh, yeah, this is one of the main times they did this. China settles first LNG trade in yuan. So this was the first. It was groundbreaking as of March 29th.
They bought liquid natural gas.
China had just completed the first trade in liquefied natural gas settled in yuan. The Shanghai Petroleum Natural Gas Exchange said on Tuesday. Chinese state oil and gas giant CNOOC and Total Energies completed the first LNG trade on the exchange with settlement in the Chinese currency. And exchange said in a statement carried by Reuters. The trade involved around 65,000 tons of LNG imported from the UAE, the United Arab Emirates, to Shanghai Petroleum and Natural Gas. So now you got a major oil player in the Middle East, the UAE, now walking away from the dollar and solely doing business with China in China currency. First time that's ever happened. That's a huge deal, because if you're not exchanging that money in dollars, the value of that trade in dollars gets taken out of the system, right? So the value drops. Does that kind of make sense?
Okay.
And so that's one story about that. And as this is all happening, the BRICS nations are looking at basing financial reserves on a basket of other currencies.
You're saying the value of the dollar drops if people aren't using it. And
Yes.
this goes into it being
Yes.
almost like a faith-based system. That if people are using it, then it means something. It's like a what's her name, Tinkerbell. People are using it. They believe in it. It's real.
Tinkerbell? Oh, yeah, okay.
Peter Pan.
Yep.
Peter Pan. You got to believe in her, and then she has magic, and it's real.
That's right. And actually, I think Elizabeth Warren makes a really good analogy on this. Let me see if I can find that.
Just further underlines they're really fucking with how much this is worth, huh?
Oh, buddy. Oh, buddy. Fucking YouTube. Oh, okay. Nope. Is this the one? I can't wait for you to see these stories.
There's so many.
There's so many. Grab bag's gonna be fucking lit today. Some of these we're not gonna get to, but death for the children. That's not good. So I'm gonna play a clip here, and then we're gonna tie this into actually the devaluing of the U.S. currency.
Okay.
So let's listen to financial guru extraordinaire Elizabeth Warren talk. She's gonna be talking about the problems with Bitcoin, but exchange Bitcoin for U.S. dollar, and this will all make sense.
Okay.
With Bitcoin, there's no thing that backs it up. And that's what makes it different. It's just belief. You and I assess. You assess the value is going to go down. I assess it's going to go up, and therefore I buy.
So it's more like this artwork.
No, because at the end of the day, I can hang that thing on my wall.
Right.
And I can enjoy it,
But you
or
can
I
sell
can
it.
throw darts at it.
You could sell it.
The painting is gold. Bitcoin is the U.S. dollar.
Okay.
Okay. Except we do have something back in the U.S. dollar, but we'll get to that in a minute.
For money?
Sure you can. I mean, there are features about it that are the same, but it's not the same. And look, one of the things we have to remember there are a lot of things that come within this crypto world. So, for example, we could be talking about, instead of Bitcoin, we could be talking about digital currency. Now, that's something very different.
I think that's different too. I buy that. I accept that.
That's right, because that's a government-backed electronic transfer.
Again, the analogy still applies when you're thinking about the dollar instead of Bitcoin. because the dollar is not going to be
Right.
the same as the CBDC.
And it can be denominated in dollars, it could be denominated in euros, it could be denominated in some new language that's made up. But that has something that backs it up. It has a government that says if at the end of the day there's a run on this stuff, everybody wants theirs out, the United States government promises there will be something to back it up. And that's what banks are about. There'll be somebody there to back it up. But with Bitcoin, that's not the case. And then, of course,
So, if you were to take that analogy, and now instead of talking about Bitcoin's effect on the U.S. dollar, you're talking about the U.S. dollar's effect on the world currency, the world markets. So, if the only thing that gives the U.S. dollar any power on the world stage is, for one, everybody's been using it because we forced everybody to use it, and it is essentially tied to our ability to back the oil trade.
Okay.
And so if our ability to back the oil trade and all the transactions that go on in the world in liquid natural gas and oil, the dollar essentially loses every single one of its powers. And the only thing that's giving it any kind of value whatsoever is in the debt that other nations are holding in U.S. dollars. And if other nations are holding, say, $1 trillion in U.S. debt, if the U.S. inflation rate skyrockets, devaluing the value of a dollar, all those nations get a massive win. Because if the dollar has runaway inflation, right, and it goes fucking Weimar Republic style or it goes Venezuela style, and you need your fucking wheelbarrow full of cash, that $1 trillion debt now is essentially worth nothing, a percentage of what it actually used to be worth, and then you can pay that debt off no fucking problem because your currency buys you hundreds of thousands of dollars more than it ever used to.
Yeah.
So as the U.S. has its hegemony challenged by China and Russia and the rest of the BRICS nations doing business in other currencies that are not the dollar, it loses power on the world stage, and it loses faith on the world stage, and all the debt that people are owning, just the value of it disappears. And they have nothing but wins to come from that. The only people that lose in that situation are us. And who gives a fuck about us at this point? If China's out there making all these deals, making the trade happen in their currency, nobody has anything to lose from the U.S. losing power on the world stage.
And at the same time, we're doing this shit in Ukraine, so we're lowering our military power at the same time. And
Seems like a perfect storm of shit, doesn't it?
You're saying the BRICS nations are making their own currency?
Yes.
They're
looking at it.
They're looking at making a new currency that's backed in gold or something like that?
Yeah, the BRICS looking at basing financial reserves on a basket of other currencies. So the BRICS nations, or the BRICS countries, are working on establishing a new reserve currency to better serve their economic interests. The Russian ambassador to the BRICS, part of a Russian foreign ministry has stated this week it will be based on a basket of other currencies of the five nation bloc of Brazil, the Brazil real, the Russian ruble, the Indian rupee, the Chinese RMB1, and South America's rand. So they're looking at essentially creating a new currency based off of a balance of the five nations' currencies involved at that point.
Okay.
But again, that's real bad for us because up until this point, all those currencies had to be converted to dollars, giving the dollar value. And we're going to circumvent that, and the dollar will lose massive amounts of money. That's why when we talked earlier about the creating of the FedNet or FedFastNet or whatever that is, the Federal Reserve trading thing,
processing system. Yeah.
All they need to do is wait for a catastrophic economic event that is definitely going to be fueled by this situation to hit, cause runaway inflation on the U.S. dollar. As an emergency, they implement a digital currency run by the Fed,
to
run through fucking FastNet,
at whatever
exactly
they decide that it's going to be.
Yes, and then they might call it a dollar still. but it's economically different because your standard greenback Federal Reserve note will be fucking worthless. Only thing that'll be worth anything is your central fucking currency run through the Federal Reserve.
And they're the only ones who can trade with other countries. Like, as far as the U.S. government is the only one who can trade with the government of Japan.
Yes.
As far as shit like that goes.
Yeah.
So they're gonna
Businesses can trade between other businesses,
right,
but
resources and things like that from the raw point, like this.
You thought Ukraine was a bleak picture, bitch. What else is China getting up to at this point?
Well, it's interesting that that's receiving such... Like, it's very complicated. So I understand why it's not everyday news, but the fact that that isn't receiving more prominent coverage and that that concept isn't being discussed more, it seems very odd to me, because that's just as serious as what's happening in Ukraine.
It's more so.
Right.
Because this is the downfall of the American empire right here. That's what the dollar loses. There's a good episode of Rick and Morty, right, where Rick essentially to topple the galactic government or whatever sneaks into their main headquarters or whatever and changes their value of their currency from 1 to 0, and the whole thing collapses. That's all these nations need to do is make the value of the dollar on a global stage essentially worthless. We've leveraged ourselves so much in debt around the globe that money's not ours. We can't just pretend like it doesn't exist or whatever.
Right.
There's no writing that shit off. If the rest of the world decides our currency is garbage, or the majority of the economic world does, maybe we keep around the certain European nations, but that's a fraction of the trade that's going on. The value of the dollar is going to collapse if that happens, and that's not good for nobody. It only goes one way, and the only argument I could see that why. So there's two worlds in this. The corporate press isn't going to report on it because it's legitimately bad, and so they're not going to talk about it.
Yeah.
Because we can't bring attention to this shit, because if you thought the last run of the banks was bad, it's all fucking over at that point. We'll shoot ourselves in the foot before the rest of the world has the chance to do it for us. But as far as like independent outlets, I mean, there's some people that are talking about this stuff, but it's not a culture war topic. It's not going to be getting a bunch of clicks and views because it's real wonky and you have to get deep into it. No, it's not sexy. But it's going to be way less sexy when the entire dollar doesn't lose any when it loses all of its value and we're forced through economic need to go to a central bank digital currency. You won't have a choice. All the money in your bank will be gone. You can access the numbers there, but your bank won't be doing business in standard dollars anymore. You're going to have to go through this system to get it, to pay your mortgage, to pay your bills. You're going to have to do that to buy fucking food for your family and gas for your vehicle so you can go to work. There will be no opting out of this thing when it happens. And all they need to do is wait for this economic collapse to finish. Because as more nations sign on to this stuff, it's going to happen at some point. There's just no two ways around it, and it doesn't do the media any good to report on it. All it's going to do is hurt things quicker, and I told you, bro. You thought Ukraine was dark,
bro.
How do you feel like I feel like you're processing a lot right now.
I'm ready for the grab bag.
You need some uppers?
Yeah, I'm ready for the grab bag. I don't want a bad host. I don't really. That's a lot. That's a lot.
You want to hear about Saudi Arabia cutting ties with the U.S. economy?
All right.
We'll do icing on the cake, and then we'll wrap up with something fun. How about that? So Saudi Arabia cuts ties with the U.S. for economic independence.
They really are not fucking with us at all, huh?
Joe Biden done pissed them the fuck off.
Yeah, that was bad.
I'm telling you, man. We lose a journalist, and then Saudi Arabia walks away. So in surprise move, Saudi Arabia and OPEC Plus group of producers have announced a cut in oil production of approximately 1.6 million barrels per day. While the move is aimed at achieving market stability, according to a recent report from the Financial Times, Saudi Arabia is attempting to adopt an economic strategy that is independent of the United States. Saudi's expected cut in oil production. The decision to cut oil production came as a surprise, particularly as it is lower than the expected reduction of 2 million barrels per day that was to be agreed upon during the meeting that included Saudi Arabia and Russia. So they're only going to cut it back by 1.2 instead of 2 million that they had initially talked about.
So gas prices are going to go up.
I don't know if you've noticed, but they already have.
Right.
But yeah, they're going to continue to.
We talked about this before. They're based on futures.
Yes, they're based on futures. And the futures,
assholes.
And again, as oil becomes more readily available in other currencies, why would anybody want to try to trade their oil in the dollar at this point when they can use the riyal or any other stronger currency at this point? Because that money buys oil. Your money, I need more of your money to buy oil at this point now. It's just going to add to the process. Economic independence from the United States. According to the Financial Times report, the discussion to adopt an economic strategy independent of the United States is due to declining relationships between Riyadh and Washington during the Biden administration. Last week, the Biden administration ruled out new crude prices in an effort to refill a stockpile that was drained last year. And this was only reported to be an effort by the White House to curb inflation. So we pumped all the fucking oil out of the Strategic Petroleum Reserve because we wanted to lower gas prices, and now that the rest of the world is telling us to go fuck ourselves, we're going to be fucking tapped in a second.
Right. Oh God.
So, things are going good for the United States on the global stage. That's all I'm going to say about that.
And it's just going to keep getting worse, is what you're saying.
It's not going to get any better. I mean, there's some people will argue that, all we got to do is make it to 2024 and Trump will come in there and kick ass and take names and then everybody will get back in line. But I think at this point it's a little too late. And I think the Biden administration has done so much fucking harm to this country and our own security at this point. There's no coming back from it in my mind. For one reason or another, you could talk about the strength in office, projection of strength, or just priorities. There's probably a million different strings that attach to this thing. But, I mean, historically, Joe Biden has never made a good call in foreign policy. And I think this is kind of the flourishing of that. If he's the one that's ultimately in charge of all this, all he's ever done is make an ass of us on the world stage. And now the world's just not taking us seriously anymore because why the fuck would they? We didn't do anything when Russia threatened to invade Ukraine. Once Trump got out of office, he invaded Ukraine. I mean, the disastrous pullout of Afghanistan, now essentially being confirmed to be doing the right thing after this report came out. John Kirby's up there on the stand saying, "Yeah, I mean, we're very proud of how this worked out. We got all these people out. It was an amazing deal. All the equipment that we left there, that wasn't ours. That was the Afghans, and we didn't lose anything. The Afghan government that collapsed the minute you said we were leaving, that one, yeah, that's all their shit. It's fine." So yeah, it's no wonder that all this is happening. For anybody that's got two eyes can see this is the path that we were on since the minute Biden walked in the fucking door. But hey, congratulations, everybody. You fucking voted for it. So on that fantastic note, Donovan, do you want to end this segment?
That's it. Part 3's over. This episode
Pulling the ripcord.
145, Part 3. My name is Donovan.
I'm calling.
And we have been happy to have you guys here. Of course, remember to like, subscribe, share this with your friends. Tell everyone about it. Tell them not if they're sad, though. If they're sad, don't let them come here. You have to be happy when you come here, or else you won't make it out. That was really rough.
Was it?
Yeah, that was a rough one.
Hey, facts don't care about your feelings.
We'll be back for part 4 in just a few minutes. It's gonna be grab bag. We're gonna bring things back up a little bit.
Yes, we will.
It's gonna be better. We are gonna see some John Kirby, I think. So we'll talk some shit about John Kirby.
Yeah, we could do that.
And we'll have a good time. It'll be a good time.
So we'll start with John Kirby because that's more heavy, and then we'll get into the fun stuff.
That's right. We'll be back in just a few minutes. Thank you guys very much.
Bye.
Fantastic salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
We're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
We're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
We're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
We're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
Action.
Thank you for joining us, everybody. My name is Donovan.
I am indeed Colin.
And this is episode 145 of Salt of the Streets. This is part 4, the grab bag. You made it through.
Now you get to be rewarded.
That's right. That's right. Yeah, we're gonna work it. It's gonna be great. So
we're gonna attempt to save Donovan's soul this time.
Yeah, that was a crusher. We are out here. So again, thank you guys for joining us. I want to remind you to like, subscribe, and share this with all of your friends. Tell them that everything that we're talking about, we are in fact trying to inform everyone, and we all deserve freedom and liberty on an individual basis.
And as Kevin Garcia said, the government doesn't want people to be informed and to know what is about to happen.
Correct. You can find us on Instagram, YouTube, everything at Salt of the Streets. We also have our own personal social media. I am at Salt of the Street on Twitter and at alpaca_Donovan on Instagram. And Colin is at Big Bird Offie on both of those things. You can find all that at saltofthestreets.com. The sponsor for this fourth and final segment of 145 is JP Bakery, Leggings and Aprons on Instagram. Go there. Cakes, cupcakes. Again, she does the English muffins and all the things. She sends them. It's fantastic. She could ship them to you. Go there. We'll see a little video at the end. It's great. This is the grab bag segment. This is Colin Run. He curates it. It's fantastic. I need this.
Yes.
I need some cheer in my life. Let's do this. What do you got for me?
Like we talked about in the end of the last segment, we're gonna keep with the crushing morosity just for one more minute because we're going to talk about John Kirby. I feel like his title changes or he wears multiple hats because I've heard him referred to as the White House press secretary or spokesperson.
Yeah.
But he's also is the Department of State or the Defense Department spokesperson. He's always talking about lots of shit. And so what happened was a report has come out now it's been declassified that describes a multi-agency examination and review of the Afghan withdrawal. And
of which we did, not to interrupt you, but of which we did a very long breakdown, a full segment breakdown comparing the departure of Afghanistan to the departure from Vietnam.
Yes.
It was fantastic.
It was great.
Very information filled. Go check that out.
Yeah, you definitely flexed your Vietnam history muscles on that one. You fucking nailed it.
And went fucking ham in that segment.
Yes. Yes, you did. So we're going to take a trip to the White House press room.
Did you
Yes.
hear Spencer say that he saw Pete Ducey when he went to Las Vegas?
No.
Yeah. He did not speak to him, but he saw Pete Ducey. He was waiting for an Uber.
I'm surprised Spendo knows who Pete Ducey is.
Yeah. He knows a little bit of stuff.
Because he doesn't like it. He tells me he doesn't like nothing like that. The only thing he likes in the world is sports.
Yeah. But he knows a little bit of stuff.
Yeah, and video games. He likes he has a little video game in every night, he says.
Yeah. I don't think he likes how serious it is,
I think that's a lot of people's issue.
Politics is mad serious.
You like all this shit, and I just destroyed your soul last segment.
Yeah,
so
that was tough. That was tough. Those are big concepts to take in.
Yeah, you know me and my foreign policy and shit.
And I even was like, this is my show. This is our show. I do the other half of it. I was prepared for us to talk about that. And I still was not prepared for that.
Like I said, I think Ivan would have been very proud.
Yeah.
We're missing you in the chat there, Ivan, but
we love you.
I'm sure you're out there making things happen and pay attention to the commodities markets.
Yeah, seeds and shit.
Yeah.
That fucking guy.
All right, so let's take a trip to the White House press conference room or whatever the hell they call it and listen to Pete Duce talk about something.
It doesn't seem like after...
What?
It has a person's name.
Oh, I'm sure.
It's like
some
so-and-so's
fucking donor somewhere.
Yeah. Or some press secretary, some dude who died, some fucking something. Yeah, it has a person's name.
Well, I'm sure that person was a huge piece of shit, and considering he was a United States politician, so we'll go with that. Maybe he's a fallen hero, and I'm speaking out of school, but I don't know shit. My bad. Either way, Pete Duce, take it away.
The country has had a couple months to review this, and as the government has, people don't have an issue with the decision to order troops out of Afghanistan. It is with the way that this president ordered it done. There were children being killed. There were people hanging off of Air Force jets that were leaving, and you're saying that you guys are proud of the way that this mission was conducted?
Doesn't mean
of that?
Proud of the fact that we got more than 124,000 people safely out of Afghanistan? You bet. Proud of the fact that American troops were able to seize control of a defunct airport and get it operational in 48 hours?
After you closed down Bagram Air Force Base, you fucking piece of shit. Yes, after you fucked up and decided to leave the one fucking strong base you had in the region and decided you had to go to Bagram Air Force Base, or not, you had to go to the actual international airport of fucking Afghanistan. Come on, buddy.
You bet. Proud of the fact that we now have about 100,000 Afghans, our former allies and partners, living in this country and working towards citizenship? You bet.
A lot of which you didn't fucking save, asshole. A lot of which a bunch of former operators had to get together and get all their fucking assets together in their fucking PMC organizations to get their fucking friends out of country. People like fucking Glenn Beck that got a hold of people that got certain religious minorities out of the country because they were all about to fucking die. You didn't do shit for them.
Tim Kennedy and a bunch of his homeboys
Yes.
fucked around. Yeah.
All those people.
Man.
Yeah, you fucking bet you're proud of that, you piece of shit.
Does that mean that everything went perfect in that evacuation? Of course not. I've talked about it from a different podium. The after-action reviews are now being reviewed by members of Congress, which will lay out things that could have gone better. Nobody's saying that everything was perfect. But there was a lot that went right. And a lot of Afghans are now living better lives in this country and other countries around the world because of the sacrifices and the work of so many American government officials. So yeah, there's a lot to be proud of, Peter.
So you're proud of when that fucking happened? Do you remember this? Remember when that fucking Air Force flew off with fucking Afghans clinging on it for dear fucking life, who then fell to their fucking deaths? You're proud of the 13 Americans that got killed that day? Yeah. If you guys had your fucking shit together, none of that would have fucking happened. What else you got to say there, fucking Kirby?
Despite having his options curtailed, President Biden led a deliberate, rigorous, and inclusive decision-making process that was responsive to facts on the ground.
So thank God it was fucking inclusive. Thank God it was conclusive. And also, if you would have listened to the facts on the ground, I don't have the clip there, but there was the operator that was on the ground who tried to get permission to take fire on the suicide bomber that killed those 13 U.S. soldiers over there and continually got refused to take any action on it, who testified in front of Congress to that point. Yeah, you definitely listened to the facts on the ground.
Security vetting.
What is this one?
Get planes coming in and getting them loaded, have medical screening, have security vetting, have diplomatic presence on the ground to make sure that we're putting the right people on planes, but also defend that airport from external threats. That's pretty remarkable. And so for all this talk of chaos, I just didn't see it. Not from.
You didn't see the chaos. You did not see the chaos. All right there, fucking homie.
Yeah, we talked about this before. I went to school with a gal who was at Abbey Gate, and she organized the immediate response in the aftermath of the explosion. That's very interesting.
But they're very proud of it. Very proud of it. I think this can be the last one. Then we'll move on, because it was all just completely ludicrous, and he got real hyped up about it. I watched the whole press conference in its entirety one time just to make sure, missing context. No. He was just this unhinged the entire time. I mean, he's like, I'm dying on this hill. We did a good job in Afghanistan, which is what precipitated everything else that we just talked about in part 3.
Yeah, no way, dude.
Once you turn it over, it's just like what we're doing in Ukraine. We give Ukraine artillery ammunition, Stinger anti.
Oh, this is to the all the billions of dollars of equipment we left there.
Air missiles, Javelin anti-tank. It's their stuff at that point, not the Americans. It's their stuff. That stuff belonged to the Afghans. And so this argument is just ludicrous, that we left millions of dollars of stuff in Afghanistan. We didn't. We turned it over, as the previous administration would have done too, because part of their thinking was they were going to have to turn this material over. it was turned over appropriately and carefully and deliberately with the Afghan National Security Defense Forces.
Who proceeded to dissolve their government and flee the country the minute you guys fucking ditched out. If you were to have an organized withdrawal from Bagram Air Force Base, where the government wouldn't have been blindsided and given the Taliban essentially carte blanche to just invade the entire city of Riyadh or of Kabul, this would not have happened, and that could have been a thing that the people could have utilized. We could have continued to provide U.S. air support if required. We could have gotten everybody securely and secretly out of Bagram Air Force Base and never would have had to deal with this entire clusterfuck. So the makeup of the government could have stayed intact, and the perception of them continuing power, to continuing to be in power, could have been maintained. But no. Everything was fine, says Kirby. And that all that equipment, we gave that to the Afghans. It wasn't ours. It was the Afghan military. So it was their problem to deal with, and they just hightailed it and left. So this is really their fault, that $7.1 billion. Thankfully, Community Notes has chimed in on this post. Multiple sources have cited billions in military equipment left behind by the United States military, including the Special Inspector General of Afghanistan Reconstruction, the cigar, I like that one. The DoD reported that at least $7.1 billion in equipment and at least $57.6 million in funds the state had no plan for recovery. So that's the last of the crush morosity. He went to bat for this report. The press was outraged that they got like a 5-page summary from this thing, and I believe the actual report was hundreds of pages long.
Yeah.
Because it was from multiple departments at that point. So that's.
I don't think
that's that.
I think this has to be looked at, as far as the equipment goes, the same way that if a lot of people don't like the direct comparison between Afghanistan and Vietnam, right? So if we're only going to look at certain parts of it that way, there are some that you can really directly relate, and the equipment is one thing. And when we look at the equipment left behind in Vietnam, that's exactly how we look at it. We left it behind. We didn't have any plans to bring it home. That doesn't mean that we should have left it there, especially because a lot of that shit the Vietnamese couldn't use when we left it there. And so I mean,
we all saw the videos of the Taliban trying to fly the Blackhawks afterwards. That didn't go so well at first.
That's nonsense. That's nonsense.
It's a couple idiots trying to fly when they didn't have any training.
It's not a lie to say that we didn't have a plan for recovery, but to try and excuse it like, well, we never planned that, on getting it. We're going to leave it there the whole time.
It was theirs.
That's bullshit.
Yeah.
I know.
Yeah. So that whole thing. It's still a joke to this day, and I think it still holds that was the sign that everybody took on the world stage to be like, all right, America's a fucked up piece of shit. We're free to move about the cabin.
Yeah.
Ding dong. Let's go. All right. So we're going to ease into the uppers of life, nice and easy, by continuing to shit on the corporate press a little bit, and then it'll be totally and utterly just ridiculous nonsense, and everything's going to be fun. We saw this week that NPR was officially labeled state-affiliated media on Twitter, and corporate press immediately clutched their pearls as hard as they could. So this is a clip from, I believe, CNN This Morning, starring none other than the reformed and now non-sexist Don Lemon. And this is what they had to say on the matter.
So this is happening, and then you also have Elon Musk removing the New York Times.
Oh yeah. He went to training and he got reformed. He's fine.
Oh god damn it, you guys!
I'm actually pretty sure he took like a little PowerPoint thing, because during his time off he was down in Florida posting pictures next to a pool. So
god damn it,
so
you
there's
guys.
that. So yeah, he's still popping.
Blue check. Is he turning off the broader public or a broader, bigger audience than just people who agree with him, and perhaps even trolls?
I think so, and I think the biggest risk is if you go after certain media outlets without a set of parameters, you can lose a lot of trust in the platform, especially because people leverage Twitter in emergency situations. You know, if there's a flood in your town, a natural disaster, if there's a major political situation, you want to be able to go on the platform and know that the stuff that you're seeing is authoritative. If Elon Musk is going to sort of cherry pick which outlets get amplified, which ones have labels, he risks people not being able to trust Twitter at critical times. And that's where Twitter does its best work. It's where it gets its most engagement.
So what you're saying is, by saying NPR is now labeled as state-affiliated media, their reputation is being tarnished?
You can't trust what they're saying.
We can't
now.
trust the corporate press? We can't trust...
You can't trust Twitter
we
because
can't
the way they're classifying
that's
the corporate
right.
press.
That's right. So they're, because they're not labeled an authoritative outlet, per se, because they have the moniker state-affiliated media, because they have... I've learned now, it used to be 2%, it's actually 8% of their funding. I saw a bunch more data on this lately. Because of that, they're no longer a trusted source because they're state-affiliated media.
Oh, my God.
So okay. I mean, we knew that. I mean, anybody who knows anything about the corporate press knows they're all state-affiliated media, including this show that you're on right now, you fucking piece of shit. The real big dig is that the only other kind of like accounts on Twitter that have state-affiliated media are like coming out of like Russia Today,
like
and
the CCP
and the
and
CCP,
stuff like
yeah,
that.
whatever.
Yeah.
It's like the Daily Sun or whatever that's
Right.
called from the CCP, which are legitimately 100%. I mean, it's a different level of state-sponsored media.
Right.
But I mean, if you want to get technical, bitch, NPR, National Public Radio, is a state-affiliated media source.
They don't seem to disagree with the federal government very much. So
Oh, God, no.
So long as there are
No.
Democrats that are in place there.
Yeah, they're just CNN's offended because they are on the same side as NPR. So there you go.
First of all, how dare you?
How dare you?
There it
Forgot
is.
we had that.
Yeah, don't forget we also have,
Get your shit together.
Yeah.
which I feel like Don Lemon should do right now.
Yeah, and you see Elon Musk also on Twitter weighing in on the decisions he's making, like this one with NPR. But what Twitter's policy is that state-affiliated means it's an outlet where the state, the government, exercises control over editorial content through financial resources, direct or indirect political pressures, and or control over production. That's obviously not NPR. NPR does great journalism. They cover the White House. They cover the Hill. They cover everything. They do great work. And so this idea that
they do great work. I love that statement more than anything else. Because I mean it applies to like when I was talking about the Elijah Blue situation and all that. She does great work. Okay, everybody does great work, bro. They all do great work. CNN, they do great work.
Great
NPR,
work.
great work. We have discussed multiple segments from multiple NPR podcasts where their great work was full of shit. And we tore it apart here on the show.
Yeah.
100%. But they do great work.
Great work.
They do great work.
High quality, not biased at all.
Not even a little bit. And that's fine. CNN's threatened because they don't like Elon Musk. They don't like the fact that Twitter is much more of a free speech platform these days as it is. And they don't like the fact that Elon Musk is a fucking troll and the richest guy in the world at the same time. So he can fuck around. I don't know if you saw this, but on the PC version of Twitter, this little Twitter icon right here, for the past week has been a Doge fucking
I did see
icon.
that. I did
It
see
was
that.
a Doge, baby. And he just did that because he's a billionaire troll. He fucks around. That's
Look
why.
how funny this is.
And it was funny because
look
Doge
at this
shot through the
little
fucking
dog.
roof for a minute. That was pretty funny.
He just said, look at this little dog.
Yes, and here's a lovely little breakdown from the numbers come from the Libertarian Party of New Hampshire that breaks down the numbers of the money NPR received from the U.S. taxpayer over the last couple of years. So in 2022, they got almost $500 million in federal funding, and in 2021, they got $640 million of federal funding.
Damn.
Some of that is in grants that are competitive, quote unquote, but at this point, if you're NPR, it's kind of a shoe-in. You just apply and you get the money.
Yeah.
And then, but hey, they also just fired like I forget exactly what the numbers are, but they fired a shit ton of employees over in NPR over the last week.
They did?
Yeah, man. They're going down hard. All right. So now let's get to some fun stuff. This is, if we all remember, I don't know if we talked about it on the show or not.
I thought those microphones were part of his suit. It's like, why is he dressed like that?
It's New Zealand, bro. Don't be hating on somebody else's culture. This is the new Prime Minister of New Zealand, because the old Prime Minister, I forget her name.
Jacinda Ardern.
Yes, she recently stepped down because it was all just
too stressful.
It was all just too much.
It's too much.
So this is the new Prime Minister.
Rights is really stressful.
Yes, it is, especially when they push back a little bit.
Yeah, I hell thought that those microphones were like his lapels.
His lapels coming out.
I was like, what the fuck?
I'd be lying if I said I didn't think the same thing when I watched this video the first time. But hey, at least they have a member of the indigenous person to do the signing in the background.
That's woke as
This
fuck.
guy, I mean, just look at his face. He looks like a really sad puppy dog, which is really funny, but just listen to this interaction.
Sean. I just wanted to ask you, given comments by Keir Starmer in Britain, how do you and how does this government define a woman?
That good old-fashioned question.
Let's hear it.
What is a woman?
What is a woman?
Look at his face. Look at his face. Oh, fuck.
To be honest, Sean, that question's come slightly out of left field for me. Biology, sex, gender.
Words?
People define themselves. People define their own genders. Keir Starmer has said that he believes 99.9% of women do not have penises. And I know it's a strange thing for him to say, but given recent events in New Zealand,
This is going to get trolled hard.
I'd ask again, how do you define what a woman is?
Well, I think as I've just indicated, I wasn't expecting that question, so it's not something that I've, pre-formulated an answer on.
It's a lady.
In terms of gender identity, I think people define their gender identity for themselves.
Oh my God!
It's a lady.
It's a lady, and that's.
Y'all are too stoned, but I thought it was a suit as well. but I'm stoned too, so that's not saying a lot.
Yo, bro, I ain't stoned. That's what I'm saying. I just
Damn, bro.
when I first saw this,
Yeah.
I was like, oh, what is that? Because I'm looking on my little phone, this little tiny little screen, you know. But yeah, I like the fact that that journalist knew he was trolling this guy, and the minute he was like,
you got him.
I did. He's like, oh, I double down, baby. All I'm saying,
Let's go.
let's fucking go, dude. So that was quite humorous. That's the new leader of New Zealand.
Yeah,
So
come on, bro.
That's fucking fun. Who would have thought? Sidney McCain, based.
It hides in plain sight. Epstein was hiding in plain sight. We all knew about him. We all knew what he was doing. But we had no one that was, legal aspect that would go after him. They were afraid of him. For whatever reason, they were afraid of him. It hides in
Sidney McCain, based.
John McCain's wife?
John McCain's wife, his late wife, his widow.
Yeah.
Yeah. She knew about Epstein. She knows what the deal is. Apparently, she's
There's
more
no
based
one
than
would
we
go
would have
after
thought.
him. What the fuck?
This was on fucking. You can't see it in the thing. We'll minimize.
C-SPAN 3?
This is on C-SPAN,
What the
baby.
fuck?
This is an interview on C-SPAN. She getting out there being like, "Yeah, we all knew what he was doing. We just didn't really have any legal means to go after him. He'd already been tried before. He'd already been found guilty of certain pedo crimes. So, fucking Sidney McCain, she knew what's up."
What the fuck?
Oh, I promised you earlier in the show some beautiful looks at what is possible with home manufacturing of firearms.
Pretty sure that's an FGC 9.
I'm pretty sure it's fucking badass is what it is.
Yeah.
And I like the colors that go into these things too. I'm noticing that. Look at that fucking... the only thing that's printed on this thing is the lower receiver.
That's dope.
And that's legit as fuck. Both these bad boys, I like those a lot.
Yeah, that's cool as hell.
That's super cool. I think these are those are like the holes that you got to drill when you do the unfinished things. Yeah. I really like the fucking pink gun with the magazine.
Yeah.
It's fire.
Yeah, those are cool.
I just noticed my camera's
Ooh,
right in the middle of that
dope,
one.
too. That's a
That one's
chassis
super
for
dope.
it? Yeah, that's sick.
Yeah, that I actually saw the guy actually shooting this thing. He's got a video of it. It's fucking dope, dude. Real
That's
dope. But you
cool
could
as
see
hell.
like the resin cuts on that thing
Right.
and the sanding and stuff that goes along there. It don't take much. That's all you got to do, bro. And again, we talked about this earlier, but you can't put the genie back in the bottle as far as home manufacturing of firearms go. That's the whole deal. That's what'll happen when you make firearms illegal or try to. This is what's going to happen. People are already doing it. Okay, this is going to blow your mind.
What?
And this is a real life story. The interview is 2 minutes long, and so let's kind of talk over it if we need to. But this is some real shit.
This is real?
This is real.
This isn't a fake.
Yeah, I will pull up another story about this because this is real as shit.
The one controversial aspect here, because we interview people all the time who want to change their appearance, people who see their bodies as ongoing artwork. All well and good. That's absolutely fine. But you have stepped into the realms of controversy by saying that you now identify as black. Now, what do you mean by that?
Yeah, not only my whole body, so not only the appearance changed, also my feelings and my beauty idols.
I understand that people will, obviously, they're going to react.
The accent, by the way, I will tell you right now, the accent is German.
Okay.
And we will.
She's German.
After this, we will show a pre and post situation.
She's German. She identifies as black.
Yes, and had tanning injections to.
What?
Yeah, she had tanning injections. I didn't know that was a real thing. To change the outward appearance of her skin. So
but it's the fact that you say you identify as black.
I don't want to fight the black people. I do it for myself. It is not a media attention. I'm just talk with them who want to talk with me because I'm really proud that this medicine works for me so well, and I can feel in myself that I'm changing to a black woman.
I love the reactions, dude. The reaction.
She looks terrifying.
Yes.
She looks terrifying.
Yes, for you audio listeners out there. I will give you a name here in a minute. I think it's in the post, so I got to look it up again. But
what's up with the boobs?
It's rough.
What's the boob thing? Are the boobs ever addressed, or it's just about her race?
She does address it. She likes the curves.
But I have to say, I have to learn more about all these cultures, and that's the reason why I'm going to be in January. I want to go to Africa.
So she recognizes her privilege. So she knows she has to do the research. She got to do the work to understand the values of the culture.
Okay, so she's not okay. So she's gonna go and find roots in Africa.
Yes, so that she can better identify with the culture.
To learn more about the cultures, to avoid misunderstandings.
This guy.
And to learn more about the cultures and the person itself.
But you understand that race and colour is much more than skin deep. It's heritage and pedigree and tradition and history and struggle. It's all of those things that you can't hope.
This is in the UK, bro. Like the interview.
This is crazy.
To get anywhere near with 3 tanning injections.
No, but also all these steps, also having black curly hairs and also have butt implants. I like the curves of black women, and I want to get them step by step. But I know Africa has a lot of different states, and I have a lot of fans and friends all over Africa. I'm going step by step, visit different countries to learn more about the culture and to find which of these countries is matching most to mine.
Get the fuck out of here. Which is matching most to me.
Yes. Okay, so.
Oh my God.
Give me 1 second. I will find the.
I mean, we used to call this woman Rachel Dolezal. Did you know that she has an OnlyFans, Rachel Dolezal?
Yes, I did. Thanks to the Drinking Bros boys. Her name is Martina Big. This is her official Wikipedia page.
Oh my God.
Cuppy.
There is an episode of It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia where Dee dresses up like
Yes.
that's literally what it looks like. That's literally what it looks like.
Okay, so I believe I got to check here because it's like a. Oh no, it's safe search off. Okay, boom. So pre and post. That's what we're looking at.
You fucking joking me.
No, I'm not. This is it, baby. This is it. This is her husband. They recently got married over in Hawaii.
Yep, you bet.
Yep, that's but yeah, pre-post. So she got the breast implants and I believe the buttock implants before she got the tanning injection treatment.
I mean, the breasts they're ridiculous.
They're more ridiculous than the guy up in fucking Canada.
And they're horrific.
I mean, she's living her best life, bro. So there's her over in Africa, seeing some zebras out there on safari.
And that's what she thinks black people look like.
Yeah.
Because she's trying to imitate black people.
Mm-hmm.
Because she said she likes the curves of a black woman.
She's the Dylan Mulvaney of black women.
Like a black grandma that has huge tits. That's what you're talking about?
Stereotypical.
Right.
That's what she's talking about, yeah.
You want to be Aunt Jemima, but also not because you weigh 9 pounds, not including all of the saline that is your boobs.
Check. So, as the world collapses.
What is happening to us? What is happening?
I thought that would wreck your mind a little bit. So I wanted to offer a little bit of humor to go with this. And this will be you and Jordan here in a couple of years. Bam! Just so for audio listeners, mother is painting a wall, standing up on a ladder. Kid comes up with a Nerf gun, shoots her in the leg. She freaks out, falls over, and dumps paint all over herself and the couch.
Oh, there is.
Oh, we got more.
There's one that I sent Jordan like a long time ago, because it was some dads that clear their house with Nerf guns. And they fuck their kids up, and it's really awesome.
There's a family on, I'm sure they're on TikTok, but I see them on Instagram Reels, where it's the whole family's involved, and they do these setups where they will put balloons full of some kind of like, I think it's like flour or something like that, or cornstarch, and they leave them all over the house. And then as people like, it's usually like the mom will be walking around somewhere and they'll be sitting there with their Nerf guns and they'll shoot the balloons and they'll pop them right over them and they get doused in flour. And I have seen about 5,000 fucking videos. Send me that video, please. All right. I'll throw it up in the chat. We'll throw it in the chat. Oh shit. Hang on. Gotta refresh. Copy. Pasties. There it is. There you go, Kevin. Enjoy. It's fucking awesome. I cannot wait for you to see the next one.
Do it.
This is just a quick little, it's not a video. This is just something that Shoe On Head posted, and I know we both have a problem with Shoe On Head. Somebody made a little video there that said, don't go to college. It'll turn your kids into this, that, and the other thing. And then so Shoe On Head posted this video, said, don't send your daughters to college. And she goes, it turns from that to that. And I don't got anything to say about that at all.
Awesome.
I just wanted to be there and for you to see it. All right. So in people so fucking crazy ass news, this video here is a man who he lived through a tornado on the porch as he videotaped the entire thing. And it's so fucking wild. I wanted you to see it.
Goddamn dumb.
Turn that down a little bit. So it's, you got a little bit of hail going on, you got some rain. Things escalate pretty quickly as obviously the high winds roll in, the wall of water. Things, notice where trees are for a moment. Obviously it's getting a little severe out here. And he's just like, all right, I'm going to hang out in the corner of my house here.
Why is he doing
He's
that?
looking at. He's just in a.
Oh,
The tree is down now.
okay.
And no,
Go
I'm not
indoors.
going to go inside.
Go indoors.
I'm just
Why
going to
are you
hang out
doing
here.
this?
I'm just going to hang out here.
Why is he doing this?
And waiting for the fucking. It's a tornado. It goes by pretty quick, right? So, there, yeah, the tree fell on his fucking car. He almost got killed by whatever that fuck that post is.
Why wouldn't he go
He's-
inside?
He's fine now. You know, it passed. Everything's chill now.
What the hell, man?
And the dude, how did you survive? That's my question. The entire hurricane just whipped right through your fucking area. All the trees now in the street are down. All the trees are down. And you just kind of ducked into a corner of your house. You got a tree on your fucking house, bro. You got a tree on your house.
This is my street.
No shit, bud.
That's crazy.
Oh, you should have probably gone inside. That's all I'm saying. Probably should have gone inside. All right. Now, I've saved the best video for last.
Okay.
So
I just
this
sent
is-
you. I found the video
Oh, we
that I
did?
was talking about too. Yeah, I sent it to you. And,
Okay. Let me
and
switch
send
over
it.
real quick. We'll play that before the end.
And these dudes, I found them on Instagram. There's a couple different videos, but this one is.
Oh, I've seen this.
Yes.
I've seen this. It's
this
awesome.
guy has a couple different videos.
Yes. All right, let's play this. Hey, thanks for contributing to the grab bag today, bud.
Absolutely.
The slow motion is what I love. Kid's like, nah, bro, I'm here for it. Oh no. Oh no. Murked. She's like, no, Dude, she had backup?
Yes.
Oh. Kids, we got some training. Look at the face of disappointment,
Yes.
dude. The look of disappointment on that poor kid's face. Like, I know, I fucking fucked up that drill, Dad. I'm sorry.
We hear all the time. Solar doesn't work because it's so.
That was fantastic. Oh. All right. So,
What is that guy's name?
this is
I think his name is Jeremy.
Jeremy Barrett. Yeah, it's Jeremy.
Whoa.
Jeremy Barrett.
Jeremy.
Okay.
What the hell?
I've watched this clip multiple times.
He's LARPing.
He is a LARPer. He's there for a tournament, but
LARP tourney.
yeah, a
Nice.
LARP tourney, and
LARP tourney.
him and his friends were essentially they didn't witness a crime, but they came across a crime scene, and this was his statement in the local news afterwards.
We were in the middle of our tournament when my friend John.
Hang on, that's
He's awesome.
That is
His
too.
voice is so great.
Wait for
This
it.
is gonna be on YMH.
Better be.
It's gonna be.
We were in the middle of our tournament when my friend John
voice
said he
is so
found a
good.
body in the bushes
Oh my
over
God.
there. I ran over there because I'm a healing monk to try and help, but
no.
obviously my magic wasn't strong enough because the dude's body was missing a head. So my friend decided to try and use a necromancer spell,
Get the
which
fuck
didn't
out.
work, which I knew it wouldn't. And apparently we contaminated the crime scene because that spell uses a lot of glitter.
Oh my God! Yes. So we just destroyed a crime scene with glitter.
every time
so
I watch
good.
that, it's too fucking good.
Oh my God!
One more. Just
Then he
listen.
couldn't convince his friend to not throw glitter on a dead body.
And I knew it wouldn't work.
We were in the middle of our tournament when my
His
friend
voice
John
is
said
so
he found a
good.
body in the bushes over there. I ran over there because I'm a healing monk to try and help, but obviously my magic wasn't strong enough because the dude's body was missing a head. So my friend decided to try and use a necromancer spell, which didn't work, which I knew it wouldn't. And apparently we contaminated the crime scene because that spell uses a lot of glitter.
He's just so fucking clueless.
What the fuck?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that's the show. We're out of here.
Oh my God. I love you, everybody. Thank you very much for joining
Yes.
us. This has been episode 145 of Salted Streets. We'll be back in 2 weeks. Another fantastic episode for you.
Because that
You
spell
can-
uses a lot of glitter.
That's right. Yes, because that spell uses a lot of glitter. You guys can send us topics at any time, anything
Please.
you want us to watch, anything you want us to talk about, anything at all.
You send them right here.
Yes, and we will be here for you. Thank you guys again. We'll see you in a few weeks. Yelp. I am Donovan.
I'm Colin.
We hope you guys have a fantastic week.
Bye.
Bye.